Chapter 672. Yu Yan didn't disarm herself and remained vigilant. She calmly looked at the Li Gui province's experts and said with a smile, "I'm Yu Yan, this is my younger sister, Yu Tianling. It's nice to meet you, young master of Undying Mountain Lei Ming." Every Infinity Warlock is a moving treasure trove. Once human warlocks practiced cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they would be transcendent rank powerhouses. Every part of their body was a most precious alchemy material. Yu Yan and her sister were already seriously injured. They were very worried that Yang Feng would hit them while they were down and turn hostile. "We shouldn't stay here for long. We'll take our leave first. We'll meet again if fate allows it." Yang Feng took a deep look at the Yu sisters, smiled slightly, turned around, and retreated into the crowd of powerhouses. Yu Yan is one of the great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, and her combat power is astonishing. If she goes all out, more than half of the Bright World warlocks Yang Feng brought from the Li Gui province will die. Yang Feng doesn't want to lose all the Bright World warlocks he subdued in the Li Gui province in order to kill an Infinity Warlock. Grand Duke Gogno had taken the full brunt of the blast from the main cannon of the Scorching Sun battleship, but he was still alive. Yang Feng mobilized the entire Li Gui province's experts to besiege him, and only then was he able to suppress him. Even though Yu Yan was seriously injured, Yang Feng wasn't willing to fight her to the death without a conflict of interest. Yu Yan's eyes flickered. "Please wait a moment. We need your help, young Master Lei Ming," Yang Feng said with a smile. "Then, what price are you willing to pay? We have already helped you deal with Duke Gogno, otherwise you would have fallen into his hands. Now you owe us a big favor." Yu Yan's eyes flickered with a shrewd light. She smiled and said, "No. Even if you don't make a move, we can also escape from his hands. Of course, he would have to pay a certain price. I acted as bait to help you ambush and kill him, allowing you to obtain 8 drops of true blood from a vampire Grand Duke. In fact, you owe me a favor." Yang Feng smiled and took a few steps back. "Marshal you if you say that it's too insincere. If you insist on your opinion, we have nothing to talk about." Alexia, who is equipped with the ruler armor, blocked in front of Yang Feng. But now that Yu Yan has been seriously injured, even with Yu Tianling by her side, the two of them are not the opponents of Yang Feng's subordinates. However, now that Yu Yan has been seriously injured one after another, even with Yu Tianling by her side, the two of them together are not the opponents of Yang Feng's subordinates. Yu Tianling bowed slightly and said, "We indeed owe you a big favor this time. Thank you for saving me." Yu Tianling said, "Please help us leave Godblood Plain. We can pay you the godhead of a mid-level divine power rank god. The godhead contains the law of contracts." Yang Yu's Yan Feng said, "Shan and Feng Yu Zhu is I Yu, I Yan, I Yu. Yu and I Yu, Yang God Yu is." In Feisuo Plain, Yang Feng's god clone has grasped the divine authority of war, massacre, death, and shadow. He doesn't need the law of Yan Feng's Yan Feng. For gods, it's not that the more laws they master, the better, but the purer the law, the better. In Feisuo Plain, strong divine force rank gods often only master 1 or 2 laws and 1 or 2 divine authorities. Yu Yan took a deep look at Yang Feng and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Yang Feng responded with a smile, "I hope that the two of you can join Undying Mountain, become my subordinates, and serve me." There was a flash of contempt in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes, and she sneered, "You're just a glorious Dawn Warlock, yet you want to recruit us as your subordinates. Do you think that's possible?" Yu Yan is an Infinity Warlock, standing at the apex of Songji Plain's human warlocks. She is also a proud and arrogant female warlock. If a Holy Spirit warlock came to recruit her, she might be happy to serve the other party. But Yang Feng is just a glorious Dawn Warlock. He isn't on the list of people she is willing to serve. If you change your mind and want to serve me, then crush this crystal. If that's the case, crush this crystal, and I'll come and save you. However, be careful. If you are captured by a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse or above, then you won't be able to be saved. Crush the crystal, and don't expect me to come and save you. In that case, goodbye. Yang Feng smiled, threw a crystal towards Yu Yan, and then flew towards a cave with the Li Gui province's powerhouses. Inside the cave, there is a top-grade warp gate. It is through the top-grade warp gate that Yang Feng can easily mobilize the Li Gui province's top powerhouses to besiege Grand Duke Gogno. Their auras have disappeared. What's going on? A wisp of curiosity and fear flashed past Yu Yan's beautiful eyes as she looked at the strange cave. She wanted to fly into the cave that was set up with a defensive barrier to take a closer look, but when she thought of the might of the boundless main cannon of the Blazing Sun interstellar battleship, a trace of a chill surged in her heart. The power of the Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery can seriously injure an Infinity Warlock. Even if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is hit, they will be injured. With Yu Yan's current strength, once she is hit by the Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery, she will most likely be killed. Even if she isn't killed, she will be crippled. The Blazing Sun battlestar's main artillery that ambushed Grand Duke Gogno only brushed past Yu Yan, but she already sensed its terrifying power. Yu Tianling frowned slightly and said, "Big sister, let's go." Since he left without any worries, there must be some other means. Even if we go, it won't work. We'll offend him for nothing. There was a flash of anger in Yu Yan's beautiful eyes, and she clenched her white teeth and said solemnly, "That guy is the most abominable man I have ever seen. When I return to the Zhongji Plain, I must teach him a lesson." Let's go. Yu Yan took out a dozen-plus bottles of top elixirs, drank them, and recovered a trace of her vitality. Then, she cast a secret method and took Yu Tianling away. Li Gui Province, in a secret room, Yang Feng's true body, holding the 8 drops of Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, sank into his thoughts. These 8 drops of kindred true blood are indeed rare treasures. But it's still a bit difficult for me to break through to the Infinity Warlock realm. If I give them to my kindred avatar, I can give birth to a kindred Grand Duke. Let my kindred avatar use them to inherit Grand Duke Gogno's inheritance. Yang Feng's true body is a human warlock, and the core secret method he cultivates is the secret method Primal Chaos, imperishable body created by the Taboo Lord in his later years. The essence of the law he condenses is the essence of Devour, which has nothing to do with blood energy. His kindred avatar, on the other hand, is a true blood kindred and can perfectly absorb most of Grand Duke Gogno's power. If Yang Feng's true body uses the kindred true blood, it will waste a lot of power. Originally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but Grand Duke Gogno is a kindred Grand Duke with a huge territory and countless people. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Feng chose to let his kindred avatar absorb the power of the kindred Grand Duke's true blood. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the 8 drops of kindred true blood, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless rune chains flew out from the true God Empyrean imprint and stabbed towards the drop of kindred true blood. The drop of kindred true blood struggled and vaguely revealed Grand Duke Gogno's soul. Grand Duke Gogno said in a tempting voice, "Human warlock, I am Grand Duke Gogno. I have more than 1 trillion people and endless resources under my command. Please let me live. I am willing to give you endless resources so that you can smoothly promote to an Infinity Warlock." Your words are indeed very tempting. Unfortunately, I don't have a method to control Infinity Warlocks. I can only ask you to go die. Yang Feng smiled coldly and poked Grand Duke Gogno with his finger, and countless runes erupted and erased Grand Duke Gogno's remnant soul. Then, he flicked his finger and flicked the drop of true blood into the mouth of his kindred avatar. When Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed the drop of Grand Duke rank true blood, the blood in his body boiled, endless power seeped out of him, and he evolved into a kindred Earl with ease. Yang Feng looked at his kindred avatar enviously, and then continued to purify the second drop of true blood. The evolution of these other races is really fast. Compared to human warlocks, it's much faster. After Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed the second drop of true blood, it broke through and promoted to a kindred marquis in one fell swoop. Immediately afterward, Yang Feng's kindred avatar swallowed another 5 drops of true blood, and then broke through and promoted to a kindred Grand Duke in one fell swoop. After devouring the last drop of true blood, Yang Feng's kindred avatar became a kindred Grand Duke comparable to an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. The evolution speed of the kindred avatar makes Yang Feng jealous. This is the fearsomeness of kindred evolution. As long as they had the powerful true blood of the upper-class blood race, they would be able to evolve rapidly and reach the heavens in a single step. This is one of their strongest racial talents. Yang Feng looked at the kindred avatar with intermediate Infinity Warlock rank strength and sighed regretfully. Even if it is a kindred body, it still wastes a lot of true blood's power. Grand Duke Gogno's power isn't limited to this. What a pity. Grand Duke Gogno is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. Without using any secret treasures, he can already rival Yu Yan. If Yu Yan didn't have the 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, she wouldn't be his opponent. Chapter 673. Although Yang Feng's kindred avatar possesses intermediate Infinity Warlock rank strength, but its fighting strength is only slightly higher than that of Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. Yang Feng looked at his kindred avatar and raised the corners of his mouth. However, as long as I create a powerful enough secret treasure for this kindred avatar, it should be able to become the most outstanding among kindred Grand Dukes in terms of fighting strength. Now it's time to carry out the next step of the plan. Yang Feng's kindred avatar showed an excited smile and stepped into the top-grade warp gate. Snow Night City's center Snow Night Castle is the center that controls the entire Snow Night City, as well as the residence of Grand Duke Gogno. A blood-colored ray flew into Snow Night City and flew towards Snow Night Castle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A series of alarms resounded in the Snow Night Castle. Powerful barriers suddenly rose and enveloped the entire Snow Night Castle. A beautiful kindred countess with blonde hair, blue eyes, and big breasts stood on the other side of the barrier, saluted Yang Feng, and said respectfully, "Sir, I am Pina. This is Grand Duke Gogno's Snow Night City. Grand Duke Gogno is not here at the moment. Please leave. If you have anything to say to the Grand Duke, we can convey it to him for you." As long as a kindred Grand Duke is willing to part with the power of his blood, he can easily create a kindred family. Although the kindred countess is the most favored woman of Grand Duke Gogno, but she doesn't dare to slight another kindred Grand Duke. Grand Duke Gogno has died. From today on, I, Duccio, am the new master of Snow Night City. Open the barrier and welcome your new master. This is an order. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and Grand Duke rank berserk blood energy seeped out of him and shrouded Snow Night Castle. He took a deep look at Pina and launched the kindred innate bloodline command. When Pina was glared at by Yang Feng, the true blood inside her manipulated her to shout loudly, "Open the gate, open the barrier, and welcome our new master." When Grand Duke Gogno was still alive, he would cast a spell and leave a blood imprint in the bodies of his subordinates. This way, other Grand Dukes of the same bloodline would not be able to order their subordinates. Now that Grand Duke Gogno was devoured by Yang Feng's kindred avatar, the bloodline brand inside Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates collapsed. His subordinates cannot resist the orders of Yang Feng, who is also a bloodline descendant of the 6th true ancestor. The magic barrier around Snow Night Castle collapsed at once, and transcendent rank auras flew out and knelt in front of Yang Feng, saying respectfully, "Greetings, Great Grand Duke Duccio." "Very good. From now on, you are my Duccio's subordinates." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a ball of blood condensed in his hand and suddenly bloomed, turned into bloody rays of light, flew towards Pina and the other subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno, and branded them with Yang Feng's blood brand. Unless Yang Feng is killed, or a true ancestor rank kindred takes action, it is impossible to erase the blood brand of the kindred subordinates. After Yang Feng subdued Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates, he issued an order for all true blood kindred in Snow Night City to come to Snow Night Castle and swear allegiance to him. Then he openly branded them with the bloodline brand. After taking control of Snow Night City, Yang Feng went directly to Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Snow Night City is a secret treasure that Grand Duke Gogno spent 10,000 years and countless resources to refine. Once Snow Night City's magic restrictions are fully activated, even kindred grand princes can be defeated. This is the safest place, so Grand Duke Gogno's treasury is located in Snow Night City. This is Grand Duke Gogno's treasury? Sure enough, my choice was not wrong. As soon as Yang Feng entered Grand Duke Gogno's treasury, he saw that there are countless treasures from different planes, which radiate dazzling light. Suddenly attracted by divine force fluctuations, Yang Feng looked in that direction and was slightly startled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Godhead, 1 strong divine force rank Godhead, 2 intermediate divine force rank Godheads, 10 weak divine force rank Godheads, 30 feeble divine force rank Godheads, and 100 demigod rank Godheads. Did this old freak slaughter a pantheon's god? On the Feisual plane, the elves only have 1 strong divine force rank and 2 intermediate divine force rank gods. The fact that Grand Duke Gogno had so many godhoods here was simply shocking. Fortunately, I brought the powerhouses of the Li Gui province. Otherwise, if I hadn't killed him, I would have been the one to die. Yang Feng looked at the corpses and treasures of devils, dragons, giants, high elves, and other races in the treasury, and felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He rejoiced. Grand Duke Gogno is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. He is an old freak who has lived for more than 100,000 years. During that long period of time, who knows how many troublesome enemies he has killed. This time, he didn't expect Yang Feng to be eyeing him covetously, which is why he was plotted against by Yang Feng. Before he could display his strength, he was killed. In a head-on confrontation, even if all of Yang Feng's subordinates join forces with the Yu sisters, they may not be Grand Duke Gogno's opponent. When Yang Feng saw a black heart engraved with countless mysterious runes, his eyes lit up at once, and he revealed a look of excitement. This is a fallen angel heart, an infinity warlock rank blazing angel heart. With this fallen angel heart and enough dark force, I can create an infinity warlock rank fallen angel. A fallen angel that belongs to me. The life center of human warlocks is located in the core of their soul. The life center of kindred is located in the true blood inside them. The life center of fallen angels is located in the heart of fallen angels. It is easy to kill a fallen angel, but it is extremely difficult to obtain a complete fallen angel heart. Fallen angels often self-destruct when they are at a disadvantage in battle. An infinity warlock rank blazing angel heart is extremely rare. Yang Feng quickly regained his calm. However, to create an infinity warlock rank blazing angel, I need to create a fallen angel pool first. Moreover, a fallen angel pool that can give birth to infinity warlock rank fallen angels. The resources required are too much. The fallen angel pool is a treasure that gives birth to fallen angels. At the same time, it is a place where fallen angels, who have fought until only a fallen angel heart remains, can restore their fleshly body. Even if an infinity warlock rank blazing angel only has a fallen angel heart left, as long as the fallen angel heart returns to the fallen angel pool, they can quickly restore their fleshly body and restore their full fighting strength. This is the terror of a fallen angel legion. If the fallen angel pool isn't destroyed, fallen angels are like cockroaches that can't be killed. If they're seriously injured and roll into the fallen angel pool, they can restore their full strength. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then said indifferently through a communications box, "Alexia, come here." Shortly after, with a flash of black light, Alexia appeared behind Yang Feng. "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng tossed the fallen angel heart in his hand and said lightly, "If you devour this fallen angel heart, can you advance to an infinity warlock rank blazing angels?" Alexia, who has always been indifferent, looked at the fallen angel heart in Yang Feng's hand with a scorching shade in her beautiful eyes, and her breathing became a little short. "I can." Yang Feng tossed the fallen angel heart to Alexia. "Then it's yours." There was a flash of excitement in Alexia's beautiful eyes, and she suppressed her excitement and uttered, "My lord, if you build a fallen angel pool, inject enough dark force, and use this fallen angel heart. You can get an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel. Are you sure that you want to give me this fallen angel heart? Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. I know. However, you have followed me for so long and made great contributions. A mere fallen angel's heart was nothing at all. As long as you are willing to serve me wholeheartedly, I won't treat you unfairly. Alexia knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, a solemn expression on her face, and made an oath. Yes. Alexia hereby swears that I will dedicate my body and mind to you, my lord. Prior to this, Alexia only obeyed and served Yang Feng because she couldn't resist the shackles of the soul brand. But after accepting the fallen angel heart, she truly recognized Yang Feng as her master. Alexia swallowed the fallen angel's heart without hesitation, and a powerful devouring force spread from her body. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, countless high-grade magic crystals suddenly flew out and released a copious amount of life magic energy that entered Alexia. Countless threads formed from dark force suddenly flew out and formed a dark cocoon around Alexia. Wisps of Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power pulsed slowly inside the dark cocoon. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Giving up on absorbing true blood is really the right choice. In this way, I will soon have 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses at my command. If Yang Feng absorbed the elixir made from Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, he would at most speed up his breakthrough to the Bright World Warlock realm. But if he let his avatar absorb Grand Duke Gogno's true blood, Yang Feng would get 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Moreover, the huge resources in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury can bring Yang Feng's power to a higher level. Chapter 674. Yang Feng looked at Grand Duke Gogno's treasury with admiration in his eyes. What a huge treasury! If the resources here can be fully utilized, then a warlock group comparable to the Tsangji Plains 10 great sects can be created. Grand Duke Gogno was a quasi-great Grand Duke rank kindred Grand Duke. Tens of thousands of years ago, he reached a bottleneck and was shackled by bloodline, unable to advance any further. He had no intention of nurturing another Grand Duke, either. As such, he had accumulated countless resources in his treasury, all of which were the spoils of war he had fought all over the place. Kindred Grand Dukes were equal beings. They only obeyed the true ancestor of the same bloodline. Even kindred Grand Princes couldn't order them. It was for this reason that Grand Duke Gogno didn't cultivate another kindred Grand Duke. This is a monarch-grade secret treasure. In the deepest part of the treasury, there is a huge pool of blood covering an area of thousands of square kilometers. In the center of the huge pool of blood, there is a sword engraved with countless blood-colored runes suspended in the air, and wisps of blood energy diffuse from the blood-colored sword. As soon as Yang Feng saw the sword, his heart stirred, and he made a judgment. Yang Feng looked at the sword suspended in the blood pool with a dignified look in his eyes. Kindred experts aren't good at forging. This sword should be a secret treasure refined by a human Grandmaster alchemist of the Tsangji Plain using their alchemy knowledge to help Grand Duke Gogno refine it. Fortunately, this secret treasure hasn't taken shape yet. Otherwise, it would be a joke to besiege him. The blood energy of kindred, the darkness force of fallen angels, and the life energy of human warlocks were completely different types of energy. Except for some secret treasures that could be used for energy, kindred couldn't use the secret treasures developed by human warlocks. Without the use of secret treasures, kindred experts could contend against human warlocks. They looked down on human alchemy, and there was no atmosphere of studying alchemy among kindred. Therefore, God Blood Plains True Blood Kindred had very few alchemists exclusive to kindred, and very few secret treasures that kindred could use. Most of the alchemy created by humans targeted the life energy inside human warlocks to strengthen and resonate with them. The blood energy of True Blood Kindred was completely different from the life energy of human warlocks. If one wanted to study the exclusive secret treasure of the vampires, they would need countless alchemists to conduct deductions. Although Gogno's strength was world-shaking, his talent in alchemy was mediocre. He could use countless precious materials to refine a level 8 secret treasure exclusive to the Blood Clan, but it was useless. He could destroy a level 8 treasure with a wave of his hand. The monarch-grade secret treasure was obviously far beyond Grand Duke Gogno's ability. It was a monarch-grade secret treasure embryo that he captured from the Tsangji Plain and spent countless materials and time to refine under the guidance of an alchemist grandmaster. Once Grand Duke Gogno possessed a king-grade secret treasure, his combat power would be comparable to a weaker vampire prince. That king-grade secret treasure could also be his final trump card. God's blood, devil's blood, angel's blood, dragon's blood, ancient god's blood. For the sake of refining this king-grade secret treasure, Gogno really went all out. Unfortunately, even after his death, the monarch-grade secret treasure wasn't successfully refined. Now that the materials are here, immediately deduce and analyze the secret treasure's refinement method. Let's see if we can refine the monarch-grade secret treasure as soon as possible. Yang Feng gave an order, and 100 level 4 optical computers quickly set up models and began to analyze the monarch-grade secret treasure using the knowledge in the database. The monarch-grade secret treasure had no effect on Yang Feng's true body, but Yang Feng's kindred avatar was a kindred Grand Duke. He could fully exert the terrifying power of the monarch-grade secret treasure. Secret Treasure City number 5765 has a kindred bloodline warlock who once refined a kindred secret treasure exclusive to the Blood Clan. 7-star Tower number 3476 has a theoretical conjecture on the refinement of kindred secret treasures. Countless pieces of information related to kindred secret treasures quickly flashed in the level 4 optical computers and then combined with Shizu technology to model and analyze them. With the current data, it is impossible to analyze this monarch-grade secret treasure using the Tsangji Plains alchemy. However, with Shizu technology, without changing the blood energy strengthening method, a brand new monarch-grade secret treasure can be refined. Here is the list of materials. A few hours later, a line of information jumped out from an optical computer. Yang Feng looked at the list of materials, and his eyelids twitched. The brand new monarch-grade secret treasure required almost half of the rare resources, godheads, dragon crystals, devil cores, and so on in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he said decisively, "Then take the plan. Refine the monarch-grade secret treasure for me at once." Grand Duke Gogno's territory has more than 1 trillion people, which is much more than the number of humans ruled by the Feisua Plains human gods. At the same time, although the resources provided by the territory are far inferior to those of a greater province, but they are still amazing. Besides, they are full of kindred characteristics and are more than enough to support the cultivation of 3 infinity warlocks. The reason why Grand Duke Gogno can occupy such a huge territory is that he is a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. Even kindred grand princes are somewhat apprehensive of him. Without enough strength, Yang Feng would not be able to hold such a large territory. Not long after, all kinds of robots swarmed in and entered the treasury. Like transformers, they quickly transformed into all kinds of instruments. A machine covered with countless tentacles suddenly flew out. The tentacles had countless tiny probes on them. They quickly approached the blood-red sword and began to analyze it further. In the world of warlocks, there are countless strange phenomena. Secret treasures with spirituality may even evolve into extraordinary life forms, and they can even practice cultivation and evolve independently. That scarlet sword was the embryo of a king-grade secret treasure. Even so, Shao Qin needed to be extremely careful to successfully refine it. 10 days later, the news that Yang Feng's avatar Duchio occupied Snow Night City spread throughout Godblood Plain. Countless kindred bigwigs learned that a minor kindred viscount subordinated to Grand Duke Gogno got lucky and became a kindred Grand Duke in a single bound. Grand Duke Gogno, however, died. Godblood Plain, in an ancient and vicissitudes of life castle, a very young man dressed in aristocratic attire with kindred unique looks is holding a beautiful elven girl in his arms, forming a very beautiful picture. The only thing that spoiled this beautiful scene was the 2 bloody holes on the elven girl's neck. Blood was slowly flowing out of the 2 bloody holes. Grand Duke Gogno died, and then Grand Duke Duccio appeared. What a coincidence. This Duccio isn't simple to be able to devour Grand Duke Gogno. This scheming is really amazing. However, such a guy who rose to the top in a single bound is not qualified to inherit Grand Duke Gogno's territory. The corners of the beautiful man's mouth rose into a sinister smile, and fluctuations of blood energy, which are only slightly inferior to those of Grand Duke Gogno, diffused from him. In a manner in the God-blood plane, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a sexy figure was wearing a swimsuit and sunglasses as she reclined on a beach chair. In front of her, there is a boundless sea. The boundless sea strangely superimposed on the manor that covers an area of hundreds of square kilometers, forming a strange scene that ordinary people cannot imagine. A bloody ray entered the body of the beautiful blonde woman. The corners of her mouth rose into a smile, and she said in a low voice, "Grand Duke Duccio?" Interesting, a trifling kindred viscount was able to become a kindred Grand Duke in a single bound and occupy the treasury of that old fellow Gogno. His scheming is really amazing. I just don't know if he can really defend his own territory. Snow Night City. In the Snow Night Castle, in a luxurious palace. A fragrance wafting from her, Pina stepped into the palace. At a glance, she saw Yang Feng's kindred avatar sitting on the throne, with a dozen-plus beautiful women on his left and right, playing and flirting with him. As soon as Pina entered the palace, she saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng handed a beautiful dragonborn girl a fruit 100 times sweeter than lychees to him, and then asked casually, "What's the matter?"
"Speak."
Pina replied with a bitter expression, "Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania have sided with Grand Duke Charlie." Marquis Riccolo's attitude is unclear. Of the remaining 13 earls, 10 have been roped in by Grand Duke Charlie. The attitude of the other 3 earls is unclear. The 382 kindred viscounts who originally belonged to Grand Duke Gogno have also been roped in by the other Grand Dukes. Now, we can only control Snow Night City. A fine bird chose a good tree to nest in. Most Grand Dukes evolve step by step to become a vampire duke. After becoming a Grand Duke, they would have countless experts at their disposal and occupy a large territory. At the same time, Pina glanced at Yang Feng, and there was an obscure flash of dissatisfaction in her beautiful eyes. At the beginning, after Yang Feng occupied Snow Night City, he was like a mouse that jumped into a rice jar. Every day, he flirted and played with the beautiful women of different races in Snow Night City, never taking a step out of Snow Night City. This gave the other kindred Grand Dukes the opportunity to recruit the kindred powerhouses who belonged to Grand Duke Gogno. If it weren't for Yang Feng's bloodline brand, Pina and the other kindred in Snow Night City would have already sided with other Grand Dukes. Chapter 675. Yang Feng said indifferently, "I see. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can take your leave." There was a flash of disappointment in Pina's eyes, and she sighed faintly and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, a beautiful human girl kneeling in front of Yang Feng clenched her silver teeth, looked up at Yang Feng, and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Speak." The beautiful human girl said respectfully, "Your Majesty, it is our great honor that you dote on us. However, Your Majesty, please put the state first. Only when the state is at peace and you are healthy can we live a good life. Your Majesty, please spare some of your attention and consider the affairs of the country." In God-blood plane, a force controlled by a kindred Grand Duke is a kindred kingdom. Kindred Grand Dukes are aloof kings who dominate everything. Kindred marquises, kindred earls, and kindred viscounts are greater aristocrats in the kingdom. Every year, kindred marquises, earls, and viscounts must offer a large amount of resources to kindred Grand Dukes. The wealth in Grand Duke Gogno's treasury can produce several infinity warlocks. It is a tremendous amount of wealth provided by the kindred marquises, kindred earls, and kindred viscounts for tens of thousands of years. If it wasn't for the secret treasure Snow Night City, Grand Duke Gogno's wealth would only be greater. The stronger a kindred kingdom is, the more dignity the kindred kingdom has in front of people of other states. Yang Feng asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The beautiful human girl replied, "My name is Carrie." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Not bad. Have you learned how to manage a state?" Carrie replied confidently, "Yes. I have not only learned all kinds of dance, singing, and the common language of the Seven Plains, but also learned how to manage a state." Carrie and the dozen-plus beautiful young girls of different races around Yang Feng are top blood food that Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates have spent countless resources to cultivate. For existences like Grand Duke Gogno, their taste is very picky. The blood food must not only be beautiful virgins, but also have outstanding temperament and knowledge. It was just like when human nobles ate. Not only did they want the food to be delicious, but they also had strict requirements for the food's aesthetics. Carrie and the other beautiful virgins were the cream of the crop chosen from 100 million beauties and had received the best training. If they were placed on Earth, each of them would be the cream of the crop. Yet such a beauty is just food for Grand Duke Gogno. This is the top enjoyment of an Infinity Warlock rank existence. Interesting. This is a drop of my blood. Drink it, and you will become my descendant. Yang Feng extended the finger of his left hand, and a drop of captivating red blood emerged on the finger. The dozen-plus beautiful women of different races beside Yang Feng looked at the drop of bright red blood on Yang Feng's finger and revealed looks of envy and jealousy. In this god blood plane, only by becoming a true blood breed could one be considered a true elite. As for the beautiful women of different races, no matter how beautiful and outstanding they are, as long as they haven't become a true blood breed, they are just playthings and blood food, not the ruling class of this world. In this god blood plane, countless handsome men and beautiful women are willing to take the initiative to participate in the various blood food competitions held by true blood kindred in order to become the blood food of a high-level kindred. They do their best to curry favor with the other party, hoping that the other party will transform them into true blood kindred and become a bigwig in god blood plane. Many true blood kindred are beings who transformed from the blood food of kindred greater aristocrats. "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty." Carrie's beautiful eyes shimmered with ecstasy, and she took Yang Feng's finger and greedily absorbed the drop of blood. Yang Feng's clone is a kindred Grand Duke. Even if the drop of blood isn't a true blood kindred, but it still possesses power far beyond that of ordinary true blood kindred. After Carrie swallowed the drop of blood in one gulp, an incomparably huge blood energy enveloped her delicate body. Her beautiful eyes turned crimson, and blood-sucking fangs grew in her mouth. A true blood kindred aura containing a bewitching aura diffused from her delicate body. Feeling the powerful blood energy permeating her body, Carrie wept tears of joy. She knelt in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Thank you for transforming Carrie into a noble true blood kindred, Your Majesty. Carrie will dedicate everything to Your Majesty." Yang Feng was about to say something when he suddenly raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Since you're here, then come in. It seems that your perception is pretty good, Viscount Duccio." "Oh no, I should call you Duke Duccio now." Accompanied by a chuckle, an incomparably handsome blood clan Grand Duke in formal attire, exuding a rich, noble temperament from head to toe, and eyes that revealed a sense of vicissitudes of life slowly walked in. Two people followed behind the kindred Grand Duke. They are Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania, subordinates of Grand Duke Gogno. Yang Feng glanced at the kindred Grand Duke and said coldly, "You are Grand Duke Charlie? Are you the one who stole my subordinates and annexed my territory?" Marquis Levon snorted coldly and said loudly, "Your territory? That's the territory of Grand Duke Gogno. It doesn't belong to you. Now that Grand Duke Gogno is dead, his territory belongs to the real powerhouses. Grand Duke Charlie is the real master of these territories." Yang Feng said coldly, "Grand Duke Charlie, I'm talking to you. Since when is a dog qualified to participate in a conversation between Grand Dukes?" The eyes of Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania shimmered with anger at once, and they stared at Yang Feng. In the Zhongji Plain, although there is a huge gap between Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks. However, in front of Infinity Warlocks, Bright World Warlocks still have a very high status. In many sects, bright world warlocks are great elders. In the theology plane, kindred Grand Dukes have the power to kill the kindred marquises subordinated to them. A kindred Grand Duke can make a kindred Marquis commit suicide with an order. Therefore, among true blood kindred, the status of kindred marquises and kindred Grand Dukes are not on the same level. A kindred Grand Duke is the king of a state, while a kindred Marquis is just a subject of the state. A subject with a slightly higher status is not qualified to participate in a conversation between kings. Charlie uttered with a smile, Levon's words are my words. Besides, they are not my dogs, but my most loyal subjects, my closest confidants, and my friends. After listening to Charlie's words, the eyes of Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania shimmered with emotion, and their loyalty to him increased by a notch. A cold ray streaked past Yangfeng's eyes, and he asked coldly, Charlie, what brings you here?
Speak.
Charlie glanced at Yangfeng, his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he sneered, I came to ask you to hand over Grand Duke Gogno's treasury and hand over Snow Night City. This is not a place you can covet. Grand Duke Charlie is only slightly inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. Even among God-Blood Plains Infinity Warlocks, he ranks in the top 20. When they heard this, Pina and the other beautiful women of Snow Night City turned pale, and their beautiful eyes revealed traces of fear and despair. Once Yangfeng is defeated and leaves Snow Night City, the status of the beautiful women of Snow Night City will instantly fall to the bottom of society. As if a god overlooking mortals, Yangfeng glanced at Charlie and said indifferently, Charlie, this is Snow Night City. I'm curious. Why did you choose to challenge me here? Don't you know that Snow Night City is the strongest secret treasure refined by Grand Duke Gogno? Charlie said with a cold smile, That's right. If Grand Duke Gogno was still alive, Snow Night City would be a terrifying secret treasure. Therefore, when he was still alive, except for a few of his friends and the great sixth true ancestor, no Grand Duke or Grand Prince dared to step into Snow Night City. However, Duccio, how many days have you been in Snow Night City? How much of Snow Night City's power can you control? Of course it's, Yangfeng smiled, delayed for a while, and then uttered coldly, 100%. When Yangfeng's words fell, countless runes suddenly appeared in Snow Night City, and an ancient beast that seems to have been sleeping for countless years slowly woke up. In the hall, countless runes suddenly shone with dazzling light. 2 silver rays shot out from the hall and shot towards Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania. In an instant, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania were hit by the 2 silver rays, and countless runes appeared on their bodies and eroded them frantically. A look of horror on their faces, Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania roared wildly, and tremendous blood energy surged in an attempt to dispel the runes. However, the strange runes eroded them and devoured their power frantically. Marquis Levon screamed in horror, Your Majesty Grand Duke Charlie, save us. Marquis Levon and Marquis Rania can imagine that once they fall into Yangfeng's hands, they will die, without a doubt. Grand Duke Charlie erupted with fearsome blood energy and formed a sea of blood flames that burned and purified the dozens of silver rays barreling towards him. Not bad, Grand Duke Charlie, you're really strong. I'm right here. As long as you can defeat me, Snow Night City will be yours. Sitting on the throne, Yangfeng smiled coldly and flicked his finger, and a silver ray shone. Marquis Levon exploded in an instant, and 7 drops of Marquis true blood flew towards Yangfeng and fell into his hand. Chapter 676. Seeing the scene, Marquis Rania screamed in horror, Grand Duke Charlie, save me. Marquis Rania has a bloodline brand set up by Grand Duke Charlie inside him. Even if he wants to betray Grand Duke Charlie, it is impossible. He can only beg Grand Duke Charlie to save him. Grand Duke Charlie urged blood flames to burn the silver beams and stared at Yangfeng with incredulity in his eyes. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he take control of Snow Night City in such a short period of time? What's going on? Snow Night City is a defensive secret treasure that Grand Duke Gogno spent 10,000 years and countless resources and wealth to refine. Even kindred grand princes will be defeated or even quelled when they enter Snow Night City. However, Snow Night City is Grand Duke Gogno's most important trump card. Except for Grand Duke Gogno, even his confidants, the three kindred marquises, don't know the mysteries of Snow Night City. For a large secret treasure like Snow Night City, even a kindred Grand Duke will need decades or even 100 years to fully master it. This is why Grand Duke Charlie dared to break into Snow Night City and threaten the newly promoted kindred Grand Duke Yangfeng. Yangfeng has mastered top alchemy in Songji Plain. The alchemy data of the warlock groups in Ligui province are in his database. Additionally, he has analyzed the alchemy data of the Golem celestial relic site of the Golem Lord suppressed by Golem dynasty. His control over various secret treasures far exceeds that of Godblood Plains kindred Grand Dukes. After Yangfeng occupied Snow Night City, he didn't seem to do anything. But in fact, he sent countless battle robots to occupy key locations and take control of Snow Night City. As if a god overlooking the secular world, Yangfeng glanced at Marquis Rania and barked coldly. With a flash of resplendent silver light, Marquis Rania's body exploded in an instant, and 7 drops of true blood Marquis rank true blood flew towards Yangfeng. Without creasing his eyebrows, Grand Duke Charlie stared at Yangfeng's kindred avatar and said solemnly, "Duchio, I admit defeat this time. I will erase the bloodline brand on Grand Duke Gogno's subordinates and return them to you. I'll return all their territories to you. Let me go." Sitting on the throne, Yangfeng uttered with a smile, "Sorry. I feel that the true blood in your body is even more attractive to me. There's one thing that you're right about. Only the truly strong could own the territory of Gogno. My strength is still very weak, but as long as I absorb your true blood, I will be able to rival Grand Duke Gogno. So, please fall in this Snow Night City." Pina took a deep look at Yangfeng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. So that's how it is. He wanted to show weakness, and use this opportunity to lure the other dukes into Snowy Night City. Then, he would use Snowy Night City to suppress and devour them. What a powerful scheme, what a powerful means. If it's him, he might become a greater existence than Grand Duke Gogno. Excitement also flashed in the eyes of the dozen or so beauties from various races beside the throne. In the God-Blood Plain, the strong were respected. Compared to the Songji Plain, the law of the jungle was crueler and clearer. As the ruler of a kingdom, the stronger Yangfeng was, the more brilliant his means would be. The better the people under his command would live, and the more advantageous they would be when interacting with other kingdoms. You want to keep me here with just you? That's impossible. Grand Duke Charlie roared furiously, and countless blood flames surged and formed a blood-colored flame within a meter of him. When the silver rays that could easily suppress a kindred marquis slammed into the blood-colored flame, they collapsed, unable to harm Grand Duke Charlie in the slightest. Sitting still on the throne, Yangfeng uttered with a proud smile, "Blood Flame Origin Realm. Amazing! Grand Duke Charlie, you're indeed much stronger than me. Come on, let's fight fair and square. As long as you can kill me, everything will belong to you." When Grand Duke Charlie heard this, his lungs were about to explode. In this hall, he had to resist the countless silver rays. Every breath he took consumed a tremendous amount of blood energy. To fight Yangfeng in this place was simply courting death. Grand Duke Charlie was an ambitious and ruthless person for no reason. After he quickly made a judgment, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a bloody stream of light that shot towards the outside. When the countless silver rays slammed into Grand Duke Charlie, they were completely blocked by the Blood Flame Origin Realm, unable to harm him in the slightest. To be able to escape from my Snow Night Castle, that's Grand Duke Charlie for you. Unfortunately, this is Snow Night City, a place that can suppress Grand Prince powerhouses. So, die for me. Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with countless bloody runes, and a tremendous amount of blood energy entered Snow Knight Castle. Above Snow Knight City, a tremendous amount of power surged and formed 9 huge bloody pillars in the blink of an eye. The 9 huge bloody pillars intertwined with each other and released endless blood energy that frantically extracted the life force of the more than 10 billion life forms in Snow Knight City. The life force of the more than 10 billion life forms in Snow Knight City connected with the 9 huge bloody pillars and formed a bloody catalog engraved with countless runes that seems to contain the power of a world. In the center of the bloody catalog, there is the eye of an unknown existence. According to legend, the unknown existence from another universe slowly opened its eye, and a green beam shot out from the eye and instantly slammed into Grand Duke Charlie. Under the illumination of the cyan beam of light, Grand Duke Charlie was like a bug stuck in a spider's web, struggling frantically. Under the green beam, the Blood Flame Origin Realm, which has an astonishing defensive power, collapsed inch by inch. Grand Duke Charlie roared wildly. Duccio, Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor, are not allowed to kill each other. You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of the 6th true ancestor's punishment? Let me go, and spare my life. I'll give you enough compensation. Let you go? How is that possible? Go to hell. Yang Feng smiled ferociously, and Infinity Warlock rank blood energy boiled and compressed into a 20-meter-long bloody blade that slashed towards Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie, who was doing his best to resist the cyan beam of light falling from the sky, had no power to resist the bloody blade. He could only watch helplessly as the bloody blade cut his body in two. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the green beam broke through Grand Duke Charlie's defenses and engulfed him completely. After the cyan pillar of light disappeared, only 8 drops of captivating Grand Duke True Blood were left in its place. The 8 drops of Grand Duke True Blood trembled slightly, and then suddenly flew towards the huge eyeball in the catalog. The offering I offer you is only 1 drop of Grand Duke True Blood. Don't go too far. Yang Feng snorted coldly and extended his hand, and a big hand passed through the void and grabbed the 7 drops of Grand Duke True Blood. Yang Feng stared coldly at the huge eyeball from another universe in the huge catalog. The huge eyeball emitted bursts of fury, furious that Yang Feng robbed it of its spoils of war. Shrouded by the anger of the huge eyeball, all existences below the True Blood kindred in Snow Knight City knelt on the ground and shivered in fear. Yang Feng smiled coldly, opened his mouth, and inhaled the 7 drops of Grand Duke Charlie's True Blood. With his intermediate Infinity Warlock rank strength, he can already devour Grand Duke Charlie's True Blood by himself. When Grand Duke Charlie's True Blood was devoured by Yang Feng, a tremendous amount of blood energy entered his body and nourished him, allowing his life essence to evolve and become stronger and stronger. That huge eyeball came from another universe, and it was a strange and incomparably powerful existence. If it came with its true body, it would be able to squish Yang Feng with a finger. However, it only appeared with the help of Snow Knight City's power projection. No matter how furious it is, it can only devour the drop of Grand Duke True Blood and then slowly disappear. The 9 incomparably large blood pillars collapsed one by one, and the terrifying power that enveloped Snow Knight City also disappeared in an instant. Charlie was killed by him. He took control of Snow Knight City. What's going on? Was it a trap set up by that old fox Grand Duke Gogno? Grand Duke True Blood has no effect on Grand Duke Gogno. It shouldn't be a scheme of Grand Duke Gogno. This Duccio is really insidious. Powerful existences hiding tens of thousands of kilometers away are watching everything that happened here through various extraordinary forces. When they saw Charlie being killed by Yang Feng, these powerful existences felt their hearts shake, and they are full of apprehension towards Yang Feng. Kindred Grand Dukes are comparable to Infinity Warlocks and possess undying bodies. As long as their true blood isn't extinguished, they can quickly regenerate. When 2 kindred Grand Dukes fight, at most, one side will be defeated, while the other side won't be able to kill them. Yu Yan is far stronger than Godblood Plains' kindred Grand Dukes, yet she was still seriously injured by the attacks of the kindred Grand Dukes. The kindred Grand Dukes didn't die either. From this, it can be seen how strong the kindred Grand Dukes are. Since Charlie was killed by Yang Feng, the kindred Grand Dukes are filled with apprehension and dread towards him, and most of their thoughts of dealing with him dissipated. Convey my order. Attack at once. The territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie are mine. Anyone who blocks my way will die. TSK, this thing. After Yang Feng devoured Grand Duke Charlie's true blood, a terrifying blood energy, not inferior to that of Grand Duke Gogno, soared into the sky and formed a fearsome pillar of blood energy. Chapter 677. My lord, you are truly the greatest existence. My lord, I am willing to dedicate everything to you. In Snow Night City, when the more than 10 billion life forms of different races sensed the terrifying blood energy Yang Feng emitted, they prostrated themselves on the ground and praised Yang Feng excitedly, their hearts surging with emotions. In Godblood Plain, the strong are revered. As the ruler of a state, Yang Feng possesses blood energy not inferior to that of Grand Duke Gogno. His power is enough to make everyone revere him. With an order from Yang Feng, he mobilized 300,000 true blood kindred from Snow Night City and formed a kindred army. However, among the 300,000 true blood kindred, there isn't even a single Viscount rank true blood kindred. Viscount rank true blood kindred are transcendent rank powerhouses. They are the power hub that maintains Snow Night City's array that can suppress Infinity Warlocks. They can't be dispatched lightly. Yang Feng's kindred avatar turned into a stream of light and flew towards Scarlet Thorn City, where Grand Duke Charlie lives. Scarlet Thorn City is the center of Scarlet Thorn's principality. Unlike Snow Night City, which is a secret treasure refined from a celestial body, it is just an ordinary, ancient castle. However, no one dares to behave atrociously here. That's because Scarlet Thorn City is the residence of Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie is extremely powerful, only slightly inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. Moreover, he is slick and cunning, and has friendly relations with more than a dozen kindred Grand Dukes. His sphere of influence is broader than that of Grand Duke Gogno. A fearsome aura suddenly pervaded above Scarlet Thorn City, and a handsome young man walked out of a distorted space, hovered in the void, and said unhurriedly, I am Grand Duke Figo, a good friend of Grand Duke Charlie. Grand Duke Charlie died at the hands of Grand Duke Duccio. Now, come out. Kindred Grand Duke rank blood energy erupted from Grand Duke Figo's body and enveloped the Scarlet Thorn City. Tyrannical auras flew out of Scarlet Thorn City, and a total of 9 kindred marquises, 23 kindred earls, and 215 kindred viscounts flew out of Scarlet Thorn City and formed a small group. When the transcendent rank powerhouses in Scarlet Thorn City join forces, they can contend against a kindred Grand Duke for a short period of time. However, only when all the transcendent rank powerhouses act together can they contend against a kindred Grand Duke. A kindred Grand Duke, on the other hand, could cast spells and kill all the God-fiend experts one by one. A young man in the lead with the pinnacle kindred marquis rank gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Figo, if we all join you, can you help us kill Duccio? Figo slightly frowned, bitterly smiled, and slowly sighed. Charlemagne, Duccio absorbed your father's true blood. He is already stronger than I am. Among the Grand Dukes of the vampires, only Grand Duke Lana, who is under the 3rd true ancestor, and Grand Duke Acunia, who is under the 7th true ancestor, could rival him. I can only protect your safety, but it's hard to kill him. Charlemagne was a vampire expert born from the natural union of Grand Duke Charlie and another vampire marquise. He possessed the power of a vampire count after coming of age, and now, he possessed the power of a peak vampire marquis. He could condense the 8th drop of true blood at any moment and become a Grand Duke. In Scarlet Thorn City, apart from Grand Duke Charlie, Marquis Charmin was the strongest, and he controlled all the armed forces of Scarlet Thorn City. Figo suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see a blood-red light flashing in the distance. An incomparably handsome middle-aged man appeared here. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, and a terrifying aura of a kindred Grand Duke spread out and made an overbearing declaration. Charlemagne, from today onwards, all of you are under the command of Grand Duke Ramos and Grand Duke Figo. Grand Duke Figo, let's divide it in half. Charlemagne looked up at Figo with a pleading look in his eyes. Uncle Figo. Once Grand Duke Ramos and Grand Duke Figo divide up the troops, the wealth accumulated by Grand Duke Charlie would also be divided up by the two Grand Dukes. Without the wealth accumulated by Grand Duke Charlie, no matter how talented Charlemagne was, it would be difficult for him to break through and promote to a new kindred Grand Duke. Moreover, it was very likely that he would die strangely before becoming a kindred Grand Duke. Figo glanced at Charlemagne, his face indifferent, and he remained silent. Charlemagne's heart sank slightly. He understood Figo's attitude. The wealth left by Grand Duke Charlie was too attractive, and Figo and Ramos had a good relationship with Charlie before. But as soon as he fell, all the friendships vanished into thin air. Moreover, the friendship between them was not enough for them to give up the huge wealth in Scarlet Thorn City. I don't agree. A ray of blood-red light flashed, and a beautiful woman with a sexy and fiery figure and long golden hair appeared with a sweet smile. As soon as the stunning woman appeared in the void, she faintly confronted Figo and Ramos. She smiled sweetly, and the terrifying aura of a kindred Grand Duke pervaded the air. The three of us will take 1/3 each. Ramos's pupils constricted slightly, and he revealed a graceful smile. So it's Grand Duke Monia. If it's you, then you are indeed qualified to share it with us. Why don't the three of us form an alliance? If someone else comes, then the three of us will join forces to defeat him. Grand Duke Charlie's wealth is just right for the three of us. If more people come, then there won't be enough. Grand Duke Monia said decisively, all right. Grand Duke Figo nodded and agreed with Ramos's proposal. I don't agree with this proposal. With a flash of bloody light, Yang Feng appeared in front of the three kindred Grand Dukes and looked loftily at them. When Charmant saw Yang Feng, his eyes turned bloodshot. He issued a beast-like growl, and a berserk-killing intent seeped out of him. Duccio. Without giving Charmant a glance, Yang Feng's gaze wandered around the three kindred Grand Dukes, a leisurely expression on his face. The three kindred Grand Dukes, however, had dignified expressions as they stared at Yang Feng. Originally, when Yang Feng evolved into a kindred Grand Duke and seized the opportunity to occupy Snow Night City, he was just a scheming person in the eyes of the kindred Grand Dukes. But Grand Duke Charlie also died at Yang Feng's hands. Furthermore, Yang Feng devoured 7 drops of Grand Duke Charlie's true blood. Now that Yang Feng's cultivation base was comparable to that of Grand Duke Gogno, no one would despise him anymore. Ramos looked at Yang Feng apprehensively and said, since you are here, Grand Duke Duccio, then let's divide the resources equally. The two Grand Dukes Figo and Monia nodded and agreed to the proposal. In terms of cultivation base alone, Yang Feng was the strongest here. Ramos and the other two Grand Dukes didn't want things to go back and forth, which was why they made such a proposal. Charmant's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes filled with bitterness and anger. The three kindred Grand Dukes Ramos, Figo, and Monia were Charlie's allies when he was alive, and the 4 of them formed an alliance against Grand Duke Gogno. Charlie has just died, yet the 3 former allies have already joined forces with the person who killed him, leaving Charmant bitterly disappointed. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with red light, and he said with a smile, no, since I killed Grand Duke Charlie, then all of his wealth will belong to me alone. As soon as he said that, the surrounding atmosphere became tense. The auras of Figo and the other 2 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses resonated subtly. Clearly, they were ready to join forces. Figo's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, Duccio, even if you devoured Charlie's true blood, your blood energy is still stronger than ours. But after all, you have just promoted to a Grand Duke. Do you really want to be enemies with us? This isn't Snow Night City. Kindred Grand Dukes who rose to the top by devouring the true blood of other kindred Grand Dukes are the weakest existences for a period of time. In Godblood Plane, there was a true blood kindred who was lucky enough to obtain a drop of true blood from a true ancestor and rose to the top in a single bound. Within a short 10 days, he evolved into a kindred Grand Duke. However, shortly after the lucky one was promoted, he was sneak attacked and killed by a true blood kindred marquis. This made Kindred realize that although devouring the true blood of a powerful kindred can give you tremendous power in a short period of time, but it takes a lot of time to control that tremendous power. In our race, the strong are respected. Since no one can convince the other, then let's fight. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with red light, and he drew a monarch-grade, secret treasure Godblood sword engraved with countless powerful magic cores and dragon crystals, smiled slightly, and slashed out. Berserk blood energy surged out of the king-grade secret treasure, the God's Blood sword. It condensed into a terrifying blade that seemed to contain the blood energy of countless races and descended from the sky. The world was dyed blood red. Endless power was devoured by the fearsome blade, which suppressed the void and exuded a tyrannical aura. Monarch-grade secret treasure. Damn it! This is a monarch-grade secret treasure from Grand Duke Gogno's treasury. Figo's complexion changed dramatically, and he roared wildly. Suddenly, a copious amount of violent blood energy erupted and formed a bloody Enneagram barrier. Monia, Ramos, and the other two kindred Grand Dukes gritted their teeth, spewed out blood energy, and pointed with their fingers, and two bloody Enneagram barriers suddenly appeared. The terrifying sword blade, which seemed to be able to cut through a world, slashed at the three Enneagram blood-colored defensive boundaries. One by one, the three Enneagram defensive boundaries shattered into pieces. Figo and the other two were instantly swallowed by the fearsome blade. Chapter 678. Blood-colored rays shone, and Figo and the other two kindred Grand Dukes escaped from the blood-colored sword rays in an instant and fled into the distance. Damn it, Duccio, I'll remember this. Duccio, today's matter isn't over. As the three kindred Grand Dukes fled, they uttered vicious words. The power of a monarch-grade secret treasure is too terrifying. Since the three kindred Grand Dukes don't have the slightest confidence in defeating Yang Feng, they wisely chose to flee. In Godblood Plane, it is very difficult for kindred Grand Dukes to die, because if they see that the situation is unfavorable, they will choose to flee. Yang Feng watched the three kindred Grand Dukes flee, but didn't pursue them. The three kindred Grand Dukes are old freaks who have lived for tens of thousands of years and are proficient in various escape methods. While it is easy to defeat them, it is extremely difficult to kill them. Grand Duke Charlie entered Snow Night City and was then killed by Yang Feng, who controls Snow Night City, using the power of Snow Night City's secret treasure. In the outside world, even a kindred Grand Prince rank powerhouse would find it difficult to kill a kindred Grand Duke. Marquis Charman's face fell, and he barked, "Run." The figures of Charlie's kindred transcendent rank powerhouses fluttered, and they turned into streaks of bloody light and flew in different directions. I order everyone to stop at once. Don't move. Yang Feng's eyes radiated blood-red light, and Grand Duke rank fluctuations of blood energy enveloped an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, like a sea. The true blood of the kindred viscounts boiled, and they couldn't budge, looks of despair on their faces. The faces of the 23 kindred earls shimmered with a look of struggle, but they still gritted their teeth and flew into the distance. The 9 kindred marquises trembled slightly, and their speed slowed down a little. The more powerful a vampire was, the more resistant they would be to bloodline commands. Marquis rank true blood vampires could resist even Grand Duke rank commands unless they had been branded with a bloodline imprint. Charman, you are indeed Charlie's most outstanding son and the most promising powerhouse to evolve into a kindred Grand Duke. Unfortunately, since we are enemies, then you all have to die. You can be proud of dying to this king-grade secret treasure, the Divine Blood Sword. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and pinnacle Grand Duke rank blood energy poured into the god blood sword and swung it. In an instant, the entire world changed, as if it had turned into an endless hell made of divine blood. High elves, devils, angels, demons, giants, dragons, and all sorts of other powerful beings walked out of the theological hell with broken bodies and dripping blood. They carried a thick stench of blood as they pounced on the 9 true blood kindred marquises. The expressions of the 9 true blood marquises changed drastically. They frantically activated all sorts of secret arts to attack the powerful beings. Bloodblade. A kindred marquis roared and waved his hands, and 2 bloody blades condensed from compressed blood energy that can even wound infinity warlocks turned into 2 bloody rays that slashed towards a giant. The Bloodblade is a powerful offensive secret method grasped by kindred. Every time an enemy is slain, all the blood essence of the enemy will be extracted and fed back to the caster. Those true blood race experts could use this technique to fight weaker enemies and become stronger as they fought. They were not afraid of group attacks. When the 50-meter-tall giant was slashed by the Bloodblade, it was instantly split in 2.
Got it.
There was just a flash of joy in the eyes of the true blood kindred marquis when the upper body of the 50-meter-tall giant suddenly flew out, appeared in front of him, and grabbed him with its huge right hand covered in blood energy and stuffed him into its mouth. Miserable screams came from the giant's mouth, and the fluctuations of power of the true blood kindred marquis disappeared in an instant. After the true blood kindred marquis was killed, the other 7 true blood kindred marquises screamed one after another, and were killed by the strange beings that crawled out of the hell of divine blood. Duccio. I curse you. Charlemagne lasted 3 breaths longer than the last true blood marquis before he was devoured by the hell of divine blood amidst an incomparably shrill scream of agony. Yang Feng shook the god blood sword in his hand, and drops of true blood flew out of the god blood sword and fell into a jade box engraved with countless runes in his hand. Each drop of true blood is priceless. If it is sold in the Great Cloud Dynasty, it will surely cause countless powerhouses to fight over it. A drop of true blood kindred marquis has the potential to turn a warlock into a bright world warlock rank kindred warlock. This kind of treasure was definitely a treasure that could not be bought with money. Of course, a drop of true blood kindred marquis naturally can't turn a warlock into a bright world warlock rank kindred warlock in a single bound. However, it can give a warlock the potential to evolve into a bright world warlock, which is already a treasure that countless warlocks dream of. After Yang Feng killed the 9 true blood kindred marquises, he smiled coldly at the 23 kindred earls who fled 100 kilometers away, and then inserted the god blood sword into its sheath. Then, he spread the fingers of a hand, and bloody light suddenly swept the 23 kindred earls. With a slight tremble, the 23 kindred earls were shattered and turned into drops of true blood. Infinity warlocks are so powerful and fearsome. There is a world of difference between them and glorious sun warlocks. Yang Feng's kindred avatar already possesses quasi-warlock monarch rank cultivation base. As such, there is no suspense in dealing with the kindred earls who are restrained by him. Yang Feng swept the 215 transcendent rank kindred viscounts with his gaze, used a bloodline command, and said coldly, "As for you, go to hell."
No.
Spare me.
The
215 kindred viscounts exploded, and drops of viscount rank kindred true blood flew out of them and entered Yang Feng's hand. These transcendent rank kindred powerhouses were carefully cultivated by Grand Duke Charlie. They are extremely loyal to Grand Duke Charlie and have a sense of belonging. Even if Yang Feng left a kindred brand inside these transcendent rank kindred powerhouses, he can only make them obey his orders. Outside of the command period, these blood-breed powerhouses who hated him must have disobeyed him on the surface, but disobeyed him in secret. That was why he chose to kill them all. In any case, with the true blood of the blood tribe, he could easily nurture a group of loyal and devoted subordinates. Yang Feng waved his hand, and thousands of strengthened Undyings, Void Assassins, Sealers, and other battle robots flew into the Scarlet Thorn City and occupied various key places. At the same time, countless nano-robots flew into the Scarlet Thorn City as well. Yang Feng used Snow Knight City to kill Grand Duke Charlie. Now, he is worried that others will use this trick on him. Before entering the Scarlet Thorn City, he must confirm whether the Scarlet Thorn City is a powerful defensive secret treasure. As soon as the thousands of fourth-generation battle robots entered the Scarlet Thorn City, they easily wiped out the resistance in the Scarlet Thorn City, like a hot knife through butter. After analysis, although the Scarlet Thorn City also has some restrictions unique to Kindred, but they cannot be mentioned in the same breath as Snow Knight City. After confirming that the Scarlet Thorn City poses no threat to him, Yang Feng entered the Scarlet Thorn City and went to Grand Duke Charlie's treasury. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into Grand Duke Charlie's treasury, he saw countless rare resources placed randomly in the treasury, dazzling him. Even if it is an Infinity Warlock, they will be very excited when they see the wealth in the treasury. Yang Feng took a look at the treasury and said regretfully, Grand Duke Charlie is far inferior to Grand Duke Gogno. There are countless rare treasures in Grand Duke Charlie's treasury. However, there are no Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel Hearts, strong Divine Force rank Godheads, and other top treasures that are also top treasures for Infinity Warlocks. In terms of the quantity of resources, the resources in Grand Duke Charlie's treasury may be 3 times that of Grand Duke Gogno's treasury, but the quality of the treasures is less than 1/10 of that of Grand Duke Gogno. This is because in order to achieve a breakthrough, Grand Duke Gogno has participated in many wars, and even participated in the war that destroyed the 8th Warlock dynasty. He fought with the powerhouses of countless races and accumulated countless rare treasures. Grand Duke Charlie is a cunning person and unwilling to take risks in top planar wars, which is why he has accumulated so many resources in his treasury. Top treasures, on the other hand, are very rare. No matter what plane it is, peerless treasures such as Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel Hearts and strong Divine Force rank Godheads cannot be bought with ordinary magic crystals. Only by bartering with peerless treasures of the same rank can it be possible to exchange for other peerless treasures of the same rank. This is the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool. It's really surprising that Grand Duke Charlie has such a good treasure. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, his body blurred, and he appeared in front of a silver pool. The silver pool seems to have a radius of less than 20 meters. But if you look carefully, you can see that the pool seems to be boundless, with countless specks of starlight shining and forming stars. This is one of the most important secret treasures of the Magic Note Dynasty, the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool. This Myriad Transformation Star Source Pool did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. Its only function was to absorb enough resources to give birth to a complete plane seed. In the Magic Note Dynasty era, with the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool, the most confident Warlock geniuses implanted a plane seed inside them and embarked on the strongest Warlock path. Chapter 679. The Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool is a peerless secret treasure that human warlocks can only dream of. Who knows how many warlock geniuses have to struggle in the astral boundary in order to obtain a plane seed. However, this plane seed isn't of much use to Kindred powerhouses. Kindred practice cultivation based entirely on blood energy. Only by constantly absorbing the blood of powerful beings and purifying their true blood can they evolve continuously. Yang Feng mused, the Myriad Transformation Star Origin Pool can allow the most outstanding geniuses under my command to form a small world. However, the number of such geniuses is bound to be limited. Even in the Magic Note Dynasty era, the number of warlocks who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them wasn't too high. That's because every warlock who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them consumed a huge amount of resources to step on the strongest warlock path. Additionally, 99% of warlocks who implanted a semi-plane seed inside them stopped at the Bright World Warlock realm, finding it very difficult to break through and promote to the Infinity Warlock realm. There is a huge hurdle for human warlocks from the Bright World Warlock realm to the Infinity Warlock realm, also known as the Life and Death Hurdle. Countless Bright World Warlocks are stuck at this hurdle and eventually die of old age. It is 1,000 times more difficult for Bright World Warlocks who have formed a small world to transform into an Infinity Warlock than ordinary Bright World Warlocks. It is because of this that the number of Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world is so small. The Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals are all outstanding talents among Infinity Warlocks, but none of them has formed a virtual world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. This treasure can be used by Shui, and Regina to cultivate them. The resources provided by the Ligue province, the Andrak plain, the Fuso subcontinent, the Feisua plain, and the Tyrandot subcontinent can support the cultivation of about 30 Infinity Warlocks who have formed a small world. Suddenly, Yang Feng recalled an illusion. Wait a minute. With the myriad transformation star origin pool, I can form more small worlds inside me. I remember that the Nine Realms Lord defeated the Star Lord several times. If the Star Lord wasn't proficient in prophecy and didn't get the opportunity to become an emperor, the Nine Realms Lord of the 4th Warlock Dynasty would have ruled the world. After the collapse of the 3rd Warlock Dynasty and before the establishment of the 4th Warlock Dynasty, during that time, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks had produced countless powerful freakish geniuses. Countless geniuses competed for the position of Warlock Emperor. Among the countless geniuses, the one most favored wasn't the Star Lord, but a peerless genius called the Nine Realms Lord. The Lord of the Nine Realms had condensed 9 worlds within his body. The path he walked was the sublimation of the laws of power. As soon as he made his move, the power of 9 complete worlds instantly erupted with a profound meaning of power, suppressing everything. The Lord of the Stars and the Lord of the Nine Realms had fought several times in the past, but he had always been defeated by the Lord of the Nine Realms. In the end, the Star Lord used the power of prophecy to seize the opportunity to proclaim himself an emperor, promote to a warlock emperor, and quell the Nine Realms Lord in one fell swoop. According to legend, when the Lord of the Nine Realms fought against the Lord of the Stars, the Lord of the Nine Realms once had the upper hand. However, in the end, he was still no match for the Lord of the Stars and was brutally suppressed. The Nine Realms Lord was recognized by everyone as a junior Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse with battle prowess. Of course, it was only when the Star Lord had just promoted to a Warlock Emperor that the Nine Realms Lord fought the Star Lord and achieved such a result. After the Star Lord reached his peak age, just like other strongest human Warlock Emperors, wherever he went, transcendence and transcendence retreated, no one daring to face him head-on. He was recognized as one of the 7 strongest human Warlock Emperors. Yang Feng willed, check the cultivation method of the Nine Realms Lord. Countless streams of data surged in the optical computer, and all kinds of information in the database were quickly consulted. Soon, a message was sent back. The secret method Nine Realms text cultivated by the Nine Realms Lord is currently in the database. There are only complete volumes 5, 6, and 7, as well as incomplete volumes 4 and 8. The secret method to condense and absorb the 9 worlds is recorded in the 6th volume. The Nine Realms Lord was a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The Nine Realms text he created could be regarded as an Empyrean grade text. In the Tsangji Plain, there are inheritances, but very few people practice them. The 9 semi-plane seeds of the Nine Realms treasure book were already rare treasures in the world. Moreover, once 9 small worlds were condensed in his body, the consumption of the 9 small worlds would be unbearable even for one of the top 10 sects like the Battle Demon sect. At the time, the Nine Realms Lord was born in the Tsangji Plains No. 1 sect. In order to obtain resources, he destroyed countless sects and plundered the resources of countless planes to cultivate the 9 worlds. The 9 worlds circulate with each other and absorb the surrounding force at all times, which makes him invincible in the same rank and rarely fails. Yang Feng ordered, very well, conduct modeling and analysis. Analyze how the true body should practice cultivation in order to cultivate to perfection. 1000 level 4 optical computers operated frantically at once and began to perform deductions. This is equivalent to 10 Infinity Warlocks performing deductions and analysis day and night. After Yongfeng took over the Scarlet Thorn City, the 300,000 Kindred army left Snow Knight City and headed for the territory of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie. Wherever Yongfeng went, not a single Kindred dared to contend against him. They all surrendered and became his subordinates. He also annexed the territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie. The Kindred Grand Dukes subordinated to the 6th true ancestor kept silent. No one came out to interfere. Yongfeng's Kindred avatar not only possesses a cultivation base comparable to that of Grand Duke Gogno, but also wields the Monarch-grade Secret Treasure Godblood Sword, an exclusive Kindred's secret treasure. Ordinary Kindred Grand Dukes cannot contend with him. After Yongfeng annexed the territories of Grand Duke Gogno and Grand Duke Charlie, he stopped expanding and began to stabilize the rule of the 2 territories. When the Kindred Grand Dukes saw that Yongfeng knew his limits, they heaved a sigh of relief. Each Kindred Grand Duke is an Infinity Warlock rank existence. Moreover, their recovery ability is extremely tyrannical, and their speed is far superior to that of human warlocks. If such a powerhouse is determined to avoid fighting and specializes in slaughtering the weak, even Kindred Grand Princes will find it difficult to stop them. Therefore, the struggles between Kindred Grand Dukes are basically limited to a small scale, with very few fights to the death. After Grand Duke Charlie was quelled by Yongfeng in Snow Knight City, his territory has become ownerless. The Kindred Grand Dukes are unwilling to clash with Yongfeng over this ownerless territory. If Yongfeng continues to attack the territories of other Grand Dukes, it will definitely cause a backlash. In Godblood Plain, although the 9 true ancestors are hiding, but they are still alive, and there are Kindred Grand Princes among them. Even though Yongfeng is bold, but he doesn't want to court death and anger the 6th true ancestor. The 6th true ancestor is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence. If he personally takes action, then even though Yongfeng has Grand Duke Gogno's strength, only death will await him. After Yongfeng annexed the territories of the 2 Grand Dukes, peace was restored in Godblood Plain. 10 days after Yongfeng unified the territories of the 2 Grand Dukes in Snow Knight Castle's reception hall, the palm of Yongfeng's Kindred avatar, who is playing with beautiful women of different races, suddenly heated up, and a scarlet rune appeared. The corners of Yongfeng's Kindred avatar's mouth rose into a smile. You finally can't take it anymore? In the sky above a mountain range, 3 figures entangled and collided with each other. In the midst of the collision, endless flames and blood flames fell from the sky and sprinkled on the mountain range below. When the drop of flames fell to the ground, it turned into raging flames that spread in all directions. In the wake of the flames, everything was burned. In the wake of the blood flames, the blood of countless intelligent life forms gushed out and turned into rays of blood light that entered the body of a Kindred Grand Duke in the sky. Kindred powerhouses are one of the races in the world that are least afraid of group battles. In battle, they can absorb the blood of low-level intelligent life forms and turn it into pure blood energy that can be used to attack, defend, and recover. They are extremely difficult to deal with. An extremely handsome young man manipulated the incomparably violent blood energy to bombard the Yu sisters in waves. At the same time, he said in an extremely elegant manner, "Yu Yen, you should surrender." The great true ancestor has promised that as long as you are willing to surrender, he will spend his power to transform you and your sister into existences on the same level as us. If you continue to resist, then I can only kill you and your sister. 2 holy-grade secret treasures, 2 monarch-grade secret treasures, plus an Infinity Warlock and a Bright World Warlock corpse. For me, Grand Duke Toli, this is not a small fortune. At this time, Yu Tianling is covered in wounds, her face is haggard, and she has lost the charm of a peerless beauty. Her aura is extremely weak, and she only exudes junior Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power. On the other side, Yu Yen exudes a burnt smell. Her eyes are lifeless, but she still clenches her teeth, holds the black Feng Huang spear in her hand tightly, and urges the black foam huang fire to burn the blood flames. Yu Yan is well aware that once she and her sister fall into the hands of the kindred true ancestor, their fate will be miserable. Of the 9 true ancestors of a kindred, the 6th true ancestor is a pervert who likes to torture and kill powerful women. Once countless foreign women fell into his hands, they would beg for their lives, but they could neither die nor live. At the time, the 6th true ancestor was seriously injured by a female Holy Spirit warlock in the Tsangji Plain, and his male organs were destroyed by a terrifying weapon of the law of karma. Even the 1st true ancestor has no way to heal him, which turned him into a terrifying pervert. Moreover, he likes to torture and kill female warlocks of the Tsangji Plain the most. Yu Yan is well aware of this, which is why she gritted her teeth and asked Yang Feng for help. Chapter 680. Grand Duke Toli frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with anxiety. How stubborn. None of Godblood Plain's kindred Grand Dukes are willing to go all out against an infinity warlock like Yu Yan. This is why Yu Yan and Yu Tianling have been able to escape again and again. True Blood Flame Transformation. Grand Duke Toli took a deep look at Yu Yan, and countless blood-colored runes suddenly appeared on his body. The sky changed color, and an area 1,000 kilometers in radius was enveloped by blood. The bodies of all life forms within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius shook slightly, and then blood essence was extracted from them, turned into specks of bloody light, and entered Grand Duke Toli. Damn it! He's going all out. Yu Yan was startled, and a dignified look streaked past her beautiful eyes. True Blood Flame Transformation is a secret method of kindred. It is triggered by burning the power of one's true blood, and with the kindred as the center, a domain similar to Divine Domain is formed. Within this domain, all existences below the Moonlight Warlock rank will have their blood essence extracted in an instant and turned into a source of power for the True Blood Kindred. Within this domain, the strength of the True Blood Kindred will increase by a level. Black Feng Huang Absolute Thrust. Yu Yan gritted her teeth and held the Black Phoenix Spear in her hand. She used a secret technique to squeeze out the power in her body. Her fit and beautiful body suddenly swelled up, and countless black flames enveloped her Black Phoenix Spear, causing it to hum continuously. Yu Yan took a step forward, the void rippled, and a black ray appeared in front of Grand Duke Toli, and the spear stabbed towards him lightning fast. Grand Duke Toli clasped his hands together, and violent blood energy gushed out, condensing into a strange, twisted, bloody vortex. When Yu Yan's spear stabbed into the bloody vortex, it pierced through 3/4 of the vortex in an instant. Just as Yu Yan's Black Phoenix Spear was about to pierce through the blood-colored vortex, her body swayed slightly, and she turned into a meteor that fell from the sky. She slammed into the ground and created a terrifying hole with a diameter of 100 meters. Yu Yan fell into the center of the huge hole, and a copious amount of blood sprayed out from all over her and dyed her body red. She trembled, unable to budge. Sis! Yu Tianling issued a mournful cry. Countless flames burned in her body, turned into a flaming phoenix, and stabbed towards Grand Duke Toli. You're too weak. Grand Duke Toli glanced at Yu Tianling and sneered. He spread his hand, and countless rays of bloody light seemingly transformed into a world of endless blood that enveloped Yu Tianling. When Yu Tianling was swept by the endless scarlet world, all the flames on her body were extinguished. A copious amount of strange blood poured into her eyes, ears, throat, and every pore, forming strange scarlet runes. Yu Tianling's beautiful eyes turned white, her delicate body trembled, and her facial features twisted. Strange runes spread on her delicate body. Yu Yan struggled to turn her head and looked towards the void, shouting, "Laming, save my sister. Please. I'll promise you anything." Thunder. Grand Duke Toli was slightly startled and turned to look at the void that Yu Yan was looking at. "No, it's behind me." A warning sign rose in Grand Duke Toli's heart. He turned around and saw a black ray flash in the distance, appear in front of him in the blink of an eye, and slashed towards him with a sword shrouded in fallen angel fire. Blood Realm Shield. Runes rose around Grand Duke Toli's body, condensing into a huge blood shield that blocked in front of him. When the sword ray containing fallen angel fire slashed into the huge blood shield, it burned, corroded, and destroyed everything. The huge blood shield was split open, and then the sword ray slashed open a huge wound on Grand Duke Toli. Fallen Angel. A Pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel. No, she's even stronger. Is that a secret treasure that human warlocks developed for the Fallen Angel? Wretched Human Alchemist. Grand Duke Toli's figure fluttered, and he retreated by tens of kilometers. At the same time, he scanned the area with his formidable soul force, and then discovered that the person who attacked him was Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. His face fell at once. After Alexia devoured the Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel heart, she evolved into an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel in one fell swoop. After equipping the ruler armor, her battle prowess is comparable to that of a quasi-warlock monarch rank existence. When Grand Duke Toli saw this, he suddenly felt that the situation is far from good. Just as Grand Duke Toli was about to speak, a series of black shadows appeared in front of him, and 7 sword lights stabbed at him from different directions. A look of anger on his face, Grand Duke Toli summoned countless runes and formed a blood shield. When the sword rays pierced through the blood shield, they stabbed into Grand Duke Toli, and violent fallen angel fire enveloped Grand Duke Toli. Damn it! I'll remember you. Damned fallen angel, you're dead. Grand Duke Toli let out a furious roar. Then his figure blurred, and he split into 9 blood specks shooting into the distance. Unfortunately, these Infinity Warlocks are all cunning fellows. Unless I can severely wound them at once, it's really difficult to kill them. With a sigh, the void twisted, and Yangfeng's true body walked out of the void and looked in the direction Grand Duke Toli escaped with some regret. Yangfeng and Alexia, who have already come to the vicinity, quietly watched the fight between Yu Yan and Grand Duke Toli. Originally, Yangfeng planned to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack another kindred Grand Duke if Yu Yan and Grand Duke Toli are both injured. However, Yu Yan is too heavily injured. Even though she went all out, she only consumed a bit of Grand Duke Toli's vitality. Although a fallen angel like Alexia has amazing battle prowess, but she doesn't have a powerful enough spell to keep a kindred Grand Duke rank powerhouse here. Yangfeng glanced at Yu Yan and said with a smile, Marshal Yu, I'm here to save you. According to the agreement, open your soul and let me brand a soul brand. Yu Yan took a deep look at Yangfeng and suddenly asked, Do you have a planar passageway that can freely travel to and from Godblood Plains? Yangfeng replied with a smile, That's right. As long as you leave Godblood Plain, you'll be safe. The reason why Yu Yan and Yu Tianling are in such a sorry state is that they were hit by the tracing mark released by the kindred Grand Duke by burning his true blood. Originally, with Yu Yan and Yu Tianling's strength, it would only take them 2 to 3 months to completely purify the tracing mark released by a kindred Grand Duke. However, after they were forced into Godblood Plain, they were chased by kindred Grand Dukes and even kindred Grand Princes. After countless fierce battles, they are in such a sorry state. Yu Yan uttered decisively, Okay, I can sign a soul contract with you. Moreover, I can tell you the secret of the Archgod's treasure trove. However, you have to let my little sister leave safely. Yu Tianling's pretty face changed and she shouted, Big sister.
No.
Lei Ming, I can sign a soul contract with you. I beg you, let my big sister go. Yu Yan glared at Yu Tianling and shouted sternly, Shut ups. Yu Tianling grew up under Yu Yan's wing. The age gap between the two is more than 100 years. Yu Tianling was practically raised by Yu Yan. The two are somewhat like sisters, but also like mother and daughter. Not daring to resist Yu Yan, Yu Tianling fell silent at once. Yangfeng asked, What rank is the Archgod's treasure trove? It's a treasure trove below the Infinity Warlock rank, needless to say. Yu Yan wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth and said lightly, The Black Emperor's treasure trove. Is this treasure trove enough? Yang Feng's eyes burst out with scorching light, and he uttered solemnly, "The Black Emperor's treasure trove. If it's true, then it's enough." The Black Emperor was a warlock emperor rank existence in the Archgod Age. Like the human 7 warlock emperors, he once dominated the Tsangji Plain and suppressed countless powerhouses. Archgods are existences far stronger than humans. According to legend, Archgods are descendants of Eternals and possess Eternals' bloodline. The human race will only give birth to 1 warlock emperor rank powerhouse in each era. In the Archgod Age, however, there will be several warlock emperor rank archgods at the same time. In the Black Emperor's era, a total of 13 warlock emperor rank archgods were born in the Tsangji Plain. After the rise of the Black Emperor, he slayed 5 warlock emperor rank archgods in a row, subdued the other 8 warlock emperor rank archgods, and founded the Black Emperor Court. The Black Emperor is definitely a terrifying existence on the same level as the human 7 warlock emperors. Yu Yan suddenly asked, "Can the Black Emperor's treasure trove be exchanged for our safety?" The scorching light in Yang Feng's eyes converged, and he said flatly, "Even if there is a Black Emperor's treasure trove, it will be extremely dangerous. I may not be able to get my hands on the treasures inside. Compared to the Black Emperor's treasure trove, I think a pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is more valuable." Yang Feng's true body currently only has a glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base. The Black Emperor is a peerless overlord who dominated an era. His treasure trove won't be that easy to get his hands on. Compared to the Black Emperor's treasure trove, which is full of dangers and whose benefits are unknown, he is more interested in Yu Yan, one of the great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals. If Yu Yan surrenders, then Yang Feng will have 3 Infinity Warlocks at his disposal, and his power will surpass that of some of the 10 great sects. Yu Yan sighed lightly. With a command in her heart, the soul core that was like a star appeared amidst the extremely dazzling seals, and then all the defenses were removed. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger on Yu Yan's soul, and countless soul runes flew out, coiled around Yu Yan's soul core, slowly penetrated into it, and finally engraved a brand belonging to him inside. Chapter 681. Let's go. Yang Feng pressed a finger on Yu Tianling's head, and gray light shone, and she fainted. After Yu Yan drank a vial of elixir, her strength recovered a little, and she hugged Yu Tianling in her arms. In a valley, following flashes of light, Yang Feng and company flew to the deepest cave in the valley. Yu Yan looked at the top-grade warp gate, and her eyes flashed with shock. She asked, "What is that?" Yang Feng answered proudly, "This is a warp gate, a top-secret treasure that can traverse 2 planes. The Shizu's warp gate technology is far superior to the Tsangji Plane's planar teleportation array technology. Not only can the Shizu's warp gates be mass-produced, but the top warp gates can even freely traverse 2 planes. They are much stronger than the Tsangji Plane's planar passageways." Yu Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she saw the value of the top warp gate at once, a secret treasure that can easily traverse 2 planes. Has the Undying Mountain's alchemy reached this level? No wonder your Undying Mountain can develop so fast. With this heaven-defying secret treasure, your Undying Mountain will become one of the most powerful forces in the future. The existence of the warp gates connected the territories ruled by the Shi clan. Moreover, it could easily mobilize all kinds of combat forces to attack the enemy. And, most importantly, each top warp gate that can traverse many planes is equivalent to a stable planar passageway. Yang Feng can resell supplies between several planes and earn huge amounts of resources. Along with flashes of light, the top warp gate set off ripples. Yang Feng and Alexia passed through the warp gate. Yu Yan took a deep look at the warp gate, and then stepped into the warp gate. We're back in the Tsangji Plain. As soon as Yu Yan stepped out of the warp gate, her beautiful eyes shimmered, and she inhaled. Countless life magic energy gathered in an area 1,000 kilometers in radius and formed a huge tornado that rushed towards Yu Yan's cherry lips. Within a dozen breaths of time, Yu Yan, who was on the verge of death, regained her vigor, and her aura quickly became stronger. Yang Feng said, "By the way, Xiao Fan and I are friends. If possible, try to help him climb higher in Secret Treasure Division." Yu Yan casually said, "I understand." Yu Yan is one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty. She has many friends in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Helping a trifling moonlight warlock climb higher in Secret Treasure Division wasn't a problem. Unless Yang Feng seeks the position of Deputy Division Chief or Division Chief of Secret Treasure Division, she will be powerless. The headquarters of the Secret Treasure Division in Yunjing City. As soon as Yang Feng's avatar, Xiao Fan, stepped into Secret Treasure Division's headquarters, he attracted countless gazes. Zhou Lan, a beautiful woman wearing a pair of eye-like secret treasures and exuding a scholarly aura, walked up to Yang Feng. "Xiao Fan, Sir Director General invites you over." The Director General invites you in. That kid is really lucky to be invited by the Director General. What a lucky guy. Envious comments came from the Secret Treasure Division. Secret Treasure Division has a Director General, 8 Deputy Division Chiefs, 36 Bureau Chiefs, and 288 Deputy Bureau Chiefs. Among them, the Division Chief Forging Hammer is an Infinity Warlock, one of the strongest Infinity Warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If Forging Hammer isn't practicing cultivation, he is forging secret treasures, carrying out all kinds of experiments, and forging all kinds of powerful secret treasures. In fact, it is the 8 Deputy Division Chiefs and 36 Bureau Chiefs who maintain the operation of Secret Treasure Division. However, in Secret Treasure Division, Forging Hammer is a bigwig whose words carry enormous weight. Of the 8 Deputy Division Chiefs, 3 are his disciples, and the other 3 have received a lot of help and guidance from him. Yang Feng nodded and followed Zhou Lan to the depths of Secret Treasure Division. After passing through numerous winding corridors and being verified by countless secret treasures, a huge egg-like hall engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared in front of Yang Feng. Is this another world? As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the huge bird egg hall, he found himself in another world. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. Yang Feng's Xiao Fan avatar is currently a moonlight warlock, a transcendent rank powerhouse. He can easily see scenes thousands of kilometers away. With no end in sight, this means that this world has a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. A spatial spell was used to transform a star into this shape. To be precise, this should be a virtual divine country. A voice sounded in Yang Feng's ears. His vision blurred, and he appeared in a huge laboratory. In the huge laboratory, there are alchemists who are rarely seen in the outside world. Each of these alchemists is busy conducting various research and experiments. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, without the demeanor of a powerhouse, is sitting on a sofa and sizing up Yang Feng leisurely. Under the gaze of the middle-aged man, all of Yang Feng's secrets were exposed, making his blood run cold. This person is definitely an Infinity Warlock. Moonlight Warlocks are already transcendent rank powerhouses, but in front of an Infinity Warlock, they are still vulnerable. Many Infinity Warlocks can kill a Moonlight Warlock with a spell fired from thousands of kilometers away. The majority of female Warlocks would choose to use secret methods to make their appearance even more beautiful when practicing cultivation. Male Warlocks, on the other hand, will pursue secret methods that are more powerful and can prolong their life. Therefore, beautiful Warlocks can be seen everywhere in Great Cloud Dynasty. Male Warlocks, like in the ordinary world, have both beautiful and ugly Warlocks, and there are also many ordinary-looking Warlocks. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a jade card flew into Yang Feng's hand. "I am Forging Hammer. I owe you Yen a favor. Xiao Fan, you helped them this time. You did a good job. From today onward, you are my 36th Bureau Chief." When the alchemists who are engaged in various research heard this, their eyes focused on Yang Feng and revealed looks of envy. One of the 36 Bureau Chiefs of Secret Treasure Division, that is to step into the upper echelons of Secret Treasure Division and become one of the core figures of the division. Secret Treasure Division is a holy land that all alchemists in Great Cloud Dynasty dream of. In Secret Treasure Division, There are more than 1,000 alchemists above the Moonlight Warlock rank, most of which aren't even deputy bureau chiefs. Most of the bureau chiefs of Secret Treasure Division are glorious sun warlocks. For a trifling Moonlight Warlock like Yang Feng to become a bureau chief of Secret Treasure Division naturally makes everyone envious. Forging Hammer waved his hand carelessly, and his gaze fell on a sphere in his hand. This is the core of Secret Treasure Division. All the most advanced alchemy is developed here. You can enter most of the places with your Identity Jade card. Okay, you can leave now. Yang Feng looked at the sphere in Forging Hammer's hand, and his heart stirred. This is a third-generation battle robot. Great Cloud Dynasty. What a fast reaction. The Undying Mountain rose to power in the Ligue province, and in a short period of time, it occupied the entire province. Naturally, Great Cloud Dynasty wouldn't just ignore this. On the one hand, they sent people to summon the Ligue province, and on the other hand, they naturally studied the secret treasures of the Ligue province. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. With Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy, they should be able to research a lot of things. Unfortunately, they can't research the most crucial thing, the matter and energy converter. As long as they can't research it, then they're just doing useless work. One of the core technologies of Ishizu is the super-large matter and energy converter. As long as there is enough energy, you can convert all kinds of precious and rare materials and refine all kinds of powerful weapons. Great Cloud Dynasty inherited part of Magic Note Dynasty's legacy, and its alchemy is extremely brilliant. With Great Cloud Dynasty's power, it can create more powerful golem secret treasures. However, the resources it requires are tremendous, and it cannot be mass-produced. Yang Feng left the Dome World and returned to the office of the Bureau Chief of Secret Treasure Division's headquarters. A beautiful woman with short black hair and a sexy and elegant aura dressed in black came up to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Director Xiao Fan, I am your secretary, Hirue. Greetings, please give me some pointers." Yang Feng said lightly, "Tell Shinta Xiong to come see me." Hirue replied, "Yes, Bureau Chief." Before long, Shinta Xiong entered the room and looked at Yang Feng sitting in the Bureau Chief's seat with envy in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at Shinta Xiong and said lightly, "Shinta Xiong, I have a special task for you. There is a problem with the Icefield Plains large barrier generator, and it needs to be maintained. Within 3 days, you must go there and maintain the large barrier generator for 100 years. Are there any other questions?" There was a flash of bitterness in Shinta Xiong's eyes, and he gritted his teeth, saluted, and responded loudly, "Yes, Sir Bureau Chief. I promise to complete the task." The Icefield Plain was a grade 8 plain with extremely barren resources. It was impossible to even break through to the Moonlight Warlock realm. Yang Feng throwing the quasi-Moonlight Warlock Shinta Xiong to the Icefield Plain was equivalent to exiling him, preventing him from breaking through to the Moonlight Warlock realm within 100 years. Moreover, there were no humanoid life forms in the Icefield Plain. In other words, Shinta Xiong would have to spend 100 years alone there. Shinta Xiong understood that this was Yang Feng's retaliation, but he didn't dare to say a word. Otherwise, his identity as a member of Secret Treasure Division would be stripped. Chapter 682. Secret Treasure Division was one of the most important departments of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Every year, Secret Treasure Division would produce countless powerful offensive secret treasures. Like the 10 Great Sects, the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families had their own planes, and they constantly explored the astral boundary and colonized other planes. In battles with the aboriginals of other planes, the consumption of secret treasures was enormous. Although the 8 great families also cultivated their own alchemists, but they still lacked secret treasures. They had to purchase secret treasures from Secret Treasure Division in large quantities. Moreover, new alchemy techniques emerged in Secret Treasure Division every year. In order to obtain the latest alchemy techniques from Secret Treasure Division, the 8 great families had to place their own people in Secret Treasure Division. Shinta Xiong was the most talented alchemist of the Shinto family of the 8 great families. With only a quasi-moonlight warlock rank cultivation base, he could already refine level 6 secret treasures. Such an alchemist genius was rare in Secret Treasure Division. Only a place like Secret Treasure Division could give him the nourishment to grow quickly. Once Shintu Xiong disobeyed Yang Feng and was deprived of his identity in Secret Treasure Division, his alchemist path would be severed, and one of the Shintu family's tentacles in Secret Treasure Division would be severed. The reason why the 10 great sects and 8 great families were so powerful was that the descendants they cultivated could be found all over the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Secret Treasure Division was the department most valued by the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. It was extremely difficult for people from the 8 great families to enter Secret Treasure Division. Shintu Xiong brazenly entered Secret Treasure Division with indisputable strength. Even if Yang Feng retaliated, he could only endure it. Shintu Xiong took a deep look at Yang Feng. Resentment flashed in the abyss of his eyes, and he mused, "Zhao Fan, remember this. I will repay you 100-fold for today's humiliation in the future." Yang Feng glanced at Shintu Xiong, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. After cultivating the demonic divine text, Yang Feng could clearly capture the negative force emitted by the human body. As Shintu Xiong was just a quasi-moonlight warlock who hadn't promoted to an official moonlight warlock, the malice in his heart naturally couldn't escape Yang Feng's notice. A few days later, on a huge airship, Shintu Xiong sat in the luxurious cabin of the airship with 2 foreign race beauties in his arms. His eyes flickered with a venomous light. "Zhao Fan, we must kill him. Otherwise, with him around, even if I return from the ice domain plane, he would still make things difficult for me and banish me to another plane. The Bai clan has already made a move against the 8 great clans. They will definitely be more than happy to see Zhao Fan make a move against me." There is another important reason why Shintu Xiong is so well-behaved. That is, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Bai family is getting stronger and stronger and is attacking the 8 great families from all aspects, eliminating the influence of the 8 great families on the Great Cloud Dynasty. If it was before the 10 great sects were suppressed, Shintu Xiong wouldn't have paid attention to Yang Feng, a puny moonlight warlock with no background. A hint of killing intent flashed past Shintu Xiong's eyes, and he made up his mind. After I stay in the ice domain dimension for a year or 2, I'll apply to the clan to mobilize the experts of the Magic Shadow Hall to get rid of him. The Magic Shadow Hall is a formidable force of the Shintu family that specializes in assassinations, and it is controlled by the Shintu family's patriarch. Even 2 bright world warlocks have fallen at the hands of the Magic Shadow Hall's assassins. The Magic Shadow Hall is a formidable force of the Shintu family in the dark. Suddenly, the huge airship trembled slightly, and a strange force spread inside the huge airship in an instant. The huge airship seems to have come to a standstill, and everyone on board maintained the same posture. A gray aura swept Shintu Xiong, and then all his blood essence disappeared, and he turned into a mummy with a look of horror and despair on his face. The strange force disappeared in an instant, and the airship returned to normal.
Off.
Help! When the 2 foreign race slaves Shintu Xiong bought from the slave market saw the mummy of Shintu Xiong, their complexion changed dramatically, and they issued ear-piercing screams of horror. Along with flashes of light, dozens of great warlock-rank powerhouses flew out of the airship. A starry sky warlock took a look at Shintu Xiong. His complexion changed dramatically, and he trembled and said, "This is Sir Shintu Xiong. He was insta-killed." The other starry sky warlock said with a bitter expression, "That's too scary." He had actually killed Lord Shintu Xiong without a sound. The person who killed him is definitely a moonlight warlock rank powerhouse. This isn't something we can handle. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. A moonlight warlock was enough to kill everyone on the airship. When the warlocks thought of this, a chill welled up inside them. If the person who insta-killed Shintu Xiong had any killing intent, then all the warlocks on the airship would die tragically at his hands. The Shintu family's headquarters. The Shintu family's patriarch, Shintu Mingyao, sat in a study and listened to the report with a gloomy expression. A gloomy expression on his face, Shintu Mingyao uttered coldly, "Who the hell dared to kill 163 direct bloodline descendants of the Shintu family? have you found out? Shinta Mingyao's confidant replied respectfully. Sir Patriarch, the other party did it very cleanly. He killed them almost silently. Furthermore, they acted at the same time. The assassins are all Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. There was a flash of killing intent in Shinta Mingyao's eyes, and he said solemnly, "No clue is the biggest clue. There are only a few families that can mobilize so many Moonlight Warlocks in such a short period of time. However, they have no reason to act against us." Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, there weren't many forces that could mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks at the same time. Only the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court and the 8 great families could mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks at the same time. The 8 great families were behemoths. If there was any conflict between them, they would resolve it through negotiations and spells. They wouldn't resort to extreme warlike means. This was a blood feud that wouldn't end until one side was dead. All of a sudden, Shinta Mingyao's heart stirred, and he thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that they acted just to stir up hatred and suspicion between us? A frigid killing intent suddenly rose in Shinta Mingyao's eyes, and he made a decision. Very well, since you're heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Shinta Mingyao didn't suspect Yang Feng at all, because in his opinion, a trifling bureau chief of Secret Treasure Division doesn't have the power to mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. After all, even if he was the patriarch of the Shinta family, if he wanted to mobilize more than 100 Moonlight Warlocks for a big operation, he would need to report it to the Great Elder and let the Great Elder make a decision. In the Ligui Province's Undying Mountain, in a spacious cultivation room, Yang Feng's true body floated in the air and shone with light, looking like 9 bright suns. A dense swarm of high-grade magic crystals flew into Yang Feng's body and poured into the 9 small worlds inside him. Using the resources of the Ligui province and the treasury of the 2 kindred dukes, Yang Feng has successfully formed 9 small worlds. With 1 small world as the core, the other 8 small worlds revolve around it. The 9 small worlds are frantically devouring massive amounts of power and growing. If Yang Feng hadn't controlled the Ligui province and the 2 kindred dukes' territories, the consumption of the 9 small worlds inside him would have given him a headache. Ding dong! A crisp sound rang, and Yang Feng, who was practicing cultivation, slowly opened his eyes. Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock. Only 1 step away from the quasi-bright world Warlock realm. The 9 Realms Lord is really extraordinary, worthy of being an almost invincible existence who ran amok in the world at the time. If I hadn't met the Star Lord, that era would have been the era of the 9 Realms Lord. Yang Feng felt the nearly endless power welling up inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. To form the 9 small worlds, Yang Feng needs to consume hundreds of times more resources than ordinary Glorious Sun Warlocks. However, his strength is far greater than that of ordinary Glorious Sun Warlocks. With the support of sufficient resources, the cultivation speed of the 9 Realms Lord secret method is much faster than that of other secret methods. For Yang Feng, who has evolved to superior level 8 soul aptitude, the other condition of the 9 Realms Lord secret method isn't a problem at all. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, "For the current me, the Black Emperor's treasure trove is still too dangerous. The urgent matter at hand is to go to Sun God Shrine and accept the baptism of Sun Force." Sun God Shrine is the place where the Sun God race lived in the Archgod era. Before the Archgod era and the Black Emperor era, it was the era of the Sun God. The Sun God race gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, the Sun Emperor. He wielded Sun Force and gave birth to descendants. After they grew up, each of them became a glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse and exuded endless light and heat like the sun. The Solar Divine Palace was the residence of the Solar Emperor, and it was also the place where the Solar Emperor trained his descendants. When the Time Lord rose to power, the human Warlock cultivation system was imperfect. After he promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, he was almost unable to break through. In the end, he entered Sun God Shrine, absorbed Sun Force, and finally advanced to a glorious Sun Warlock. Therefore, The next realm after the Moonlight Warlock realm is named Glorious Sun Warlock. Once a human warlock enters Sun God Shrine, they can absorb the endless sun force contained in Sun God Shrine and form small suns in the small world inside them, making their world more perfect and real. Although human warlocks can use other treasures to replace this process, but for Yang Feng, entering Sun God Shrine to absorb sun force is his best choice. Chapter 683. Sun God Shrine is located in the crack between the astral boundary and the Tsangji plane in a place called the Blazing Sun Space, which is filled with powerful flames. Once a bright world warlock rank powerhouse enters the Blazing Sun Space, they will easily be burned to ashes. Sun God Shrine is the former residence of the Sun Emperor. It is protected by a powerful magic barrier. Only powerhouses with a special token can enter Sun God Shrine through special channels. The powerful barrier in Sun God Shrine will suppress the power of those who enter below the glorious Sun Warlock rank. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, they will be suppressed to the glorious Sun Warlock rank. The Solar Divine Palace would open once every 100 years. After a while, it would be the opening day of the Solar Divine Palace. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court has a special channel and token to enter Sun God Shrine. By Yuxian, I want to enter Sun God Shrine. Is my token ready? Yang Feng clicked on the magic phone he developed, found by Yuxian's number, and pressed a button. Blue light shone, and the blue light flying out of the magic phone intertwined and formed by Yuxian, looking as if she has descended here in person. Bai Yuxian spoke worriedly. I have prepared the token you want. However, are you sure you want to enter Sun God Shrine? Sun God Shrine is connected to many planes. Every time it appears, there will be many freakish geniuses from other planes who will enter. According to the Bai family's intelligence, many hidden freakish geniuses from other planes will enter Sun God Shrine. Among them, there is no lack of freakish geniuses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Sun 7 Stars. Human warlocks have been exploring the astral boundary for countless years. When a warlock dynasty is at its peak, it will discover countless planes. When a warlock dynasty collapses, there will be many powerful warlock groups that, like the Battle Demon sect, will flee to other planes and hide. After countless years of development, some warlock groups will decline because the planes they migrated to weren't strong enough, while some warlock groups will develop into behemoths whose strength is not inferior to that of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, you don't have to worry about this. Bai Yuxian responded, okay. When you arrive in the cloud capital, I will give you the token.
All right.
Yunjing City's glorious Dragon Airship Yard. Almost the entire airship yard had been emptied. Countless staff could be seen busily cleaning the yard. In a corner of the huge airship port, there were 5 girls. Each of them was tender and charming. They were full of vigor and looked extremely beautiful. Any one of them would be an unrivaled beauty if they were on Earth. Poina, a peerless beauty with long blonde hair, black eyes, snow-white skin, and an extremely hot figure, asked curiously, what's going on? What kind of big shot are they welcoming? Why do they summon all of us here? Luo Bingbing, a beautiful woman with a single ponytail, a tall and slender figure, and a gorgeous appearance that exuded a heroic temperament, looked around. She smiled sweetly and said with slight arrogance, I don't know, but someone who can gather us, the 5 fairies, is definitely not simples. There were 5 stunning beauties sitting in this corner. They were Cloud Province's 5 most famous warlock idols. There were countless ordinary people and low-level warlocks in the entire Cloud Province who were their admirers. The pretty face of the beautiful girl Xinyu, who was only 43 meters tall, had a pair of breasts, a small and pure face, and exuded a pure and lovely feeling, flickered, and she pointed into the distance and said, Look, that's the Minister of Rights, the legendary Infinity Warlock. Why did he come in person? Zhou Qin, who had a head of wavy chestnut-colored hair and wore a white dress with a butterfly hairpin on her head, exuding a youthful beauty, was shocked. She looked in the direction that Xinyu was pointing at and said, the Minister of Rights? How is that possible? He is an Infinity Warlock. Even Infinity Warlocks may not be welcomed by him in person. Only the emperors of the Western world's 3 dynasties or important ministers of the imperial court may be welcomed by him in person. The beautiful eyes of Murong Yuling, the most famous of the 5 fairies, flashed with curiosity, and she looked in the direction Xinyu pointed. She saw a middle-aged man dressed in the official robe of the Minister of Rights standing quietly on the airship port. Standing there quietly, as if he is the center of the universe, everyone's attention is deeply attracted by him. If such peerless beauties like the 5 immortal concubines were anywhere else, they would definitely attract the attention of countless people and become the center of attention. But in the airship port, as if he is the center of the universe, he attracted the attention of countless people. His sense of existence overwhelms everything else. Poina's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she sighed lightly. So this is an Infinity Warlock, a true powerhouse. How great would it be if my man was such a powerhouse in the future? The 5 fairies are famous figures in the entertainment circle of the world of warlocks. But in the eyes of transcendent rank powerhouses, they are just ordinary beautiful warlocks. Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks are either immersed in cultivation or roaming the astral boundary in search of opportunities. That's why they don't pay attention to them. Otherwise, if a Bright World Warlock exerts a little pressure, the companies they belong to won't be able to withstand the terrifying pressure. Poina and the others are well aware that although they are unreachable superstars in front of ordinary people, but in front of true transcendent rank powerhouses, they are nothing. Generally, transcendent rank powerhouses will only marry other transcendent rank powerhouses as their wives. This way, it will be easier for the 2 parties to produce offspring, and the offspring will be far stronger than ordinary people. It is very difficult for transcendent rank powerhouses to produce offspring with ordinary people. Even if they do produce offspring, the soul aptitude of the offspring won't be very high. Besides, if they are careless, the power of the fetus inside the body of the ordinary person may even be sucked away and turned into a corpse. In the first Warlock Dynasty era, it was very difficult for the strongest human warlocks to reproduce. But after generations of human warlocks combined with ordinary people, the mortality rate of ordinary people giving birth to offspring has been reduced by a lot. However, after using this secret method, the offspring of ordinary people will be much weaker. Therefore, transcendent rank powerhouses generally look for transcendent rank powerhouses as their partners. Xinyu asked curiously, "Big Sister Yuling, I heard that your boyfriend is a moonlight warlock, right?" As soon as she said this, the gazes of the other 3 immortal fairies focused on Murong Yuling, and they revealed looks of anticipation and envy. Moonlight warlocks were transcendent rank powerhouses. To be able to find a moonlight warlock as a husband is the most ideal outcome for them. Above moonlight warlocks are glorious sun warlocks. Glorious sun warlocks are even the leaders of forces, or the great elders of many forces. They are not existences they can aspire to. Murong Yuling smiled proudly and said, "Yes, he is a moonlight warlock." Xunyu's big beautiful eyes twinkled, and she said with a lovely smile, "That's great. By the way, Big Sister Yuling, when will you introduce him to us? Let's talk about it when we have the chance." There was a flash of vigilance in Murong Yuling's beautiful eyes, but her smile was still bright. She made up her mind not to introduce Yangfeng to these good sisters whose looks and temperaments are not inferior to hers. Poina looked up and said, "He's here." The 5 immortal fairies looked up and saw a huge flying vessel flying over from afar and slowly landing on the huge berthing apron. The door of the huge flying vessel opened, and Yangfeng, escorted by Zhanning, Hua Xiangxuan, Alexia, 6 moonlight warlocks, and 14 fourth-generation battle robots, alighted. Chun Yunhai's gaze swept Alexia, and then he constricted slightly, showed a warm smile on his face, and stepped forward and said, "Hello, I am Chun Yunhai, the Minister of Rights of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You must be Lei Ming, the young master of the Undying Mountain. To possess a glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base before the age of 100, that's really amazing." Yang Feng smiled and flattered. Hello, Minister Chen. How can my achievements compare to yours? You are an Infinity Warlock, the Minister of Rights of the Great Cloud Dynasty. My achievements are all due to the protection of my father's generation. Compared to you, I'm really far behind. Chen Yunhai is the Minister of Rights of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Besides, he is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. For him to come here and greet Yang Feng is already giving Yang Feng a lot of face. Naturally, Yang Feng won't rashly offend this Infinity Warlock. Chen Yunhai said with a smile, I have set up a welcoming banquet for you and invited all the 5 fairies of the Cloud Province. Their singing and dancing are indeed much better than that of ordinary people, and even the goddesses of many planes can't compare to them. Yang Feng uttered, The 5 fairies? That's great. I like listening to Morong Yuling songs very much. Chen Yunhai smiled and waved his hand, saying she's right there. Since you like it, let her accompany you. A starry sky warlock in a military uniform with a grim expression came to the 5 fairy seats and said, Sir Minister has summoned Morong Yuling. Please come with me. The young master of the Undying Mountain Lei Ming likes your songs very much. There was a flash of jealousy in Poyina's beautiful eyes, and she stared at Morong Yuling. Damn it, why not me? Why Morong Yuling? The other 3 fairies also stared at Morong Yuling with envy in their beautiful eyes. Chapter 684. Morong Yuling frowned slightly. Unwilling, but unable to refuse the summons of the Board of Rights Minister, she could only get up and walk towards Chen Yunhai and company. Although Morong Yuling is a famous celebrity in Cloud Province, but she is only a level 3 warlock. With her identity, she can at most refuse an invitation from a Moonlight Warlock. A trifling level 3 warlock doesn't even have the qualifications to refuse an invitation from an Infinity Warlock. Hello, Morong Yuling. I am Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, a fan of yours. I'm glad to meet you. As soon as Morong Yuling came to in front of Yang Feng said cordially. Morong Yuling smiled slightly, and there was a trace of alienation in her politeness. Hello, Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. Your reputation is really resounding. Even Nangong Wumi of the glorious Sun 7 Stars was defeated by you. You're really amazing. Nangong Wumi is one of Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Sun 7 Stars. He is known as one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 7 strongest glorious Sun Warlocks and a peerless genius, most likely to promote to a Bright World Warlock. For such a powerhouse to be defeated by Yang Feng caused a small sensation in the circle of Great Cloud Dynasty's transcendent rank powerhouses. Although Morong Yuling is a figure in the entertainment circle, but since Yang Feng's clone Zhao Fan advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, she began to learn about what happened in the circle of transcendent rank powerhouses. Yang Feng responded politely, it was just a fluke. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Feng, escorted by Undying Mountain's powerhouses in a luxurious magic chariot, headed for the most luxurious manor in Cloud Capital, the Holy Light Manor, in a luxurious magic chariot. Sitting in a luxurious magic chariot, Chen Yunhai closed his eyes and said unhurriedly, An Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse is willing to serve as his guard. Undying Mountain's underlying strength is far beyond our imagination. Moreover, Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming's status in Undying Mountain is probably much higher than we imagined. That's the blazing angel Alexia, a blazing angel subdued by Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. When she was subdued by Lei Ming, she only had a Bright World Warlock rank cultivation base. Now that he has evolved into an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel, it is clear that Undying Mountain has provided him with resources to evolve him into an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. The Undying Mountain is truly a terrifying force with unfathomable depths. A voice came from the luxurious sports car, but the driver in the front didn't seem to hear anything. A glint flashed across Chen Yunhai's eyes as he replied solemnly, That's right. To be able to evolve a Bright World Warlock rank blazing angel into an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel, it must be at least a force on the level of the 10 Great Sects. The Undying Mountain is worth roping in. Go and make the arrangements. I want the 5 immortal concubines.
Eh.
The voice replied, Yes, my lord. At this time, the 5 immortal concubines are famous stars in the Cloud Province. But for Infinity Warlocks, they only have to pay a small price if they want them. Furthermore, the replacement of celebrities was extremely fast. After the 5 immortal concubines retired, there would soon be new idols who would be sought after and become new superstars. The Light Saint Manor was located in the noble area of Yunjing City, where every inch of land was expensive. It was a top manor that was refined by a top alchemist using space alchemy. From the outside, the Light Saint Manor only covers an area of several hundred acres. But inside, there is another world. It is a luxurious manor that covers an area of hundreds of square kilometers. The scenery is picturesque, the lake is green, and the white clouds are blooming. In the garden of the luxurious manor, there was an incomparably wide round table. On the table, there were dragon livers, phoenix marrow, and various other delicacies that were rarely seen in the outside world. Many of the delicacies are full of life, magic energy. When ordinary people eat them, they will strengthen their body, prolong their lifespan, and change their soul aptitude. After Yang Feng, Morong Yuling, Chen Yunhai, and Alexia took their seats, they tasted the delicacies while watching the song and dance performance of the 4 immortal concubines. After watching the song and dance of the 4 immortal concubines, Yang Feng praised, as expected of the Cloud Provinces for immortal concubines, their song and dance are really outstanding. There are no such excellent dancers in the Ligue province. Chen Yunhai uttered with a smile, Young Master Lei Ming, since you like it, then take the 5 immortal concubines back. Sitting aside, Morong Yuling's pretty face turned ashen, and she clenched her silver teeth, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear. Yang Feng asked curiously, Oh, can I really? They are not slaves. The laws of the Great Cloud Dynasty are very strict. Only slaves or concubines cultivated by big families can be transferred freely. The 5 immortal concubines are famous idols of the Great Cloud Dynasty. They are popular in the Cloud Province, and even Moonlight Warlocks cannot force them. Chen Yunhai uttered with a smile, The 5 immortal concubines colluded with Hellions. The evidence is conclusive, and they have been deprived of their citizenship and reduced to slaves.
I have already bought them.
If you like them, then I will give them to you. Murong Yuling's delicate body trembled slightly. As if she fell into an ice cave, her whole body turned ice cold, and her face turned pale. It was only today that she truly felt how powerful and terrifying those with true power were. With just a few words, the other party deprived her of all her rights and reduced her to a slave. No matter how popular she is in the Cloud Province, in the eyes of the other party, she is not worth mentioning. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, only transcendent rank powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank have status in the Imperial Court. They won't be reduced to slaves at will. As for Morong Yuling, she is a level 3 warlock. Yang Feng said with a smile, Okay. I like their singing and dancing very much, so I won't stand on ceremony. With a few words, Yang Feng and Chen Yunhai decided the fate of the 5 immortal concubines who are popular in the Cloud Province. This is the power of power. Young Master Lei Ming, I have a secret to discuss with you. Please dismiss your attendants. Chen Yunhai waved his hand, and the surrounding guards and attendants quickly retreated. Yang Feng also waved his hand and had Jianing, Morong Yuling, and them leave, leaving only the Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel Alexia beside him. As an Infinity Warlock, Chen Yunhai's every move exudes a powerful aura. He is proficient in countless secret methods. Yang Feng doesn't dare to stay alone with such an old monster. Even if the two were to negotiate, with Alexia around, Yang Feng would have more confidence. Chen Yunhai drained a glass of fine wine and said with a smile, The Great Cloud Dynasty intends to give the Undying Mountain a big gift. It's the coordinates of a Grade 3 plane. As long as the Undying Mountain suppresses the Grade 3 plane and gives 60% of the plane's resources to the Great Cloud Dynasty every year, The Grade 3 plane will belong to the Undying Mountain. Yang Feng couldn't help but be moved when he heard that. Grade 3 plane. Grade 3 planes are powerful planes that can give birth to mighty divine force rank powerhouses, that is, warlock monarch rank powerhouses. Even the Battle Demon sect has only mastered the coordinates of 2 Grade 4 planes. The coordinates of a Grade 3 plane are enough for many powerful forces to fight over. Among the planes that have been explored by human warlocks, the Tsangji plane is a Super Grade 1 plane, the 36 primary material planes are Super Grade 2 planes, and below them are Secondary Grade 2 planes and Grade 3 planes. There are very few Secondary Grade 2 planes, and they are basically occupied by human warlocks who have fled. Although Secondary Grade 2 planes can never give birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, but they have the possibility of giving birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Even for the Great Cloud Dynasty, Grade 3 planes are extremely important territories. After all, they are planes that can give birth to Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. Yang Feng asked, "What does the Imperial Court want the Undying Mountain to do?" Chen Yunhai responded with a smile. The Imperial Court hopes that the Undying Mountain can send an Infinity Warlock to serve the Imperial Court. The Great Cloud Dynasty eradicated the 10 Great Sects one by one and took back the 10 greater provinces occupied by the 10 Great Sects, obtaining tremendous resources. However, the disappearance of the 10 Great Sects, the death of the Marshal Jing, the death of the 13th Grand Prince, and the death of several Bright World Warlocks have left the Great Cloud Dynasty in a somewhat unstable state. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty has many powerhouses, but they are stationed in different areas to guard the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. This is why Qin Yunhai came to greet Yang Feng and rope in the Undying Mountain as the Minister of the Board of Rites. Yang Feng responded calmly, "An Infinity Warlock cannot be mentioned in the same breath as a Grade 3 plane. As long as one had a godhead and an enormous amount of resources, it was very easy to nurture a group of powerful gods in a Tier 3 plane. Godheads and god positions can also be used to recruit rogue cultivators in the Great Cloud Dynasty. A Grade 3 plane can accommodate 1,000 gods. The Great Cloud Dynasty can use that plane to recruit countless experts to serve them." Chen Yunhai played it down. The Grade 3 plane originally belonged to the Imperial Court, but it was taken away by the Hellion Army 3 years ago. But in that plane, there are 136 gods conferred by my Great Cloud Dynasty fighting against it. As long as the Undying Mountain sends their troops, we can easily annihilate that plane's demon army with a pincer attack. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly, and he speculated in his heart, "This old fellow isn't telling the truth. The Grade 3 plane must be in imminent danger. It may have already fallen. That's why he's asking me for help." The Great Cloud Dynasty's other plane development division is so powerful, yet it can't suppress the Hellion Army. The Hellion Army must be very tyrannical. They want to deceive me into serving as cannon fodder. At the same time, they want to weaken me and the Hellion Army. Yang Feng said with a smile, "This matter is of great importance. I must report it to the Mountain Master and let him make a decision. Please prepare all kinds of information so that the Undying Mountain's Mountain Master can take a look." This little guy isn't a simple guy. When Qin Yunhai heard that, he took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a smile, saying, "Okay." However, the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families also intend to serve the state. Chapter 685. In the next few days, Yang Feng began to mobilize his connections in the Cloud Capital and began to collect information on the Grade 3 plane that Qin Yunhai spoke of. Yang Feng bought a lot of chess pieces in Yunjing City, but most of the chess pieces were not strong and their status was not high, so they could not get such top-level information. However, Yang Feng's other identity as Secret Treasure Division's Bureau Chief Xiao Fan heard some information from Secret Treasure Division. That Grade 3 plane was called Moon Crow Plane. Under the siege of the Demon Race Army, it was in imminent danger. In the Moon Crow Plane, the gods conferred titles by the Great Cloud Dynasty are forced into their divine countries and rely on the divine legions in their divine countries to support themselves. The other Plane Development Division once sent an army to attack Moon Crow Plains' Hellion army, but they were ambushed by Moon Crow Plains' Hellion army. The main force was annihilated, and the Great Cloud Dynasty's 48th prince who commanded the army was killed by Moon Crow Plains' Hellion army. Due to the Great Cloud Dynasty's purge of the powerhouses of the 10 Great Sects, there are not enough experts to suppress the underground demonic realm. In recent years, many battles have broken out in the underground demonic realm, and there have even been battles between Infinity Warlocks. Countless experts of the Great Cloud Dynasty died in the demonic realm, Moon Crow Plain, and other battlefields. Since the planar passageway in the Red Rock subcontinent was taken away, Great Cloud Dynasty had no choice but to send Martial Eagle and Martial Dragon to suppress it. Although the interior of the Great Cloud Dynasty looks calm and prosperous, but fierce battles are taking place in many aspects. The powerful forces are well aware that after the Great Cloud Dynasty raised the 10 Great Sects, if it is given some time to recover, then its strength will skyrocket again. Taking advantage of the weakness of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the formidable forces launched a joint attack from various directions to weaken the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty. For the Great Cloud Dynasty, the death of a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse was nothing. With the Great Cloud Dynasty's underlying strength, as long as it was supplied with resources, it could quickly produce a large number of Starry Sky Warlocks. However, every death of a transcendent rank powerhouse above the Moonlight Warlock rank was a slight injury to the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, even with sufficient resources, it would take hundreds of years to cultivate a Moonlight Warlock. The Great Cloud Dynasty is facing enemies on many sides. The 8 great families are sitting on top of a mountain and watching the tigers fight as if they are dead. Their top powerhouses have disappeared without a trace. This is why Chun Yunhai, with his status as the Minister of the Board of Rights, condescended and took the initiative to greet Yangfeng. In the past, Bai Wuqing had uprooted the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 greater provinces in one fell swoop. If the Great Cloud Dynasty is given time to recover, then the new Great Cloud Dynasty will become more powerful than before. But the other forces didn't give the Great Cloud Dynasty time to recover. They took advantage of the Great Cloud Dynasty's weakness to launch an attack. The 8 great families are at odds with the Great Cloud Dynasty, which led to the current predicament. There is a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Now is the best time to annex the Great Cloud Dynasty. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough at the moment. We still have to wait. Many munitions factories under Yang Feng's command began to manufacture 4th-generation battle robots and began to strengthen the already manufactured 3rd-generation battle robots. However, time is still short, and the 4th-generation battle robots have yet to take shape. With his current strength, it is impossible to annex the Great Cloud Dynasty. After Yang Feng issued an order to continue the infiltration of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he began to prepare for his trip to the Sun God Shrine. A few days later, in the Cloud Capital's glorious Dragon Airship Yard, there is a 3,000-meter-long giant airship engraved with countless mysterious runes anchored. Yang Feng slowly boarded the giant airship and saw 70-plus people form a small circle on the giant airship. Each of them exudes faint glorious Sun Warlock fluctuations of power. Clearly, they are all glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses. Lei Ming, you really came? Aboard the giant airship, when Nangong Wumi saw Yang Feng coming, his eyes lit up, and he walked towards him with a smile. Yang Feng said with a smile, Nangong Wumi, you are stronger than before. Bai Yuxian also walked over with a smile, a fragrance wafting from her. Young Master Lei, after we enter the Sun God Shrine, please take care of me. Yang Feng asked curiously, the Moonlight 7 stars are really extraordinary. Bai Yuxian, apart from you, have the other Moonlight 7 stars promoted to glorious Sun Warlocks? Bai Yuxian replied with a sweet smile, that's right. For the sake of the Sun God Shrine, all of us Moonlight 7 stars have broken through and promoted to glorious Sun Warlocks. After all, the Sun God Shrine only opens once every 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait for another 100 years before we can enter. Bai Yuxian pointed into the distance and said, Those two groups of people are the freaks of the glorious sun 7 stars and the former moonlight 7 stars. On the giant airship, there are two groups of people exuding powerful auras different from those of other glorious sun warlocks. Each group has 6 people. The 12 warlocks are freak-level warlock geniuses of the glorious sun 7 stars and the former moonlight 7 stars. These 12 warlocks have basically formed a virtual world inside them. Even if they haven't formed a virtual world, they still have other powerful means, and their battle prowess is far greater than that of experts of the same rank. Nangong Wumi pointed at a man dressed in a white warlock robe, who has an ordinary appearance, but whose eyes shine like stars and exudes a strong sense of existence, and said with a dignified look in his eyes, although the other members of the former Moonlight 7 stars are very strong, but they have promoted to the glorious Sun Warlock rank 2 recently, and the gap in strength between them and the glorious Sun 7 stars is huge. Only the Dubhe Star Boss Sun is a freak among freaks. Even if I face him, I'm not sure if I can win. There was a dignified glint in Yang Feng's eyes. Oh, if that's the case, then he's really a freak among freaks. Each of the glorious Sun 7 stars is a freak-level genius. Each of them has cultivated for decades or even 100 years in the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Each of them possesses the strength to contend against the weakest Bright World Warlock. Ba Sun has promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock for less than 10 years, yet he already possesses strength comparable to that of the glorious Sun 7 stars. His talent can be imagined. Nangong Wumi pointed to another group of people and said, among the current glorious Sun 7 stars, the Dubhe Star Lan Ba and the Merak Star Jiang Qi are also powerhouses that I'm not sure if I can defeat. The Dubhe Star Lan Ba is a handsome young man dressed in a blue warlock robe, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, an imposing bearing, and a domineering aura. Jiang Qi is a tall but thin man with a strange rune engraved on his face, 10 earrings in his ears, a cold expression on his face, and a queer aura. Standing beside Lan Ba is a beautiful woman with black hair. She is slender and exudes an otherworldly temperament. She is even more beautiful than the 5 fairies who are popular in Cloud Province. The glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars are very arrogant. They formed a small circle with each other and exuded an aura of rejection. As soon as Yang Feng boarded the giant vessel, the glorious Sun Warlocks noticed him. Except for Nangong Wumi and Bai Yuxian, the other members of the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars didn't take the initiative to come in contact with Yang Feng. A middle-aged man dressed in a green warlock robe and exuding a scholarly aura slowly walked onto the dais. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived on the dais, he exuded Infinity Warlock rank aura. Everyone aboard the giant vessel quieted down, and their eyes were attracted by the middle-aged man. Yang Feng instinctively felt a fearsome danger coming from the middle-aged man, and he couldn't help but stare at the Infinity Warlock. The middle-aged man swept the 70-plus glorious Sun Warlocks with his gaze and said with a grin, I am Enlai. I am the guardian responsible for taking you to Sun God Shrine. I will take you to the passage leading to Sun God Shrine. Here, I would like to remind you that Sun God Shrine is very dangerous. There will be powerhouses from countless planes going in to compete for Sun God Fire. Every time someone enters Sun God Shrine, less than 10% of them can come back alive. If you don't want to die, it's not too late to leave now. Sun God Shrine is very dangerous, and there will be powerhouses from countless planes entering Sun God Shrine for different purposes. It is for this reason that only 70-plus glorious Sun Warlocks have entered Sun God Shrine. On one hand, Great Cloud Dynasty limits the number of glorious Sun Warlocks who can enter Sun God Shrine. On the other hand, many glorious Sun Warlocks are unwilling to risk their lives to enter Sun God Shrine. In fact, without entering Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun God Fire, with the various secret methods developed by human warlocks, you can still practice cultivation until the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank. In Great Cloud Dynasty, more than 90% of Infinity Warlocks have advanced to the Infinity Warlock rank without absorbing Sun God Fire. The glorious sun warlocks who chose to enter Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun God fire are peerless geniuses who are very confident in themselves in order to obtain a chance to promote to a warlock emperor. It is extremely difficult to promote to a warlock emperor. You must be perfect in virtually every realm and have a solid foundation. And Lei grinned and said, "Since no one has chosen to leave, then let's go." Runes lit up on the huge airship, and countless rays of light shone. The huge airship shook slightly, turned into a bright ray, and flew into the sky. The huge airship sped up, suddenly blurred, and flew into a twisted and blurry orbit. Yang Feng looked at the twisted and blurry orbit and said unhurriedly, "This is the legendary astral orbit." With the help of the astral boundaries power that runs through countless planes, you can find a special orbit that allows you to travel freely in the vast sea of stars. Chapter 686. After flying in the distorted and blurry orbit for a day and a night, a huge cave appeared at the end of the orbit. The giant airship flew out of the cave, and a huge celestial body appeared in front of everyone. The giant airship flashed, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the huge celestial body. There is a powerful barrier around the huge celestial body that shrouds the celestial body like a membrane. When the giant airship slammed into the powerful barrier, countless runes shone, pierced through the barrier, and landed on a berth on the huge celestial body. Not far from the airship dock, there is a 1,000-meter-tall crimson gate engraved with countless mysterious runes. Around the Crimson Gate, there are 9 9-story-tall warlock towers built. The 9 warlock towers have powerful barriers that protect the entire star. And Lei led all the glorious Sun warlocks to the Scarlet Gate and said flatly, "You all have a token to enter Sun God Shrine. Now go in. Remember, you can stay in there for 48 days. After 48 days, the tokens in your hands will bring you back here. The token must not be destroyed. Otherwise, you can only stay in Sun God Shrine and wait for the next time it opens." The more than 70 glorious sun geniuses from various forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty took out a palm-sized token, Sun Jade. The Sun Jade engraved with 9 sun seals shone brightly, and they turned into streams of light that entered the Crimson Gate. The Scarlet Gate set off ripples, and a vast aura that seems capable of burning everything diffused from the gate. Wisps of the law of space revolved and engulfed the glorious sun warlocks. A burst of dizziness, as if the world was spinning, flashed past. When Yang Feng regained consciousness, he discovered that he was already in a strange space. In this strange space, there are fire elemental particles everywhere. The temperature of the space is above 3,000 degrees Celsius. There is flowing lava, burning flames, and poisonous smoke pervading the surroundings. Yang Feng glanced at Sun God Shrine and frowned. "So this is Sun God Shrine. This is not a place where humans can live. Only the sun god race can live in this kind of damned place." With a temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, even if it was a starry sky warlock rank expert, they would rarely be able to stay in such an area for a long time without the help of secret treasures. Even if it was a glorious sun warlock, except for those proficient in the law of fire, other warlocks would feel uncomfortable in such an environment. After all, in such an environment, their protective life force field was constantly being consumed. Along with flashes of light, the glorious sun warlocks cast secret methods and flew towards the depths of Sun God Shrine. Nangong Wumi smiled at Yang Feng, cast a secret method, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. "Lei Ming, I'll go first." Bai Yuxian smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, then turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. "Young Master Lei, I'm leaving too." Each glorious sun warlock who entered Sun God Shrine was a genius among geniuses, and they were very confident in themselves. In the Sun Divine Palace, apart from the Sun Divine Flame, there were also countless natural treasures that could only be born in the Sun Divine Palace. Legend has it that in the deepest part of Sun God Shrine, there were ancient secret treasures left behind by the Sun Emperor. In the Archgod era, there were many powerful secret treasures among the archgods. These secret treasures weren't refined by the archgods, but miraculous treasures with extraordinary powers naturally born in heaven and earth. Because of the materials used by the archgods, the ancient secret treasures used by the archgods were infinitely powerful, far superior to ordinary warlocks' secret treasures. Moreover, many ancient secret treasures themselves were top alchemy materials, which was why they were sought after by countless people. In the modern era, ancient secret treasures from the archgod era were very rare. Once ancient secret treasures appeared, they would be fought over by major forces and then processed by top alchemists. In the world of human warlocks, the main materials of many Empyrean-grade secret treasures were ancient secret treasures from the archgod era. It was because of these legends that countless glorious sun warlocks entered Sun God's shrine in search of various treasures. Since these glorious sun warlocks were geniuses and extremely confident in themselves, they naturally weren't willing to share the treasures they found with others, which was why they acted alone. Yang Feng looked around, then his figure fluttered, and he flew 10,000 kilometers away and landed in a valley. After setting up a powerful barrier, he took out a top-grade warp gate, set it up, and activated it. With a flash of distorted light, the top-grade warp gate set off ripples, and then opened. A number of fourth-generation battle robots appeared from the other side of the warp gate. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of excitement. It's a success. My deduction was right. Sun God Shrine is usually closed. When it is closed, the entire shrine is completely sealed, and the warp gate cannot be opened. However, since Sun God Shrine is now open, it means that my mechanical legion can be transported over through the warp gate. As long as the mechanical legion is transported over, no matter which plane the freakish glorious sun warlocks are from, they will be killed by Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng believes that his strength is at the very top among warlocks of the same rank, but he is cautious by nature. However, he was cautious by nature. If he could guarantee his victory, he would not mind using the power of the main battle robots. The glorious sun warlocks who entered Sun God's shrine are all freakish geniuses from different planes. No one knows what trump cards or spells they have. If you are careless, you will die. At the time when the Lord of the Nine Realms rampaged through the world, he didn't care about the Star Lord. As a result, it was the Star Lord who had the last laugh, while the Lord of the Nine Realms was suppressed. This is the fate of those who are careless. Countless robots walked out of the warp gate and quickly transformed into power plants, munitions factories, optical computers, and other equipment. The small valley was quickly transformed into a large base. A swarm of micro-reconnaissance planes with extremely high fire resistance flew out of the large base and flew in all directions of Sun God Shrine. In the large base, the Level 4 optical computer flashed and performed modeling analysis. Wherever the micro-reconnaissance planes flew past, everything turned into a holographic projection and was restored in front of Yang Feng. Inside the Solar Divine Palace, one could see balls of light that looked like suns every 1,000 miles. These spheres of light are Sun God fire formed from the surrounding fire elemental particles that Sun God Shrine has absorbed. In the Archgod era, after Sun God powerhouses reached adulthood, they would enter Sun God Shrine to look for Sun God fire to absorb and gain more power. The surface temperature of Sun God fire is more than 7,000 degrees Celsius, and the internal temperature is more than 10 million degrees Celsius. Even glorious dawn warlocks need to use special secret methods to absorb the Sun God fire and turn it into their own. If they are careless, then once Sun God fire breaks out, even bright world warlock rank powerhouses can be burned to ashes. These Sun God fires aren't good enough. Since I came to Sun God Shrine, I will absorb the strongest Sun God fire. Yang Feng looked at the Sun God fire floating in the air and raised his eyebrows. Instead of absorbing the Sun God fire, he sent more reconnaissance planes flying in different directions. At this moment, Yang Feng's arm trembled slightly, and a palm-sized six-winged sun-devouring centipede crawled out of his hand and transmitted a strange signal. Nurtured by the Li Gui province's countless resources, The six-winged sun-devouring centipede has evolved into a mature form and possesses glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "You want to devour sun god fire to continue evolving?
Fine.
Go devour it and evolve freely." The six-winged sun-devouring centipede released waves of joy and then flew away with a whoosh. There was a flash of light in the base, and a holographic projection of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede quickly appeared in front of a small sun. Its body shook slightly, and it turned into an 8-meter-long giant centipede with 6 insect wings. It opened its maw and inhaled, and gold light enveloped the small sun. The small sun was forcibly swallowed by the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. After the small sun was swallowed by the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, a sun-like rune appeared on the body of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede clearly has a good appetite. Its figure fluttered, and it flew towards another small sun. Yang Feng watched as the six-winged sun-devouring centipede devoured the small suns and sighed in his heart. The innate abilities of these other races are much stronger than those of humans. For now, Yang Feng can only absorb 9 suns and send them into the 9 worlds inside him. He can't devour small suns like the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. If he devours a weak sun, it will make his world imperfect. In the future, he will need to consume hundreds or even thousands of times more resources to build a good foundation. Not long after, 100,000 mini reconnaissance planes with a heat-resistant temperature of 1 million degrees Celsius appeared in the Solar God Shrine. They flew to different places and outlined the terrain of the entire Solar God Shrine. Found it. Yang Feng stared at the holographic projection and the information and intelligence analyzed by the Level 4 optical computer. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he blurred into motion and turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. Before long, a huge sun that looks like a real sun, exuding endless light and heat, appeared in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 687. This sun is not bad. It's suitable for my devour sun space splitting secret method. Boy, scram. Otherwise die. The figure of a handsome young man with hair in a bun, an unearthly temperament, and an arrogant expression on his face turned clear, and he strangely appeared in front of the huge sun and looked at Yang Feng with pride in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the young man and said coldly, "This sun is really good. I like it as well. You, scram. Otherwise die." The young man said coldly, "Stubborn fellow, I am Magic Note Duo Shang Zijin. Who are you?" Yang Feng replied, "Undying Mountains Lei Ming." "Undying Mountains Lei Ming? Let me teach you, give you a lesson. Between warlocks, it's best not to answer the enemy's questions, or else this will happen." Shang Zijin showed a strange smile, and countless runes condensed in his hand and formed a golem that looks exactly like Yang Feng, engraved with countless mysterious runes. Shang Zijin squeezed the golem that looks exactly like Yang Feng, and it exploded. A strange force swept towards Yang Feng along an incredible law, as if to devour him in an instant. Fate algorithm. Countless runes gushed out of Yang Feng's eyes, and the breath of fate diffused from him, distorted the strange force, and transferred it to Shang Zijin. With a pop, Shang Zijin's face shimmered with horror, and he exploded in front of Yang Feng in an instant, and a copious amount of flesh and blood rushed towards Yang Feng, as if they have a life of their own. Yang Feng took out a level 7 secret treasure Vulcan scepter and pointed at it, and violent purple flames suddenly appeared, frantically devoured the surrounding fire force, and formed a sea of purple fire that devoured, burned, and purified Shang Zijin's flesh and blood. Yang Feng glanced at an empty space and said coldly, "Come out. You're not dead yet. This little trick is useless." There was a slight distortion in the void, and Shang Zijin walked out and looked at Yang Feng with a gloomy look in his eyes. "What spell was that? My secret technique should be foolproof."
Die.
With an indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng took a step forward, blurred, and appeared in front of Shang Zijin. With a flick of his wrist, a level 7 secret treasure devour sword suddenly appeared, and he slashed down, forming a small black hole that, as if it can devour everything, slashed towards Shang Zizhen. I've been underestimated. Damn you, Lei Ming, I'll let you see my true power. Solar transformation. Shang Zizhen's eyes flashed fiercely, and he bellowed, and vast world force poured out of him. Countless runes flickered on his body, and he turned into a huge sun that barreled towards Yangfeng. The collision of a huge sun could easily destroy a star. This was the ultimate profundity of the sun transformation. Shang Zizhen felt a great threat from Yangfeng, which is why he used his most powerful secret method.
Interesting.
Essence of Devour. An enigmatic ray streaked past Yangfeng's eyes, and he smiled and operated the Essence of Devour, and a pitch-black Devour Black Moon, which seems to be able to devour all light, suddenly appeared. The Devour Black Moon, which seems to be able to devour everything, abruptly swallowed the huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into. The huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into erupted in an instant, and the temperature rose to 9 million degrees. Even if it was a bright world warlock, they would be burned or even seriously injured by the fearsome temperature. As if a huge black hole, the Devour Black Moon devoured light and heat. No matter how the huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into struggles, all its power was devoured by the Devour Black Moon. Endless power flowed out of the Devour Black Moon, entered Yangfeng's body, and poured into the 9 worlds inside him, nourishing the power of the 9 worlds inside him. My power has been absorbed by you. Let me go, let me live. I know I was wrong. I will definitely fuck off in the future. Let me go, give me a chance to live. I beg you. Lei Ming. From the Devour Black Moon came Shang Zizhen's terrified screams and pleas. More than half of the power inside him has been devoured by the Devour Black Moon, injuring his glorious Dawn Warlock rank foundation. The most terrifying thing is that he can't escape even if he wants to. Yangfeng just sneered and watched. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, all of Shang Zizhen's power was devoured by the Devour Black Moon, and only some ashes scattered in midair. The Essence of Devour is extremely powerful. However, it even devoured and destroyed that fellow's glorious Dawn core and storage treasures. What a pity. Yangfeng glanced at the huge sun, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless black runes flew out of his finger and formed a giant black net that swept towards the huge sun. When the huge sun was swept by the giant black net, it shrank until it was the size of a fist, and then flew into Yangfeng's body and entered his first world. As soon as the huge sun entered Yangfeng's first world, endless sunlight sprinkled on the earth. The extraordinary plants on the earth absorbed the sunlight and became more and more full of vitality. With the appearance of the sun, as if some law of the first world inside Yangfeng was perfected, the earth rumbled and shook, and thousands of kilometers of land extended. After absorbing the sun, Yangfeng continued to travel through Sun God Shrine. With the reconnaissance of the 100,000 drones, more than half of Sun God Shrine seemed to have been mapped, allowing him to know clearly which places have Sun God fire suitable for him. In just 3 days, Yangfeng killed 7 glorious sun warlocks from other planes and absorbed 9 suns. Now the 9 worlds inside him have suns, and they are in a perfect state. Yangfeng sensed the changes in his body, and a look of satisfaction streaked past his eyes. Not bad. With my current state, I can start breaking through and promote to a bright world warlock after returning to the Tsangji Plain. Sun God Shrine really deserves its reputation. Unfortunately, Moon God Shrine of the Archgod era isn't under the control of humans. Otherwise, absorbing the power of Moon God Shrine in the Moonlight Warlock rank would be even more perfect. Moon God Shrine was a shrine controlled by the Moonlight Emperor, a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse who once dominated the Tsangji Plain in the Archgod era. Since the beginning of the Tsangji Plain's recorded history, the Moonlight Emperor was one of the less than 5 female Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. At the time, There were 3 other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses among the archgods of the same era as the Moonlight Emperor. However, they were all defeated by the Moonlight Emperor in a fair and square manner, and eventually acknowledged the Moonlight Emperor as their master. Moon God Shrine was one of the shrines controlled by the Moonlight Emperor. After advancing to the Starry Sky Warlock realm, the Time Lord was being hunted down. He sneaked into Moon God Shrine and absorbed its moonlight force, and finally broke through and promoted to a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. Therefore, after the Starry Sky Warlock realm, human warlocks were named Moonlight Warlocks. After the collapse of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, Moon God Shrine disappeared. Of course, at that time, human warlocks had already developed countless secret methods. Therefore, even if Moon God Shrine disappeared, it wouldn't affect the evolution of human warlocks. However, for the warlock geniuses who pursued perfection and were determined to step into the Warlock Emperor realm, the disappearance of Moon God Shrine was indeed a pity. If Moon God Shrine's Moonlight Force and Sun God Shrine's Sun Force could be completely integrated in the world inside you, you would be able to form a perfect yin and yang force cycle. Although human warlocks have found other substitutes, but they were still slightly inferior to Moon God Shrine's Moonlight Force. As Yang Feng refined the suns into his body, countless level for sealers joined hands to cast seal light and sealed the suns in the sky, and then dragged them back to the base and teleported back to the Andrak plane. Each of the small suns evolved from Sun God Fire in Sun God Shrine is a huge energy source. For Yang Feng, this place is the best energy warehouse. The energy contained in each small sun evolved from Sun God Fire could easily be converted into the energy generated by all power plants within Yang Feng's sphere of influence for 10 years. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede is like a fish in water here. This little fellow has already devoured 72 suns. Amazing!" The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede was even more active than Yang Feng in Sun God Shrine. Under the guidance of the level 4 optical computer, it devoured one sun after another. Every time it devoured a sun-like imprint appeared on its carapace, and it exuded an increasingly fearsome aura. If it wasn't for the suppression of Sun God Shrine's barrier, it might have already evolved into a bright world warlock rank 6-winged sun-devouring centipede. At this moment, an extremely dazzling pillar of light suddenly rose from the center of the solar divine palace. At the center of the pillar of light, a mysterious flower with 9 petals and 4 green leaves slowly bloomed. It was engraved with natural runes. The entire solar divine palace trembled slightly. The small suns containing the solar divine flame turned into streams of light and crazily flew towards the magical flower in the center of the light beam. They merged into the magical flower and became its nutrients. Chapter 688. That's the Sun God Empyrean Flower, a treasure of heaven and earth born from the essence of countless suns. If you consume the entire Sun God Empyrean Flower, you'll be able to break through the God-man boundary and let a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude reach inferior level 9. Yang Feng looked at the mystical flower in the center of the beam with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards the Sun God Empyrean Flower. Treasures of heaven and earth that can let people break through the God-man boundary are very rare in the Tsangji Plain. As for treasures of heaven and earth that can let people break through the God-man boundary, they are even rarer in the Tsangji Plain. The Sun God Empyrean Flower is a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. It takes more than 50,000 years to form a flower in a special environment. Once it appears, it will cause countless people to fight over it. The Sun God Empyrean Flower. That's the Sun God Empyrean Flower, a peerless treasure that can let people break through the God-man boundary. I'm really lucky to see such a peerless treasure like the Sun God Empyrean Flower this time. In the Sun Divine Palace, the monstrous geniuses from different planes looked at the Sun Divine Empyrean Flower that had suddenly appeared. Their eyes were filled with excitement. With a slight sway of their bodies, they turned into streams of light and flew towards the sun divine Empyrean flower. The sun god Empyrean flower is located in the center of Sun God Shrine, which is the former resting palace of the Sun Emperor. It is also the most dangerous place in Sun God Shrine. In the past, no one would easily approach this dangerous place, but attracted by the sun god Empyrean flower, the sun luminary geniuses from other planes turned into streams of light and flew towards the center of the sun divine palace. A male warlock dressed in a green warlock robe, covered in flames, and with a necklace exuding bright light on his chest quickly flew to the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine. At the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine, you can clearly see that there are large caves that look like huge nests in the center of Sun God Shrine. Around the large cavern were stone statues, with special runes engraved on them. They were all demons, devils, high elves, dragons, phoenixes, and other powerful existences that had existed since the Age of Eternals. The male warlock has just approached, when countless runes emerged on a 1,000-meter-tall giant stone statue, and the petrification effect on the giant stone statue disappeared in an instant. The 1,000-meter-tall giant stone statue opened its eyes, and red light diffused from its eyes and exuded tyrannical glorious sun warlock rank breath. The stone statue giant took a step forward, drew the mountain-like wolf-tooth club beside it, and mercilessly slammed it towards the male warlock. A mere giant from the ancient era dares to oppose me? You overestimate yourself. The male glorious sun warlock snorted coldly, his figure blurred, and he appeared in an alternate space, a space of a completely different dimension from the main world. Only by using a spell that interferes with space, or by elevating the law of power to the level of the essence of power, will it be possible to shatter the vacuum and space, and then attack the male glorious sun warlock in the alternate space. When the stone statue giant's wolf-tooth club slammed into the male glorious sun warlock, but as if it hit the air, it passed by the male glorious sun warlock, slammed into the ground, and blasted open a large hole and raised countless gravel. Just as the male glorious sun warlock sneered, a palm-sized four-winged void lizard flew out of the alternate space and bit the male glorious sun warlock's foot. Black gas suddenly rose from the male glorious sun warlock's foot and spread rapidly. A necklace on the chest of the glorious sun warlock suddenly lit up, and green light enveloped the glorious sun warlock and blocked the black gas in his lower body.
Whoosh!
A sun god arrow tore through the void, passed through the alternate space, and shot into the head of the glorious sun warlock in an instant and blasted it to pieces. The body of the glorious sun warlock suddenly shattered like paper, and an afterimage suddenly formed 1,000 meters away and turned into the glorious sun warlock's true body. The glorious sun warlock has just formed when a fearsome dragon breath slammed into him, and the dragon breath capable of burning everything devoured his flesh and soul. A bead suddenly shattered, and the body of the glorious sun warlock collapsed and reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. The glorious sun warlock has just escaped when he saw dozens of existences exuding glorious sun warlock rank power rushing towards him. Various attacks slammed into the glorious sun warlock and blasted him to pieces again. Relying on an endless supply of secret treasures, the glorious sun warlock escaped 7 times from the joint attack of dozens of fearsome ancient monsters, but in the end, he was still torn to pieces by the dozens of glorious sun warlock rank ancient monsters. None of the ancient monsters were the opponent of the glorious sun warlock. But when dozens of ancient monsters with different extraordinary powers attacked together, the extremely powerful glorious sun warlock, who was a rare genius in the outside world, couldn't resist them. At the moment when the human warlock was torn to pieces, a black hole opened and devoured his flesh, soul, and glorious sun core. Before long, in a corner of the center of Sun God Shrine, a lifelike statue of a human warlock slowly took shape. At the same time, it absorbed the sun force around Sun God Shrine. When the human glorious sun warlock died, as if some mechanism was triggered, the stone carvings all over Sun God Shrine shone brightly and came to life. The figures of the ancient monsters, who seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep, flickered and hid in nest-like places in the center of Sun God's shrine. Whenever a human warlock approached the nests of the ancient monsters, they would move together and annihilate the human warlocks one by one. These ancient monsters possess glorious Sun Warlock rank battle prowess. When dozens of them join forces, even a freakish, glorious Sun Warlock with a small world inside them may not be their opponent. Yang Feng mobilized 50,000 drones to the center of Sun God's shrine. At a glance, he saw the ancient monsters fighting the glorious Sun Warlock rank existences that entered Sun God's shrine. In addition to human warlocks, there are many powerful existences that can use Sun God fire that entered Sun God's shrine. Yang Feng discovered that 15 gods with the divine authority of Sun God are fighting the ancient monsters. The advancement of gods can be said to be both simple and frighteningly difficult. If a god can devour the godhead of a higher god with the divine authority of the same god, they can easily evolve and become a higher-level god. Without devouring the godhead of a higher god, it is very difficult to improve the godhead's rank through other methods. Many feeble divine force rank gods have remained at the feeble divine force rank for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, unable to advance to a higher level. This is the limitation of gods. In Sun God's shrine, if the sun gods with the divine authority of the sun can devour enough Sun God fire, they may comprehend a higher level of the law of the sun and promote their godhead to the intermediate divine force rank. In this way, their status in the pantheon will be greatly improved. In the god system, an intermediate divine force rank god already has the qualifications to establish a small pantheon and become the primary god of a pantheon. The primary god of the Dark Elves Lolth is just an intermediate divine force rank god. Even so, she has grasped the faith of the Dark Elves in countless planes and has become a revered existence. An intermediate divine force rank god, even human infinity warlocks will be in awe of them and interact with them as equals. After all, as long as intermediate divine force rank gods stay in their divine country, even if it is human infinity warlocks who enter their divine country, they will only die. The number of ancient freaks is far greater than that of the powerhouses who entered Sun God's shrine. Besieged by the ancient freaks, one powerful existence after another was killed. That's Ba Sun, Lan Ba, Jiang Qi. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and saw that at the edge of Sun God's shrine, Great Cloud Dynasty's 3 outrageous geniuses are contending with Sun God Shrine's freaks. Standing on a 500-meter-tall diamond giant, Ba Sun's figure blurred and became clear. Whenever his figure appeared on the head of a diamond giant, the core of an ancient freak will be directly destroyed, and the body will fall to the ground. Jiang Qi, on the other hand, strolled among the ancient freaks like an illusion. His body seems to be shrouded in a strange gauze mist. As if blind, the ancient freaks didn't notice him at all. Lan Ba is sitting on a carriage pulled by a 3-headed gold dragon. In front of him stands 9 giant ogre powerhouses from the evil god plane exuding a fierce aura. The 9 giant ogres are equipped with secret treasures exclusive to giant ogres. They roared in a frenzy and activated their powerful ghost power to kill the ancient creatures that were blocking their way. At the edge of Sun God Shrine, among the human warlocks from the Tsangji Plain, only the 3 of them seemed to be at ease. The other human warlocks from the Tsangji Plain unleashed powerful secret methods and fought the ancient life forms. The glorious Sun 7 Stars and the former Moonlight 7 Stars warlocks also urged the power of the virtual world inside them and unleashed formidable offensive secret methods to destroy the ancient life forms one by one. Chapter 689. Those few are also freaks among freaks. It seems that they are peerless powerhouses cultivated by other planes. None of them can be underestimated. The holographic projection flickered and adjusted to another direction. In other directions, there were also 3 people who displayed unfathomable and terrifying strength. One of them is a beautiful warlock with long black hair and a slender figure. She has a dragon horn on her head, a scarlet trident in her hand, a green armor engraved with countless mysterious runes, and a head full of long black hair. The beautiful warlock's figure flickered, and she brandished the scarlet trident in her hand, and a scarlet ray shot out and slashed an ancient freak to pieces. The encirclement of dozens of ancient fiend monsters was easily dodged by her. Then she killed them one by one. Another person is holding a secret treasure transcendent diagram, and dozens of glorious sun warlock rank transcendent flew out of the transcendent diagram, fought the dozens of ancient freaks, and tore them apart one by one. The last one transformed into a 500-meter-tall ancient devil with 3 eyes and black runes all over its body. It was very similar to the fifth heaven's devil Che. When the black light shot out of his third eye, the souls of the ancient freak shattered, their cores shattered, and they turned into immobile corpses. Ba Sun, Lan Ba, Jiang Qi, and the 3 terrifying experts from the other planes crushed their way, killing all the ancient demonic beasts in their way. They forcefully carved out a path of blood as they walked towards the sun god Empyrean flower. Even someone as strong as Ba Sun and the other peerless geniuses don't dare to fly directly towards the sun god Empyrean flower while facing the attacks of countless ancient freaks. It turns out that there are ancient freaks guarding this place. It seems that the sun god Empyrean flower is destined to be mine. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a devour black moon and flew towards the sun god Empyrean flower like a meteor. The sun god Empyrean flower is a peerless treasure that can break the god-man boundary. Yang Feng has the resources of the entire Ligui province and the treasury of 2 kindred grand dukes, but he still hasn't found such a treasure. He can't miss this treasure. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng flew into the center of Sun God Shrine. Dozens of ancient freaks suddenly poured out of their nests, cast various innate abilities, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The dragon breath, the elven arrows of high elves, the blood flames of true blood kindred, the demonic flames of abyssal fiends, and other attacks slammed into Yang Feng. The devour moon that Yang Feng has transformed into looks like a bottomless black hole that can devour everything. When the powerful existence's attacks slammed into the devour moon, they were completely devoured and crushed, and turned into the purest energy that entered the 9 small worlds inside him. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Feng urged the essence of devour, turned into a devour black moon, flew into the center of Sun God Shrine, and flew towards the sun god Empyrean flower. Who is that? What an arrogant fellow! Damn it! According to his speed, the sun god Empyrean flower will fall into his hands. Is that guy crazy? There are more than 1,000 ancient freaks in the center of Sun God Shrine. Sun God Shrine is a gathering of freakish geniuses of various planes, freakish glorious sun warlocks. When Yang Feng moved, they all sensed the change, and their eyes focused on the devour black moon. Nangong Wumi was currently entangled with dozens of ancient devil beasts. Relying on the mysterious star descent technique, he was constantly dodging the attacks of the ancient devil beasts. His life wasn't in danger, and at the same time, he was slowly weakening the ancient devil beasts' fighting strength. Nangong Wumi suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Countless star runes flashed in his eyes, and he sighed slowly. This is law realization. No, it's the essence of devour. That's Lei Ming. He made a move. Nangong Wumi has mastered stars descend and is a grandmaster of divination spells. He has already prophesied that the sun god Empyrean flower in Sun God Shrine is a turning point in his fate. If he can get the sun god Empyrean flower, he will have a glimmer of hope to promote to a warlock emperor. If he loses the sun god Empyrean flower, he will no longer be qualified to participate in the struggle for the position of warlock emperor. At the time, when the Star Lord and the 9 Realms Lord competed for the position of warlock emperor, they won at the most critical turning point in their fate and obtained great benefits. Finally, They ascended to the throne in one fell swoop and promoted to a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. If I use my trump card and fight to the death, what are my odds of winning? Star deduction. Nangong Wumi silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless stars shone and formed all kinds of incredible runes. Those strange runes suddenly transformed into countless strange lines, and they twisted and trembled as they changed into lines that only he could understand. Less than 5% chance of winning, and if I fail, I will die. Nangong Wumi's face turned pale, his eyes flickered for a while, and then he finally sighed and lost his fighting spirit. He doesn't even have 10% chance of winning, and if he fails, he will die. This kind of success rate was too low, extinguishing his adventurous heart. I'm still too weak. Nangong Wumi's figure flickered, and he turned into motes of starlight, disappearing from where he was. He retreated from the Solar Divine Palace's central control. Bai Yuxian stood on a tall mountain at the edge of the central area of the Solar Divine Palace. She looked at Laming from afar, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. That's Laming. He was really bold, daring to charge into the center of the Solar Divine Palace like this. What a monster! Although Bai Yuxian was also one of the Moonlight Seven Stars, a genius among geniuses. But after all, she is just promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock, and her accumulation is still shallow. Facing the siege of dozens of glorious Sun Warlock rank ancient freaks, she has no chance of winning. After weighing the pros and cons, she chose to observe from the outside. In addition to Bai Yuxian, after weighing the pros and cons, many other glorious Sun Warlocks chose to withdraw from the center of Sun God Shrine and come to the edge of Sun God Shrine to watch quietly. Curses, someone attacked first. It seems that I can't continue to conserve my strength. Ba Sun's eyes shimmered coldly, and tremendous world force exuded from him. He operated the essence of ice, turned into a ray of ice, and flew towards the sun god Empyrean flower. When the attacks of the ancient freaks blasted into Ba Sun's body, they were frozen, and then shattered and disappeared. They're all moving. I can't be too slow. Jiangqi strolled among the ancient life forms, making them unable to discover him. However, his movement speed wasn't fast. After all, the ancient life forms were extremely powerful, and there were even many ancient variant species that could break his secret methods. After he sensed Yang Feng and Ba Sun's movements, he unleashed the essence of dream. As if he was in a dream, he turned into a strange existence that exists in the crevice between dream and reality, and flew towards the sun god Empyrean flower. Really? It seems that I have to do it myself. Lan Ba's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stood up from the chariot, and quasi-bright world warlock rank life force surged. With a flick of his wrist, a black level 9 secret treasure evil ogre dragon armor inlaid with an infinity warlock rank evil ogre core appeared on him. Lan Ba's figure fluttered, and then he turned into a black ray flying towards the sun god Empyrean flower. The spells of those ancient monsters bombarded Lan Ba's body one after another. The evil ghost dragon armor was shrouded in ghostly chi, forcibly shattering the spells of those ancient monsters. Some ancient freaks with innate abilities broke through the ogre chi of the evil ogre dragon armor, but they only managed to shake the armor slightly. 70% of the power was absorbed by the evil ogre dragon armor, and the remaining 30% couldn't even shake Lan Ba. Bastard. The sun god Empyrean flower is my spoils of war. The eyes of the beautiful woman with dragon horns shimmered fiercely, and then they turned into vertical dragon eyes, and countless gold dragon scales covered her delicate body. Her figure fluttered, and she turned into a female Tyrannosaurus and rushed towards the center of Sun God Shrine. Halberd rays flashed, and the ancient freaks blocking in front of the beautiful woman with dragon horns were easily chopped to pieces. Because they have been sealed for too long, these ancient freaks have lost most of their sanity. But they do possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank power and formidable fleshly bodies. For the beautiful woman with dragon horns to be able to easily slay them, this is simply heaven-defying. What a bunch of lunatics, damn it. The warlock holding the secret treasure transcendent diagram frowned, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and transcendent specializing in defense flew out from the transcendent diagram, formed a powerful barrier, and turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the center of Sun God Shrine. The warlock who was transformed into the heavenly devil chariot roared, and a pair of huge devil wings grew on his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a black stream of light and flew towards the center of Sun God Shrine. When Yangfeng flew to the center of Sun God Shrine, he saw a 100,000-meter-tall, magnificent temple appear in front of him. However, half of the majestic divine hall seemed to have been wiped away by someone with boundless power. Only a damaged half remained standing in the world. There are countless giant stone statues around the huge temple, many of which exude infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. But they are already fragmented, leaving only a bit of remnant fluctuations of power. Chapter 690. Yangfeng looked at the half of Sun God Shrine that has been forcibly erased, and he recalled the history of the Sun Gods. When the Sun Emperor was alive, he was invincible in the world. In his later years, in order to let the Sun Gods dominate the world, he sneak-attacked several other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses and killed them all. After the Sun Emperor's lifespan ran out, the Sun Gods were still arrogant and domineering, and they became enemies with many archgods of the Zhangji Plain. In the end, countless archgods joined forces to fight the Sun Gods. In the early stage of the war, the Sun Gods had Empyrean-grade secret treasures that the Sun Emperor refined several other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses into, which suppressed and killed countless other archgods. However, in the later stage of the war, a peerless genius emerged from among the many archgods, advanced continuously, and finally became a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. He led many archgods to attack Sun God Shrine and exterminate the Sun Gods. The center of Sun God Shrine is full of wreckage. Although there are no guards, but it contains far more killing intent than the outside world. In the center of Sun God Shrine, there are traces of holy-grade power and even Empyrean-grade power. The power of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses has a trace of eternal immortality. Unless it is erased by a power of the same rank, it won't fade even after hundreds of thousands of years. In Sun God Shrine, the sun force pervading everywhere is absorbed by the traces of Empyrean-grade power and turned into a source of power. Even if it is an infinity warlock, once they stimulate the traces of Empyrean-grade power, they will be seriously injured or even killed. Only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can resist the attack of traces of Empyrean-grade power. Transcendent pupils. Countless runes appeared in Yangfeng's eyes and formed a pair of gold transcendent pupils, and he looked towards the center. In the center, traces of holy grade and Empyrean-grade power appeared in Yangfeng's eyes. If you use transcendent pupils to study traces of holy grade and Empyrean-grade power all year round, it will be of great benefit to your glorious Dawn Warlock cultivation. Yangfeng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light that entered the center and forced the traces of holy grade and Empyrean-grade power to fly inside. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a sun pool appeared in front of Yangfeng. In that sun pond, there were many sun divine flames floating. From time to time, a sun divine flame would condense into a small sun and fly out. That sun pond was the most famous secret treasure of the sun god race in the past. It was one with the entire sun god palace, and in this special plane, it could absorb the power of the sun and give birth to sun god flames. In the past, after an adult member of the sun god race absorbed sun god fire, they would possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank strength, which was why they were able to suppress the many archgods of the Zhangji Plain. Above the sun pond was the precious sun god Empyrean flower. So that's how it is. The sun pool is a vessel for cultivating the sun god Empyrean flower. A Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse set up a magic barrier here. Unless a powerhouse of the same rank takes action, no one can destroy the sun pool. Yang Feng glanced at the sun pool and sensed that it is shrouded in a powerful barrier. His figure fluttered, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the sun god Empyrean flower. To dare attack the thing I fancy in front of me, go to hell. A cold ray suddenly flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes appeared on his right fist, and he punched towards an empty place. Under the bombardment of Yang Feng's fist, the space distorted and collapsed, as if a world was shattered. Shrouded by a force capable of distorting and collapsing everything, a glorious dawn warlock suddenly appeared, and then exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood that collapsed inch by inch, leaving only a glorious dawn core that fell to the ground. So strong.
Who is he?
Who is this human warlock? How can he be so strong? The Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. How can he be this strong? Even if he defeated Nangong Wumi, but he's still too strong. So this is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. What a terrible monster. Outside the center of Sun God Shrine, the glorious dawn warlocks who cast spells to spy on this side were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The glorious dawn warlocks who dare to enter Sun God Shrine are all geniuses among geniuses, far stronger than other glorious dawn warlocks of the same rank. These glorious dawn warlocks may not be a match for monster-level geniuses like the Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Dawn 7 Stars, but they aren't ants that can be insta-killed by a glorious Dawn 7-star powerhouse. Shock flashed in Nangong Wumi's eyes, and he sighed faintly. So strong. Lei Ming. He's actually this strong. It seems that even if I use all my trump cards, I still won't be his opponent. Bai Yuxian looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, and she mused. Amazing. The Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. He's actually this strong. What a surprise. He should be the most outstanding genius of this generation of the Undying Mountain, and he's expected to take charge of the entire Undying Mountain. After killing a glorious dawn warlock genius with a punch, Yang Feng grabbed the sun god Empyrean flower midair, placed it in a jade box, engraved countless runes, and sealed it. Once the sun god Empyrean flower is consumed, Yang Feng will break through the godman boundary, and his soul aptitude will advance to the inferior level 9 soul aptitude that only warlock emperors can advance to. To refine the sun god Empyrean flower's medicinal power, you need to refine it in a place where no one will disturb you. Once Yang Feng consumes the sun god Empyrean flower here, he will definitely become the prey of other glorious dawn warlocks. Human warlocks are proficient in countless mysterious and mystical secret methods. They can capture Yang Feng, who has just consumed the sun god Empyrean flower, and refine him into a new elixir. He's here? That's fast. As expected of a peerless genius. Yang Feng put the sun god Empyrean flower into a storage ring and stood loftily in the void, looking down like a god. Ba Sun, Jiang Qi, Lan Ba, and the other 3 monster-rank glorious dawn warlocks have already arrived next to the sun pool and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Ba Sun looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes and said coldly, Lei Ming, hand over the sun god Empyrean flower, and for the sake of the Undying Mountain, I will let you go. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy when we fight later. The Undying Mountain has an illustrious reputation in the circle of top powerhouses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Everyone knows that this is a powerful force that has an infinity warlock, occupies the entire Ligui province, and is proficient in alchemy and golem arts. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty is somewhat apprehensive of the mysterious Undying Mountain entrenched in the Ligui province, and has sent people to rope them in. Ba Sun doesn't want to offend the Undying Mountain's young master for no reason. Although Ba Sun can barely contend against some weak bright world warlocks, but in front of a true infinity warlock, he still can't withstand a single blow. Unless absolutely necessary, he doesn't want to die in the hands of an infinity warlock. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, the sun god Empyrean flower is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. I won't give it to anyone. If you want the sun god Empyrean flower, then come and snatch it with your own ability.
Come at me together.
Let me test how strong I am right now. How arrogant. Let me show you the immensity of heaven and earth. Ba Sun's eyes shimmered coldly, and he urged the essence of ice, and a blue stream of ice that can easily freeze sun god fire, completely violating the laws of heaven and earth, swept towards him. In the wake of the blue stream of ice, everything was frozen. In the center of Sun God's shrine, the temperature of the surrounding environment is above 8,000 degrees Celsius. When the blue stream of ice emerged, except for the sun pool, the surrounding environment was instantly covered in ice and snow, and the temperature dropped below absolute zero. Even the feeble divine force rank goddess of ice will be frozen by the ice. The other 5 glorious sun warlocks frowned slightly, and then cast secret methods to resist the fearsome ice force. This guy is very strong. When the 5 glorious sun warlocks sensed Ba Sun's essence of ice, a dignified shade streaked past their eyes. Faced with the blue stream of ice that seems to be able to freeze even time, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and a devour black moon suddenly appeared. He is in the center of the devour black moon, looking like the origin of the universe. When the blue stream of ice slammed into the devour black moon, it was silently devoured and disintegrated. Standing inside the devour black moon, Yang Feng, like an invincible god, looked down at Ba Sun and said coldly, "The Dubhe star of the moonlight 7 stars, Ba Sun, isn't this all you have? If that's the case, then I'm very disappointed." Ba Sun's face fell, and he gritted his teeth and issued a shrill howl. A tremendous amount of virtual world force gushed out, turned the blue stream of ice into a blue beam, and slammed into the devour black moon. As soon as the blue beam of light entered the devour black moon, it was devoured and turned into the purest force that entered Yang Feng's 9 worlds. Yang Feng looked at the other 5 monster-level geniuses and said lightly, "Okay, Ba Sun has started. Which one of you wants to continue? Do you want to come together or one by one? If you don't defeat me, you won't get the Sun God Empyrean flower." Amazing! Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is really scary. Too scary. Ba Sun is a powerhouse who has found his path and condensed the essence of ice. Yet such a powerhouse can't even break his defense. How terrifying. Is this a top glorious Sun Warlock? He's not on the same level as us. When the glorious Sun Warlocks watching from afar saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly and filled with bitterness. Chapter 691. Jiang Qi barked, "Let's attack together. His strength is far beyond ours. Let's join forces and kill him. Then we'll divide the Sun God Empyrean flower equally." Jiang Qi's words have yet to fall, when his eyes suddenly shimmered with determination, his whole body became blurry, and a faint and illusory aura diffused from him. Without even moving his hand, Yang Feng swept Jiang Qi with a glance and said calmly, "Illusion. Jiang Qi, when it comes to sneak attacks and ambushes, you pose the greatest threat to me. Unfortunately, in a head-on fight, you're the weakest in front of my essence of Devour." In front of the essence of Devour materialized Devour Black Moon, Jiang Qi's illusion power was completely devoured as soon as it approached. It couldn't even touch Yang Feng. The glorious Sun Warlock holding the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram frowned and took a step forward, saying, "I, 9 gods pavilions Yanjun, will fight you." The transcendent diagram shone, and one glorious Sun Warlock ranked transcendent after another flew out. Flames, ice cones, wind blades, spatial blades, and dozens of other pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock rank spells turned into a torrent of spells and barreled towards Yang Feng in a perfect rhythm. When the dozens of pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock rank spells slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, they were silently devoured by the Devour Black Moon. They couldn't even touch Yang Feng. With his hands behind his back, Yang Feng stood in the center of the Devour Black Moon like an invincible transcendent and uttered indifferently, "Yanjun, bring out your true strength. If this is your strongest power, then your strength is much weaker than Ba Sun's." No, you're no match for Ba Sun. Ogre God Mountain's Che Jinquang will fight you. The huge devil who is transformed into the fifth heaven devil Che roared. The vertical eye on his forehead flashed, and a gray ray suddenly flew out and slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. When the gray ray shone on the Devour Black Moon formed from the essence of Devour, it showed faint signs of collapse. Ogre God Mountain's Che Jinquang? Very well, you're very strong. You are strong enough to be my opponent, so you can die now. Yang Feng smiled. Besieged by the four monstrous geniuses, he took a step, blurred, and appeared above Che Jinquang. Countless runes condensed in his foot, and he stomped on Che Jinquang's head. World force of the 9 worlds was extracted by the world ring and formed a rune that slammed into Che Jinquang's head. Rumble. Along with an earth-shattering noise, Che Jing, who had transformed into the devil Che of the fifth heaven, was crushed into minced meat, and countless cells turned into ashes. Humph. You want to use a death substitution artifact to save your life? It was useless.
Die.
Yang Feng smiled coldly, operated Fate Algorithm, and extended his hand, and a Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the void. One after another, the death substitution corporeal bodies flew out from the void and exploded. When the 7th death substitution corporeal body exploded, a glorious sun core was directly devoured by the Devour Black Moon amidst a series of miserable screams. As a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse, Che Jinquang was proficient in countless secret methods, including death substitution secret methods. He created 7 death substitutes. Originally, the 7 scapegoats could have helped him withstand 7 fatal injuries. But under Yang Feng's fate algorithm, they couldn't withstand a single blow and were killed in an instant. Even his true body couldn't escape death. Che Jinquang was a powerhouse who formed a virtual world. At the moment when he died, his virtual world began to collapse. At the moment when his virtual world was about to explode, Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon swallowed Che Jinquang's virtual world. Che Jinquang is dead. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is the strong. How can there be such a strong monster? Is this a freak genius who can attack the Warlock Emperor realm? I didn't feel anything when I read about them in the history books, but only when I see them in person can I feel how terrifying they are. On the periphery of Sun God Shrine's central area, the warlocks who cast various spells to spy on the central area were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. For Che Jinquang to be able to crush his way to the central area, his strength is definitely above that of other glorious sun warlocks. Yet such a peerless genius was easily killed by Yang Feng. A look of incredulity welled up in the hearts of the glorious sun warlocks. When the 5 freak geniuses in the central area saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. As the strongest warlock geniuses, they have mastered many life-saving secret methods. Now it seems that the life-saving secret methods they prepared may not work in front of Yang Feng. Jiang Qi, since you attacked me, then go to hell. Yang Feng's body blurred, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly disappeared, and then strangely appeared in a fog. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A devouring black moon swept towards the empty void. In the empty void, Jiang Qi's distorted figure instantly appeared, and he struggled as he was devoured by the Devour Black Moon with a look of horror and despair on his face. A miserable scream came from the Devour Black Moon. Soon, a glorious sun core flew out of the Devour Black Moon and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Ba Sun looked at Yang Feng, his mind shaken, and his eyes shimmered with despair. So strong. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is actually the strong. Is the gap between me and him that big? Ba Sun is a peerless genius who formed a virtual world, the first star of the Moonlight 7 stars, the Dubhe star. He has always been proud and confident, believing that he is the best candidate to become a warlock emperor in the future. Today's battle showed him the terror of a powerhouse qualified to compete for the warlock emperor rank. Ba Sun, release your soul and let me set up a soul brand, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, since you dared to attack me, then this will be your burial ground. Standing inside the Devour Black Moon, the glorious sun cores of Jiangqi and Che Zhenquang floated beside him. The devouring black moon was like an invincible defense, easily devouring the attacks of dozens of solar glory demon gods that Yan Jun had released, making him look like an invincible overlord. I, Ba Sun, am the man who will become a warlock emperor in the future. I can be defeated, I can die, but I will never yield. Ba Sun's eyes flashed with pride, and he issued a heaven-shaking roar. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he took out a pair of palm-sized blue secret treasures and pressed them on his back. Bright blue light shone, and a pair of ice wings appeared on his back. You want to escape? Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. At the moment when the ice wings appeared, Yang Feng's figure appeared behind Ba Sun and became clear. With a wave of his hand, a claw stabbed into Ba Sun's heart, and a devour black moon engulfed Ba Sun in an instant. If you want to kill me, then let's perish together. A look of madness surged in Ba Sun's eyes, and the virtual world inside him trembled and exploded in an instant. With him as the core, fearsome world collapse force spread in all directions, equivalent to the explosion of 1,000 10,000-ton nuclear warheads.
Boom.
An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the central area. Terrifying shock waves set off waves of air that swept the countless remains of the stone statues in all directions. Is he dead? Ba Sun is dead. Perishing together, this may be the best outcome. The glorious sun warlocks on the edge of the central area looked towards the center of the explosion with complicated looks in their eyes. Yang Feng's strength is far beyond the imagination of these glorious sun warlocks. Even ordinary junior bright world warlocks are far weaker than Yang Feng. These glorious sun warlocks are all geniuses among geniuses. Each of them is ambitious, hoping to become the next human warlock emperor and suppress countless planes. Naturally, they don't want to see Yang Feng still alive. Under the gazes of countless glorious sun warlocks, a devour black moon rose from the fearsome explosion. Enveloped by the devour black moon, there is not a trace of injury on Yang Feng's body. He looks like an immortal transcendent. He's not injured at all. What a freak. Who else can be his opponent? When the glorious sun warlocks on the periphery saw the scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Even the explosion of a peerless genius like Ba Sun can't injure Yang Feng in the slightest. Yang Feng's battle prowess is far beyond the imagination of these glorious sun warlocks. You're next. Yan Jun, go to hell. Eyes filled with indifference, Yang Feng looked at Yan Jun and uttered flatly, as if a god pronouncing judgment on a mortal. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Man diagram unity. A cold ray flashed in Yan Jun's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram absorbed all the transcendent and suddenly swept Yan Jun inside. Bright light shone, and Yan Jun turned into a 3-meter-tall freak engraved with countless mysterious runes, each of which looks like the head of a transcendent, exuding fearsome aura. Hundreds of transcendent auras diffused from the freak, and a powerful life force soared into the sky, as if to tear the sky apart. If it wasn't for the boundary of Sun God Shrine restricting everyone's strength, the freak would have been able to promote to a bright world warlock rank existence. Chapter 692. Standing inside the devour black moon, Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile. Interesting. The transcendent diagram is really a powerful secret treasure. With the man diagram fusion, you can borrow the power of the transcendent diagram. With your glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base, how many seconds can you last? After casting the man diagram fusion, with my strength, I can last for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough to kill you. From the monster, Yan Jun has transformed into came a distorted voice that seems to be a combination of hundreds of voices. A pair of angel wings extended from Yan Jun's back, and a blade, demon bone blade from the evil god plane, which is said to be able to slay any existence, ejected from his right hand. The law of wind surged, Yan Jun's figure blurred, and he strangely appeared inside the Devour Black Moon and sent a fist surrounded by endless lightning barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng punched out and collided with Yan Jun's fist. A violent shockwave surged from the two fists, and Yang Feng was blasted hundreds of meters away. Yan Jun was also pushed back dozens of meters by the huge recoil. He was repelled. He was finally repelled. Amazing! Yan Jun may have a chance to kill him. Seeing the godlike Yang Feng inside the Devour Black Moon being repelled, the spectating glorious Dawn Warlocks showed looks of excitement. The pressure Yang Feng put on these glorious Dawn Warlocks was too great. As long as he was alive, these warlock geniuses would feel powerless. Interesting, my Devour Black Moon can't devour your power. As expected of the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram. I'll be a little more serious in killing you. Yang Feng smiled slightly, and the Devour Black Moon retracted to a distance of 3 meters away from him. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in front of Yan Jun, so fast. The third eye opened on Yan Jun's forehead barely captured Yang Feng's movement trajectory. He operated a secret method and met Yang Feng head-on.
Boom, boom, boom.
Huge explosions kept ringing in the center of the Solar Divine Palace. Lightning, fire, ice, venom, and other forces blasted towards Yang Feng from Yan Jun's incarnation of a freak. With the power of the level 9 secret treasure demon god diagram, Yan Jun could easily use the innate abilities of hundreds of demon gods sealed in the demon god diagram, as well as hundreds of terrifying spells. When the hundreds of spells blasted into the Devour Black Moon, they disappeared without a trace, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Yan Jun and Yang Feng were like two ferocious humanoid fiend gods. Everywhere they passed, berserk energy shocks spread in all directions. If it was on Earth, the battle between Yan Jun and Yang Feng would have already caused the Earth to crack and rivers to flow in reverse. That was because the Solar Divine Palace was the residence of the Solar Emperor. It had withstood the battle between the two of them without being damaged at all. He didn't utilize any secret treasure and suppressed Yan Jun. How terrifying! Yan Jun used the rank 9 secret treasure, Demon God Diagram. Even if he can't display the full effect of the Demon God Diagram, he's still being suppressed by Lei Ming. It's really unbelievable. When the glorious Sun Warlocks in the distance saw this scene, their eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Yan Jun, who was just a glorious Sun Warlock, was able to use the level 9 secret treasure demon god diagram, which already made many glorious Sun Warlocks look at him in a new light. After all, level 9 secret treasures were treasures that only Infinity Warlocks could fully exert. In theory, glorious Sun Warlocks couldn't use them. But what shocked the other glorious Sun Warlocks even more was that Yang Feng didn't use any secret treasures. By relying on his own power, he suppressed Yan Jun, who used the Demon God Diagram. In order to contend against the powerhouses of other races, human warlocks developed all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures. It was with the help of secret treasures that human warlocks could surpass other powerful beings in terms of strength. But now Yan Jun, who used the level 9 secret treasure demon god diagram, was suppressed by Yang Feng, who didn't use any secret treasures. This was simply inconceivable. Yan Jun, who is one with the diagram, uttered a strange voice. Lei Ming, you can't defeat me. Take out the Sun God Empyrean flower, and we'll divide it equally. Then, we can join forces to kill the rest and divide their collection. If you want to share the Sun God Empyrean flower with me, you must be strong enough. You don't have the qualifications to share the Sun God Empyrean flower with me. However, your strength is enough for me to use a little bit of my true power. Yang Feng smiled. The 9 worlds inside him operated wildly, and a fearsome life force soared into the sky, attracted a copious amount of sun force, and formed a fearsome beam of light. Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist. Yang Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of Yan Jun, containing wisps of the essence of power. The power of the 9 worlds gathered in his fist, pulverizing, shattering, collapsing, and destroying everything. Turtle God Shield. Yan Jun's face suddenly changed dramatically, and his heart stirred. And a net magic tortoise, known for its defense, suddenly appeared, and the huge turtle shield engraved with countless defensive runes blocked in front of him.
Boom.
When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the huge Turtle God Shield, the Turtle God Shield, which was known for its invincible defense, shattered. Yang Feng's fist slammed into Yan Jun. A tyrannical force broke out in an instant, and a frightening force penetrated the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram and slammed into Yan Jun. Yan Jun spewed out a large mouthful of blood, slammed into the broken wall of the Sun God Shrine, and spewed out another mouthful of blood. The level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram is really amazing. Unfortunately, you're too weak. You haven't even exerted 1/10 of the level 9 secret treasure's power. Level 8 secret treasures are the most suitable for glorious dawn warlocks. Yang Feng's body blurred, and he appeared behind Yan Jun. The Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and swallowed Yan Jun. Yan Jun was seriously injured by Yang Feng's punch. Although he didn't die due to the protection of the Transcendent Diagram, but because he lost control of his power, he lost control of the Transcendent Diagram. Struggling inside Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, he screamed miserably. After 20-plus breaths of time, a glorious dawn core and a level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram floated out of the Devour Black Moon and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Do the two of you still want to fight me? Standing in the center of the Devour Black Moon, Yang Feng looked like an invincible god as he looked at Lan Ba and the beautiful woman with dragon horns and said slowly, "I'm not your opponent. I'm leaving." The beautiful woman with dragon horns took a deep look at Yang Feng, her eyes filled with apprehension, and then her figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light shooting into the distance. Lan Ba looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the void with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes, and he said slowly, "If we fight, do we have to decide who lives and who dies?" Exuding frigid killing intent, Yang Feng said slowly, "Of course, this is not a place to swap pointers. Anyone who stands in front of me is my enemy. Anyone who dares to be my enemy must die." In the Sun God Shrine, who knows how many glorious dawn warlocks are hidden? Each of these glorious dawn warlocks possesses queer and unimaginable means. If Yang Feng can't show his domineering side, these glorious dawn warlocks will swarm him and tear him to pieces. Lan Ba looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the void, his complexion alternating between green and white, and a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. However, when he thought that Yang Feng didn't even use a secret treasure to deal with Yan Jun, he shuddered inside. "I'm not your opponent either." Lan Ba sighed slightly, then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a Devour Black Moon and flew out of the Sun God Shrine domineeringly. The glorious dawn warlocks looked at Yang Feng flying into the distance and looked at each other. Many warlocks gritted their teeth, turned into streams of light, and chased after Yang Feng. The Sun God Empyrean Flower is a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary. Knowing that they are not Yang Feng's opponent, the glorious dawn warlocks still followed him from a distance, wanting to see if there is a chance. For these glorious dawn warlocks, so long as they are given a chance, they have a way to snatch the Sun God Empyrean Flower from Yang Feng. "Humph, you're too close. Go to hell." After flying for hundreds of kilometers, Yang Feng suddenly snorted coldly, his figure fluttered, and he appeared in an empty space. He extended his hand and grabbed an invisible glorious dawn warlock, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and swallowed the glorious dawn warlock. Along with a scream, a glorious dawn core appeared in Yang Feng's hand. What a cruel method! What a cruel fellow! What a cruel and merciless fellow! The glorious dawn warlocks following behind Yang Feng with the idea of killing him and seizing his treasures felt their hearts shake, and they moved further away and used spells to spy on Yangfeng's movements. If it was an ordinary treasure, seeing how powerful and cruel Yangfeng is, the other glorious Dawn warlocks would have distanced themselves, not daring to compete with him. But this is the Sun God Empyrean Flower, a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary. Once a warlock's soul aptitude is promoted to inferior level 9, then before breaking through to the Infinity Warlock realm, there will be virtually no bottleneck, and it will be far easier for them to advance to the Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlock realms than for other warlocks. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, if they get accurate information about the Sun God Empyrean Flower, they will definitely take action in person to compete for a treasure like the Sun God Empyrean Flower. Chapter 693. Strange fluctuations spread among the Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses, and the originally solitary Glorious Sun Warlocks gradually united and formed a huge group of nearly 300 people. The Glorious Sun Warlocks in Sun God Shrine are geniuses among geniuses of various planes. When nearly 300 Glorious Sun Warlocks join forces, even if they each have their own ulterior motives, they are still enough to slay a Bright World Warlock. Yangfeng frowned slightly and mused. Sure enough, they joined forces. These Glorious Sun Warlocks are elites from various planes. Once they discover that they aren't Yangfeng's opponent, then as long as someone links up with them, they can naturally form a huge temporary force. The Sun God Empyrean Flower is too tempting. No matter who it is, they won't give it up. Even Nangong Wumi and Bai Yuxian cast spells to spy on Yangfeng's whereabouts from afar. If Yangfeng is invincible, they naturally won't take action. But if Yangfeng reveals a flaw, they won't hesitate to snatch the Sun God Empyrean Flower. After all, the relationship between them was merely that of ordinary friends. Lei Ming, hand over the Sun God Empyrean Flower. We can let you go. We don't want to be enemies with you. As long as you hand over the Sun God Empyrean Flower, you can go. Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura came from afar, and a bear-like voice reverberated in the area. Almost at the same time, nearly 300 Glorious Sun Warlock rank auras rose from all directions and swept towards Yangfeng. Among the dense Glorious Sun Warlock rank auras, there is no lack of World Force auras. These Glorious Sun Warlocks are supreme geniuses from various planes, and there is no lack of peerless geniuses who formed a virtual world. When these geniuses join forces, even a quasi-infinity Warlock rank powerhouse will find it difficult to contend against them head-on. Even if the weak unite, they are still weak. Weaklings like you dare to attack me? You overestimate yourselves. I hereby announce that all those who have chased after us must die. Yangfeng smiled coldly, then his figure blurred, and he appeared dozens of kilometers away. He escaped. Lei Ming escaped. After him. We can't let him escape. When the nearly 300 Glorious Sun Warlocks saw Yangfeng escape, there was a look of excitement in their eyes, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light chasing after Yangfeng. Many Glorious Sun Warlocks silently recited incantations, took out secret treasures, and began to cast spells to interfere with Yangfeng. In front of Yangfeng, the earth suddenly trembled, and a 10,000-meter tall mountain rose into the air and blocked in front of him. Trifling tricks. Yangfeng snorted coldly, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and slammed into the 10,000-meter tall mountain. Wherever the Black Moon passed, the mountain rocks were swallowed and formed a large hole. When Yangfeng crossed the 10,000-meter tall mountain, streams of ice surged and formed a layer of ice thousands of meters thick. Yangfeng slammed into the layer of ice, forcibly devoured a large hole in it, and then flew away without hesitation. Spatial barriers, mountains, illusion labyrinths, icebergs, and other obstacles strangely appeared in front of Yangfeng. Faced with these obstacles, Yangfeng just urged the Devour Black Moon to protect himself and crushed all the forces blocking his way. The nearly 300 Glorious Sun Warlocks could only watch helplessly as Yangfeng got further and further away from them. Speed was one of the greatest weapons of the strong. The reason why the status of high-level warlocks was far above that of low-level warlocks was because they came and went like the wind. Even if they couldn't defeat the joint efforts of low-level warlocks, they could still easily escape and look for opportunities to kill those low-level warlocks. Really? I didn't expect that I would encounter such an outrageous genius when I came to pick the sun god Empyrean flower. However, it's your misfortune to run into me, venerable magic mirror. Among the glorious sun warlocks, an ordinary-looking human warlock wearing a silver warlock robe frowned slightly, his eyes shimmered fiercely, and he took out a silver mirror and pointed it at Yangfeng. An infinity warlock rank fluctuation of power streaked across the silver-robed warlock's body. In an instant, a silver ray shot out from the mirror and shot towards Yangfeng. The silver ray pierced through Yangfeng's devour black moon and blasted into him. Yangfeng's body collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Venerable Magic Mirror is a genuine intermediate infinity warlock rank powerhouse. This time, he obtained information that the sun god Empyrean flower has matured, which is why he risked having his cultivation base suppressed to sneak into sun god shrine. In the outside world, with Venerable Magic Mirror's infinity warlock rank power, even if 300 glorious sun warlocks besiege him, he can use various secret methods to kill them one by one. But in Sun God Shrine, powerhouses like Lan Ba and Ba Sun have the ability to threaten his life. If it wasn't for the Sun God Empyrean flower being too precious, he wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place in person. However, when Venerable Magic Mirror sneaked into Sun God Shrine with his true body, he can use this secret method to display a trace of infinity warlock rank power in an instant, which is how he was able to draw Yangfeng into his level 9 secret treasure, Silver Glow Magic Mirror. Yangfeng's vision blurred. After he woke up, he found that he is in a space with a diameter of about 30 square meters and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Yangfeng's heart stirred. He looked at the surrounding environment and quickly made a judgment. Shit, I was hit by the spell of another powerhouse. This is his secret treasure space. Warlocks are powerful and have all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures. Even if they are far stronger than other warlocks, they can die if they are careless in battle. Unfortunately, to trap me with such a secret treasure is a pipe dream. Yangfeng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a swarm of black devourers flew out from his hand and pounced on the silver light wall engraved with countless mysterious runes. When the black devourers pounced on the silver wall, they frantically devoured the silver wall's materials, power, and everything else. Damn it, my silver glow magic mirror. Stinking brat. You deserve to die. Venerable Magic Mirror's strongest secret treasure is the Silver Glow Magic Mirror, with which he is connected by heart and soul. When the Silver Glow Magic Mirror issued mournful cries, he sensed it and saw Yangfeng's devourers devour the Silver Glow Magic Mirror. I originally wanted to spare your worthless life, but now you're dead. Now, go to hell. Venerable Magic Mirror's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the Silver Glow Magic Mirror. Inside the Silver Glow Magic Mirror, the silver wall shone brightly, and twisted silver runes formed a silver flame that drifted towards Yangfeng. When Yangfeng saw the silver flame, his complexion changed dramatically, and he waved his hand, and a devour black moon swept towards the silver flame. The silver flame, which seems to have no substance and energy, strangely passed through the devour black moon and drifted towards Yangfeng. Within a breath of time, it landed on Yangfeng. Silver flames instantly ignited in Yangfeng's soul, frantically burning it. Yangfeng's face twisted, and intense pain engulfed him, making him twitch all over, and countless blue veins bulged from every corner of his body. The silver flame is called Silver Glow Soul Refining Flame, and it is a kind of flame that can directly attack the soul of a warlock. If Venerable Magic Mirror was in his heyday, he could even burn the soul of an infinity warlock into the Silver Glow Magic Mirror to ashes within a quarter of an hour. The defensive power and offensive power of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror are inferior among level 9 secret treasures. But its attack method is very strange. With the power of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror, Venerable Magic Mirror was able to kill 2 junior Infinity Warlocks in a sneak attack. Venerable Magic Mirror smiled coldly. "You're dead after being hit by my Silverlight's soul-refining flame." Crack. Along with a crisp sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror. My Silver Glow Magic Mirror. In the next moment, along with Venerable Magic Mirror's horrified roar, the level 9 secret treasure Silver Glow Magic Mirror shattered into countless fragments that splashed about. Looking at the shattered Silver Glow Magic Mirror, Venerable Magic Mirror's heart is about to break. It is extremely difficult to find a secret treasure that is completely compatible with your secret method. He spent thousands of years to ask an alchemist grandmaster to refine the Silver Glow Magic Mirror for him. Now that the Silver Glow Magic Mirror has been broken, his strength has dropped by more than 30%. When Yangfeng emerged from the Silver Glow Magic Mirror, a swarm of black devourers suddenly flew towards Yangfeng, and frantically devoured the Silver Glow Magic Mirror. "That's Lei Ming. He showed up. How come he's here? Everyone, let's kill him together. Kill him, and we'll divide the Sun God Empyrean flower equally." When the glorious Sun Warlocks saw Yangfeng appear next to them, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they shouted, "A bunch of ants! Since you want to die so badly, then I'll fulfill your wish." Enduring the severe pain, Yangfeng showed a ferocious smile, runes flashed, and 9 dark passages appeared in front of him. Tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots flew out from the 9 passages in an instant and shot towards the glorious Sun Warlocks. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." From behind the tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots came Yangfeng's frigid voice filled with killing intent. Chapter 694. A glorious Sun Warlock has just cast Starfall and condensed a star barreling towards Yangfeng. Following after images, 6 Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of the glorious Sun Warlock, slashed with their blades, split his life force field, and chopped him into 7 pieces. Mechanical golems? Trifling golems want to contend against us glorious Sun Warlocks. What wishful thinking! The glorious Sun Warlock snorted coldly, and his body that was chopped into 7 pieces suddenly changed into a feathered snake with wings and fought fiercely with the 6 Type 2 Undyings. At this moment, 3 Mistwalkers disintegrated into gray mist that swept towards the glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake. The glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake suddenly trembled, and the life force inside him disappeared like a flood. "Damn it!
Die."
Shocked, the glorious Sun Warlock was about to cast a fire spell to destroy the strange mist formed by the Mistwalkers. Several Type 2 Void Assassins emerged from the void, slashed with their blades, and chopped the glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake into pieces again. After the glorious Sun Warlock was chopped into pieces again, the life force of the countless pieces quickly disappeared like a mummy, with all the water sucked out.
No.
"I won't die. How can I die at the hands of these golems?" A glorious sun core trembled slightly and issued a heart-wrenching roar. After absorbing a dozen-plus pieces of flesh, it suddenly ejected and tried to escape into the distance. Along with flashes of lightning, dozens of Type 2 lightning manipulators fired silver lightning that slammed into the glorious sun core and blasted the glorious Sun Warlock's flesh and soul to pieces. On the other side, a glorious Sun Warlock turned into a 100-meter-long 6-headed gold dragon, and the 6 heads fired dragon breaths of light, darkness, ice, poison, fire, and gravity barreling towards the Type 2 Undyings. The Type 2 Undyings activated level 5 energy shields one after another. However, under the bombardment of the dragon breaths, the shields shattered like bubbles and were swallowed by the dragon breaths. Right at this moment, a 15-meter-tall Vajra main battle robot equipped with a main cannon flashed. It was fully equipped with a powerful superalloy armor and was up to 15 meters tall. A resplendent beam slammed into the six-headed gold dragon, pierced through it, and evaporated a copious amount of flesh and blood. A huge hole was blasted open in the body of the six-headed gold dragon, transformed from a glorious dawn warlock, and a large amount of blood spilled out of the hole. But it still didn't die. Countless runes flashed, and the six-headed golden dragon that had been pierced through instantly recovered from all of its injuries. Evidently, the glorious sun warlock used a powerful recovery secret method. The six-headed gold dragon has just recovered when 7 resplendent beams blasted from different directions and blasted the six-headed gold dragon apart again. Type 2 sealers suddenly flew out and unleashed sealing light that slammed into the six-headed gold dragon and abruptly wore down the power of the glorious sun warlock. Aoo! The six-headed gold dragon faced upwards and roared. Countless runes condensed around it, shone, and it instantly recovered. The moment the six-headed gold dragon recovered, it was blasted into pieces by countless beams again. Hundreds of Type 2 Undyings strangely appeared beside the six-headed gold dragon, slashed at it with their blades, and chopped it into countless pieces in an instant. Dozens of thunder manipulators controlled the lightning, which danced like silver snakes. They bombarded the pieces of the six-headed golden dragon's body, turning them into charred, lifeless pieces. After the six-headed gold dragon was blasted apart, a palm-sized silver-winged snake blurred and appeared tens of kilometers away. The glorious sun warlocks in Sun God Shrine are rare geniuses in the outside world. Each of them is a fearsome existence that can defeat ordinary weak divine force rank gods. Such powerhouses have endless life-saving secret methods, making them extremely difficult to kill. When Yang Feng fought Ba Sun, Jiang Qi, Yan Jun, and Che Jingquang, the 4 monster-level powerhouses, he used Fate Algorithm, a peerless secret method he obtained from the Eternal Continent, to cut off all their escape secret methods and kill them. Yang Feng's true body has also mastered more than a dozen death substitution secret methods. As long as he isn't killed by karma spells or peerless secret methods, it will be very difficult for him to truly die. As soon as the silver-winged snake appeared, a Type 2 Undying suddenly flew out from the side and slashed it into pieces. Countless bolts of lightning slammed into the flesh of the winged snake and blasted it into ashes, leaving only a glorious sun core behind. Caught off guard, the nearly 300 glorious sun warlocks were besieged by the tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots. In an instant, more than 20 glorious sun warlocks were killed, and more than 100 glorious sun warlocks were seriously injured by the 4th-generation battle robots. The remaining 100-plus glorious sun warlock geniuses began to go all out, unleashed peerless secret methods, and used the strongest secret methods they mastered to fight the 4th-generation battle robots. Watching this scene from afar, Nangong Wumi was struck dumb. Amazing! To be able to resist those glorious sun warlocks by himself, he's a monster. Bai Yuxian, who was hiding in the distance, watched this scene with a spell, and her heart filled with shock. Amazing! Are those Undying Mountains golems? So strong. Did they obtain the Golem Lord's inheritance?
No.
Golem's celestial body. Did they obtain Golem Dynasty's alchemy from the Golem celestial body? Amazing! That guy is really a monster. That's too scary. In addition to the nearly 300 glorious sun warlocks who formed an alliance, there are even more glorious sun warlocks in Sun God Shrine who didn't participate in the battle, watching this side with spells. When they saw Yang Feng contend against nearly 300 glorious sun geniuses by himself and kill more than 20 glorious sun geniuses in a single exchange, they were struck dumb, and shock filled their hearts.
Boom. Boom.
Tremendous explosions reverberated in the area. At virtually every moment, there are 4th-generation battle robots being destroyed by the glorious sun warlocks. The 200-plus glorious sun warlocks are indeed peerless geniuses from different planes. With absolute magic power, they suppress the tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots and smash them to pieces. Even so, Under the siege of the 4th-generation battle robots, some of the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks still die from time to time. Surrender. Lei Ming, hand over the Sun God Empyrean Flower. Otherwise, only death will await you. A glorious Sun Warlock who formed a virtual world waved his hand, and a fire dragon suddenly appeared and pounced towards the mist formed by a dozen-plus mistwalkers. In an instant, the violent fire dragon turned into a sea of fire covering dozens of square kilometers and swept the mist formed by the dozen-plus mistwalkers. Burned by the fire containing the law of fire, the mistwalkers who are immune to physical attacks were forcibly refined by the violent fire dragon. A bunch of idiots. Let's start the second part of the game. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Then 9 whirlpools appeared on him again, and a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots flew out from the 9 worlds inside him, turned into a steel cloud, and rushed towards the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks. Damn it! How come he has so many golems? Damn it! How are we going to kill so many golems? When the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks saw this scene, they were struck dumb, and despair appeared in their eyes. Faced with the 40,000 4th-generation battle robots, they had to use all their trump cards to barely suppress them. Now that there were 60,000 more battle robots, they were in despair.
Shit.
There's more over there. So many golems. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? All of a sudden, the glorious Sun Warlocks turned their heads and looked into the distance. They saw the sound of engines resound through the sky, and a dense swarm of battle robots flying this way from all directions have completely surrounded the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks. Most of the battle robots surrounding them are 3rd-generation battle robots. Only their weapon systems have been strengthened once, and their overall function is almost a generation behind that of the 4th-generation battle robots. However, their number is as high as 6 million, far surpassing that of the 4th-generation battle robots. In an instant, a rain of light blasted out from the 3rd-generation battle robots, weapons barreling towards the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks. Under the bombardment of the dense rain of light, the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks can only cast secret methods and defensive spells to resist the rain of light. The 100,000 4th-generation battle robots were like a sharp knife that stabbed into the group of more than 200 glorious Sun geniuses and started slaughtering them. Under the frenzied siege of more than 1 million 3rd-generation battle robots and 100,000 4th-generation battle robots, famous glorious Sun Warlock geniuses of various planes died one after another and turned into glorious Sun cores. Chapter 695. Now you're the only one left. You shouldn't be a glorious Dawn Warlock, right? Without looking at the more than 200 glorious Sun Warlocks alliance, Yang Feng's gaze fell on Venerable Magic Mirror, and he uttered coldly. At this time, there were more than 1,000 level 4 main battle robots frantically besieging Venerable Magic Mirror, but they were unable to harm it at all. 36 diamond-shaped prisms floated around his body, each of which was engraved with mysterious and magical runes. When the attacks of the battle robots hit the 36 rhombus prisms, 90% of the power was directly reflected. Only 10% of the power was able to hit Venerable Magic Mirror. Besieged by 1,000 4th-generation battle robots of various types, Venerable Magic Mirror displayed fighting strength far beyond that of ordinary glorious Sun Warlocks and destroyed dozens of 4th-generation battle robots without suffering any damage. If he was given enough time, it would only be a matter of time before he destroyed 1,000 level 4 main battle robots. Venerable Magic Mirror's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered solemnly, "I am Venerable Magic Mirror of Kongning Plains Magic Mirror Mountain, a true infinity warlock. Lei Ming, give me the Sun God Empyrean Flower. I can use all the resources of the Magic Mirror Mountain to exchange for it." "No, I can give you the entire Magic Mirror Mountain, as long as you give me the Sun God Emperor Flower." Venerable Magic Mirror originally looked down on the trifling glorious Dawn warlock rank Yangfeng and didn't even want to talk to him. However, in Sun God's Shrine, even an Infinity Warlock will be suppressed to the pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock rank. He can only lower his head and negotiate with Yangfeng. For the sake of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, he is willing to pay everything, even if he is to hand over the Magic Mirror Mountain to Yangfeng. Magic Mirror Mountain was a powerful warlock group that wasn't inferior to the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 Great Sects. It was a force that Venerable Magic Mirror spent thousands of years painstakingly building, and it had countless resources. For the Sun God Empyrean Flower, he was willing to give up the entire Magic Mirror Mountain. This was the value of a top-grade natural treasure. Of course, it was only because Yangfeng was strong enough that Venerable Magic Mirror condescended to negotiate with him. If Yangfeng wasn't strong enough, he would have already killed him. Venerable Magic Mirror, an Infinity Warlock. Interesting, let me have a taste of your abilities. Yangfeng's eyes lit up. His figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Venerable Magic Mirror, extracted World Force, and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards Venerable Magic Mirror. A terrifying energy wave that could destroy the primal chaos and suppress all the worlds in the universe sealed the void and blasted towards Venerable Magic Mirror with a terrifying pressure that could crush an entire world. Reflecting Magic Mirror. Venerable Magic Mirror had a solemn look in his eyes as he silently chanted an incantation. Countless runes suddenly appeared on his body and condensed into a magic mirror that was inscribed with 9,999 types of runes. It was as black as ink and looked like it was born from hell. It blocked in front of him. When the primal chaos annihilation fist slammed into the reflecting magic mirror, the fist ray twisted and slammed into Yangfeng in an instant. A copious amount of blood sprayed out of Yangfeng's body, turning him into a terrifying blood person, and he was sent flying for dozens of kilometers. Venerable Magic Mirror was just about to give chase, when dozens of Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of him and slashed at him from different directions. Scram! Furious, Venerable Magic Mirror bellowed, and palm-sized reflecting magic mirrors appeared around him. When the dozens of Type 2 Undyings slashed at the reflecting magic mirrors, the blades twisted strangely and then slashed open huge gashes on their bodies. However, the dozens of Type 2 Undyings were still frantically slashing at Venerable Magic Mirror after their bodies were slashed with huge gashes. Wounds appeared on the bodies of the Type 2 Undyings, making Venerable Magic Mirror more and more anxious. Amazing, as expected of an Infinity Warlock. It would be rude of me not to use my full strength to deal with you. Cover. Yangfeng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and within 3 breaths of time, he healed all his injuries. He took a deep look at Venerable Magic Mirror and ordered coldly. Tens of thousands of mistwalkers suddenly disintegrated and turned into a thick fog that shrouded an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. It's covered up. I can't see anything. That thick fog completely obstructs detection spells. What does he want to do? As soon as the thick fog appeared, the glorious Sun Warlocks who used various spells to spy on the battle found that their spells lost all effect. Countless runes appeared on Yangfeng and formed a set of white Battle Demon armor. The Battle Demon secret method is the most suitable secret method for Yangfeng. It can increase his combat power by 5 times and can defend against various attacks. In the Ligue province, there are countless secret methods that can greatly increase the strength of warlocks. However, these secret methods have various restrictions. Some require special bloodlines, and some require special secret treasures. Only the Battle Demon sect's fundamental secret method, the Battle Demon secret method, is Yangfeng's favorite secret method. After Yangfeng formed the white Battle Demon armor, the force of the 9 worlds inside him surged and poured into him through the world ring. Rest in peace. Yangfeng's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Venerable Magic Mirror and sent a primal chaos annihilation fist barreling towards Venerable Magic Mirror with terrifying power capable of crushing the vacuum and annihilating everything. 9 virtual worlds. an inheritance secret method of the Nine Realms Lord. Venerable Magic Mirror's face finally fell, and he clenched his teeth. The seals on him were unlocked one by one, and Infinity Warlock rank breath gushed out of him in an attempt to pry open the suppression of Sun God's shrine. Faced with an all-out strike containing the power of 9 small worlds, even Venerable Magic Mirror felt the danger of death. All of a sudden, a series of strange runes appeared. A terrifying pillar of fire condensed from the divine sun flame gushed out from the ground beneath Venerable Magic Mirror's body and swallowed him whole.
No. I don't want to die.
I won't die. Venerable Magic Mirror let out a shrill scream. Countless runes appeared, and the mirrors around him shattered one after another. Dozens of silver mirror-type secret treasures flew out of Venerable Magic Mirror and shattered, and silver light shot out and formed Venerable Magic Mirror's true body dozens of kilometers away. Venerable Magic Mirror's true body has just formed when Yangfeng's Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist, which is amplified 5-fold by the Battle Demon's secret method and contains the power of 9 small worlds, slammed into his body. A tyrannical force of annihilation gushed out in an instant, and Venerable Magic Mirror's body crumbled inch by inch. Fate algorithm. After crushing Venerable Magic Mirror's body, Yangfeng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black moon suddenly appeared and sucked in the void. A strange death substitution doll, a death substitution body, a silver death substitution mirror, and dozens of other death substitution secret treasures exploded in the devour black moon. Lei Ming, do you really want to kill me? If you kill me, my magic mirror mountain won't rest until your undying mountain is dead. An infinity core carrying Venerable Magic Mirror's soul flew out from the devour black moon in an instant. Venerable Magic Mirror's soul remnant coiled around the infinity core and issued resentful roars. Since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed. Today is the anniversary of your death. If the Magic Mirror Mountain dares to provoke me, I will send them to be buried with you. Yangfeng smiled coldly, and the devour black moon swept towards Venerable Magic Mirror's soul and devoured it in an instant, leaving only an infinity core in his hand. Only then did the mist that enveloped thousands of kilometers dissipate, rapidly condensing into mistwalkers. Venerable Magic Mirror is gone. He was killed. He killed an Infinity Warlock. That was an Infinity Warlock. How could he be killed like this? When the glorious Sun Warlock spying on this side using various spells saw Yangfeng standing proudly in the void, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Venerable Magic Mirror is a genuine Infinity Warlock. Even though he was forced to seal most of his power in Sun God's shrine, but he still grasps countless secret methods and secret treasures, and his battle prowess is tyrannical. Even a freakish genius, like Lan Ba, may not be Venerable Magic Mirror's opponent. Yet he died at Yangfeng's hands, which is incredible. Looking at Yangfeng from afar, Nangong Wumi sighed faintly, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. In such a short time, he has progressed to this point. How enviable! When Nangong Wumi was defeated by Yangfeng, he was still confident that he could kill Yangfeng if he went all out. Now that he has seen Yangfeng display his true strength, he understands how powerful Yangfeng is. After Yangfeng killed Venerable Magic Mirror, he turned to look at the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks. Besieged by 100,000 4th-class primary battle robots and 1 million 3rd-class primary battle robots, the more than 200 glorious Sun Geniuses had suffered heavy casualties. More than 60 glorious Sun Geniuses had fallen to the attacks of these primary battle robots. If it weren't for the fact that these glorious Sun Warlocks are freakish geniuses and proficient in countless life-saving secret methods, they would have been killed by the battle robots long ago. After all, killing Venerable Magic Mirror just now was somewhat unfair. Now, I'll use all of you to test how much my strength has improved. Yangfeng glanced at the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks who are still struggling, smiled slightly, and turned into a devour black moon shooting towards them. Chapter 696.
Don't.
Spare me. Don't kill me. The glorious Sun Warlock geniuses were extremely powerful. In the outside world, they could contend against weak divine power rank gods. But Yangfeng's avatar of the Devour Black Moon engulfed them one by one. Within a few breaths of time, they turned into glorious sun cores. The glorious Sun Warlock geniuses were far weaker than Yangfeng to begin with. Moreover, under the siege of 100,000 fourth-generation battle robots and millions of third-generation battle robots, they barely managed to hold on. Now that Yangfeng launched a sneak attack on them, their defenses collapsed one by one, and they were devoured by the Devour Black Moon. No. The countenance of the remaining glorious Sun Warlock geniuses changed dramatically, and 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods and turned into streams of light fleeing in all directions.
Whoosh.
Type 2 Undyings launched their highest speed, caught up with the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks, slashed at them, and cut them into pieces. Hundreds of lightning manipulators manipulated lightning and blasted the fragments of the glorious Sun Warlocks into pieces. Along with afterimages, Yangfeng appeared beside the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks almost at the same time. He extended his hand, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared. According to the guidance of Fate algorithm, the Devour Black Moon grabbed at the void, broke the life-saving secret methods of the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks one by one, and finally killed them one by one. Seeing the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks die at Yangfeng's hands one by one, the rest of the glorious Sun Warlocks were overwhelmed by fear. I am Brilliant Bird's glorious Sun Warlock raises. My father is the Brilliant Bird's Great Elder and Infinity Warlock. Lei Ming, you can't kill me. I am a personal disciple of Snake Ring's Great Elder Garmin. Great Elder Garmin is also an Infinity Warlock. Lei Ming, if you kill me, Great Elder Garmin won't let you off. Screams of horror came from the mouths of the glorious Sun Warlocks, and the glorious Sun Warlocks revealed their backgrounds that they disdained to speak of in the past. Each of the glorious Sun Warlocks was a peerless genius, and behind them stood a bright world warlock at the very least. Among them, there are dozens of glorious Sun Warlocks backed by Infinity Warlocks. Die. Die, all of you. If you don't surrender, then die. Yangfeng's incarnation of the Devour Black Moon is like a god of death harvesting lives. Without any scruples, it frantically slayed and devoured the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses from different forces. Using the law of devour to devour various powers would create various powers in the body of the extraordinary life form. The conflict between the various powers could even lead to the collapse of the extraordinary life form with the devouring power. However, Yangfeng has 9 small worlds inside him. All the power he devours is channeled into the 9 small worlds and strengthen the plain origin force of the 9 small worlds. Some glorious Sun Warlocks cultivated strange and troublesome powers that were extracted by the eternal power furnace inside Yangfeng and condensed them into energy crystals. Among the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses, there is no lack of powerhouses who have formed a virtual world. Every time Yangfeng devours such a powerhouse, the 9 small worlds inside him become a bit more stable. Nangong Wumi watched Yangfeng squash the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses one after another like chickens, and his heart filled with shock. What a dreadful guy. Those guys are peerless geniuses from different forces, yet he didn't hesitate to kill them. How dreadful. Each of the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses has a bright world warlock and an infinity warlock backing them. The older generation powerhouses who are stronger than them will never kill them unless there is a life and death feud between them. Yangfeng, on the other hand, killed the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses without hesitation. This is simply insane and appalling. When Bai Yuxian saw the scene, a chill rose from the depths of her body and enveloped her, making her feel cold all over. How dreadful. How dreadful. If I was in that crowd, he would have killed me without hesitation. He wouldn't have the slightest scruple. Bai Yuxian is a peerless genius from the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, the Bai family. Out of respect for the Bai family, Bai Yuxian is like a fish in water wherever she goes, and is sought after by countless people. Even Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks are very gentle to her, taking care of her as if she is their nephew. What she's most afraid of is encountering unreasonable powerhouses like Yangfeng, who annihilates everything. A glorious Sun Warlock finally collapsed and screamed, "I surrender. I am willing to be your slave. Don't kill me. I surrender. Release your soul, and let me set up a brand." Yangfeng appeared in front of the glorious Sun Warlock and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, suspended in the air, and radiated powerful light. The true God Empyrean imprint is engraved with one powerful rune after another, each rune representing a part of the soul of a powerful being sealed inside. The glorious Sun Warlock gritted his teeth and released his soul. Yangfeng pointed with a finger, and queer runes flew out of the true God Empyrean imprint and entered the glorious Sun Warlock's soul. "I also surrender. I surrender. Please spare my life." When the remaining glorious Sun Warlocks saw this, they gritted their teeth, and half of them chose to surrender. The other half, however, struggled bitterly. Under Yangfeng's order, the glorious Sun Warlocks who surrendered to him quickly attacked other glorious Sun Warlocks. "You traitors! Damn it! You traitors with no self-respect! I curse you! I curse all of you, your descendants, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your daughters." The proud, glorious Sun Warlocks who were unwilling to release their souls were blasted into dregs by Yangfeng and the glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him. 2 hours later, of the nearly 300 glorious Sun Warlocks who besieged Yangfeng, only 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who chose to submit to Yangfeng remained alive. The rest of the glorious Sun Warlocks were all killed, with no one escaping from Yangfeng. In Sun God Shrine, the glorious Sun Warlocks watched in horror as Yangfeng mercilessly killed the glorious Sun Warlocks one by one. None of them dared to come out and fight Yangfeng. After wiping out everyone, Yangfeng's figure fluttered, and he took the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him and the mechanical legion that blotted out the sky and flew towards the top-grade warp gate. Once the news of a treasure like the Sun God Empyrean flower spread, even Holy Spirit Warlocks would be tempted. A Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse has the strength to crush all resistance from Yangfeng. Yangfeng intends to devour and refine the Sun God Empyrean flower as soon as he returns to the Tongji Plain and break through the Godman boundary. As long as Yangfeng uses the power of the Sun God Empyrean flower to break through the Godman boundary and consume the medicinal efficacy of the Sun God Empyrean flower, the Holy Spirit Warlocks won't make things difficult for him. The swarm of battle robots landed in the secret valley with Yangfeng. Yangfeng took the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him through the top-grade warp gate and disappeared from Sun God Shrine. He's finally gone. That god of slaughter is finally gone. Now that he's gone, Sun God Shrine is finally a bit safer. When the glorious Sun Warlocks saw Yangfeng and the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks enter the mysterious valley, they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. As top Warlocks, they naturally guessed Yangfeng's plan. If it were them, they would use the Sun God Empyrean flower as soon as possible instead of being hunted down. Since you can enter Sun God Shrine, you can naturally leave. Ordinary Warlocks don't have the ability to leave Sun God Shrine of their own accord. However, the glorious Sun Warlocks don't think that it will be difficult for a powerhouse like Yangfeng to leave Sun God Shrine. Yu Province, one of Tongji Plain's lower provinces. Due to the existence of Ligui Demon Mountain, Ligui Province is a restricted area for Infinity Warlocks. Although it is rich in resources, but it is not suitable to be the foundation of a powerful sect. After Yangfeng expressed his submission to Great Cloud Dynasty on behalf of Undying Mountain, he obtained a huge fief in Yu Province, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's lower provinces. Although the fief is far less than the fief of battle demon sect in the past, but the area of the fief is 10 times larger than that of Earth's Russia, and it is rich in resources. The resources in Yangfeng's fief are far less than those in Ligui province. However, many of the resources in Yu province's fief are treasures that Ligui province doesn't have. The two complemented each other, and it is one of Yangfeng's important bases. To break through the Godman boundary, warlocks need to absorb a lot of life magic energy and the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The best places to break through the Godman boundary are Tsangji Plain or the 36 primary material planes. On the Tsangji Plain, the places where the Great Cloud Dynasty and the three dynasties are located have the best breakthroughs. In Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces have the best environments. As for Ligui province, due to the existence of Ligui Demon Mountain, Yangfeng doesn't dare to break through there for fear of alarming the terrifying existence in Ligui Demon Mountain. With the growth of Yangfeng's strength, he began to move his forces from Ligui province to Yu province's fief. After a comprehensive consideration, Yangfeng chose to devour and refine the sun god Empyrean flower in Yu province. After comprehensive consideration, Yu province is the most suitable place for Yangfeng to break through. Chapter 697. All the arrangements have been made. Now it's time to refine it. Yu province, in a secret room, Yangfeng is sitting on a large bed carved from a high-grade magic crystal, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and connected to a huge magic crystal warehouse. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the jade box containing the sun god Empyrean flower. As soon as he opened the jade box, a dazzling ray of sunlight shot out from the jade box, strangely penetrated the secret room set up with countless defensive barriers, entered the sky, and formed a huge beam of light invisible to the naked eye. What's that? A treasure. A peerless treasure is about to appear. A peerless treasure is about to appear here. In Yu province, the powerhouses hidden in the secret room were alarmed by the terrifying breath of the sun god Empyrean flower, and they saw the huge beam of light invisible to the naked eye. Yu province's powerhouses suddenly flew out from their secluded places, turned into rays of light, and flew towards the sun god Empyrean flower. As expected of an Empyrean grade treasure. Even if ordinary people get their hands on such a treasure, they won't be alive to enjoy it. Yangfeng inhaled and sucked the sun god Empyrean flower into his mouth. When the sun god Empyrean flower entered Yangfeng's body, it turned into a surging heat that frantically battered, burned, and purified everything inside him. If an existence without a moonlight warlock rank cultivation base swallowed the sun god Empyrean flower, they would be burned to ashes by the terrifying heat. As a pinnacle glorious sun warlock, Yangfeng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and every cell in his body trembled slightly and exuded fearsome power. A world projection engraved with countless mysterious runes slowly appeared behind Yangfeng. It is a world that has merged with half of his soul core. A soul projection identical to Yangfeng emerged from that world. An incomparably dazzling light shone from the soul shadow. The soul shadow continued to compress, condensing into a point that seemed to be able to devour everything. The world projection merged with Yangfeng inch by inch and finally integrated into his body. A resplendent beam of light rose from Yangfeng's body and shot straight into the sky. Within an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius, all life magic energy was extracted by the strange beam of light and turned into dark clouds rolling towards Yangfeng. Inside the beam that shot out of Yangfeng, the laws of space, the laws of fire, the laws of lightning, and other laws appeared one after another and converged into the beam. The boundary between gods and humans. Someone is breaking through the godly realm. The peerless treasure that just appeared was refined by that person. He's breaking through the godly realm. Someone is breaking through the god realm? Who is it? The surrounding warlocks looked at the pillar of light that absorbed the laws of realization from the void, and their eyes flashed with shock. In the Tsangji Plain, Only the 8 warlock emperors as well as their strongest opponents broke through and promoted to the Godman boundary. If the peerless geniuses who broke through the Godman boundary didn't die in the process of maturing, then the weakest one would have advanced to a warlock monarch capable of contending against a holy spirit warlock. In the Tsangji Plain, at present, the strongest powerhouses in the world are infinity warlocks. Once a warlock monarch rank warlock emerges, the situation of the entire Tsangji Plain may change. Everyone, let's kill that person, capture that person, and refine him into a potion. In this way, we can break the shackles of our soul aptitude and practice cultivation to a higher realm. A voice full of temptation reverberated in the ears of the surrounding warlocks. That's right. As long as I can drink that potion, my soul aptitude will evolve to superior level 7, and I will definitely be able to promote to a glorious dawn warlock. As long as I can drink that potion, I will be able to promote to a moonlight warlock. The strange voice was full of temptation, easily magnifying the desires of the surrounding warlocks. Everyone, let's go together. With so many of us, they won't dare to attack us. If we kill that person and refine him into a potion, we can all break through to the next realm. Along with a roar, a moonlight warlock turned into a stream of light and flew towards the area where Yu Province's Undying Mountain is located. Dozens of warlocks blurred into motion and flew towards the area where Undying Mountain is located. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warlocks whose desires have been silently aroused by the strange force turned bloodshot, and they operated secret methods and turned into streams of light flying towards Undying Mountain. Warning! Warning! Ahead is the private territory of Undying Mountain. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. One by one, the lowest-level cannon fodder humanoid robots appeared at the border of the Undying Mountain range and shouted with their mechanical synthesized voices. A bunch of scrap iron break. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of a moonlight warlock, and he operated the law of wind, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. Countless violent wind blades suddenly appeared and enveloped an area of more than a dozen kilometers in radius.
Boom, boom, boom.
The sound of explosions rang incessantly. Within an area of more than a dozen kilometers in radius, all low-level humanoid robots were cut into pieces by the wind blades. Low-level humanoid robots don't have energy shields, and the materials they use are crude, ordinary steel. Naturally, they can't resist the range attack of a moonlight warlock. Warning invalid. Activate annihilation mode. Annihilate all intruders. A voice reverberated in Yu Province's Undying Mountains territory. Within Undying Mountains territory, the land, mountains, cities, grasslands, and other places quickly opened up, and a swarm of third-generation battle robots flew out and turned into a torrent of steel shooting towards the invading warlocks. In an instant, an almost endless rain of light shot out from Undying Mountains territory and swept towards the invading warlocks. Swept by the dense rain of light, the low-level warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank were blasted into pieces, and a copious amount of blood and flesh scattered on the ground. Contaminated by the flesh and blood of the warlocks, many ordinary plants on the ground withered. However, there were also many plants that absorbed the flesh and blood of the warlocks and evolved into queer extraordinary plants. I am Wind God Dragon's Warlock Nan. A moonlight warlock screamed with a look of horror on his face, and then a beam blasted him in the head. The upper half of his body was vaporized, and his corpse fell from the sky. Only the monster-level warlock geniuses of Sun God's Shrine have endless life-saving secret methods. Ordinary human moonlight warlocks will die if their heads are blasted apart. Along with the roar of engines, a large number of third-generation battle robots rushed into the midst of the warlocks and besieged and killed one moonlight warlock after another. No matter how the moonlight warlocks begged, the third-generation battle robots didn't let them off, but killed them all. So savage. Is this Undying Mountain? What a savage fellow. What a fearsome fellow. Seeing this scene, the warlocks who originally planned to rush into fish in troubled waters sobered up. They all stopped in their tracks and flew backward. Undying Mountain made it clear that it wanted to kill all the warlocks who entered the area. The Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks of Yu Province felt a chill in their hearts and didn't dare to rush in rashly. However, there were still many formidable warlocks flying towards this region from all over Yu Province. Treasures that can enable people to break through the Godman boundary are extremely rare. In the entire Tsongji Plain, they generally only appear once every 1,000 years. Only in the eras when Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are born will there be a variety of treasures of heaven and earth that can enable people to break through the Godman boundary. The birth of every Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse requires the consumption of a large amount of resources and countless precious treasures of heaven and earth. Many treasures of heaven and earth are gone after they are used up. The reason why Godblood Plain gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse was because the primordial Godblood Stone produced by Godblood Plain was devoured by the first true ancestor, which allowed him to break through his limits and evolve into a Warlock Emperor rank existence. After the primordial Godblood Stone was devoured by the first true ancestor, no similar treasures were born in Godblood Plain. No matter how high the cultivation base of the other 8 true ancestors is, they cannot evolve into Warlock Emperor rank existences. Moreover, no matter what kind of treasures of heaven and earth there are, they cannot make the 8 true ancestors break through and evolve into Warlock Emperor rank existences, unless they can kill the first true ancestor and completely devour his true blood. Treasures of heaven and earth that can enable people to break through the Godman boundary attracted countless warlocks to gather here like honey. However, when the warlocks saw powerful warlocks being slaughtered by Yang Feng's mechanical legion, their eyes shimmered with apprehension, and they didn't dare to go over rashly. At this moment, a pinnacle bright world warlock rank breath descended from the sky, and a man riding a 100-meter-tall extraordinary life form flying dragon elephant with a dragon head, elephant body, elephant trunk, and lion claws descended from the sky, arrived at the edge of Undying Mountain's domain, and said loudly, "Heart of Dragon Elephant's Great Elder Wei Guanghe requests an audience with Undying Mountain's young master, Lei Ming." Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank breath rose from Undying Mountain, and Zhang Hongtao stood up and said loudly, "My young master is still in closed-door cultivation. Elder Wei, let's talk about it tomorrow." Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, you're really putting on airs. You're just a glorious Dawn Warlock, yet you're avoiding a meeting with my great elder. You really don't know what's good for you. An Infinity Warlock rank breath slowly spread, and a bald man with countless runes engraved on his head and a string of skulls of various powerful beings on his head, a haggard face, and a fierce ray in his eyes stepped out and said with a cold smile, Chapter 698. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor. He's here too. That's the founder of Heart of Dragon Elephant, the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The warlocks present inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw the bald man. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor is a peerless powerhouse who founded Heart of Dragon Elephant. As an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, he is extremely powerful. With the Dragon Elephant Ancestor standing guard, Heart of Dragon Elephant is only slightly weaker than the 10 great sects of Great Cloud Dynasty. The underlying strength of Heart of Dragon Elephant is much worse than that of the 10 great sects. But with the Dragon Elephant Ancestor standing guard, Heart of Dragon Elephant is a first-rate force second only to the 10 great sects. Great Cloud Dynasty is boundless and has countless powerhouses, including many Infinity Warlock rank existences. They have founded powerful warlock groups. In the past, the 10 great sects were the staunchest allies of Great Cloud Dynasties by family, ruling the world together with the Bai family. In the long history of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the 10 great sects went on expeditions everywhere, suppressed countless planes, and lost countless powerhouses. The Battle Demon sect once fought for Great Cloud Dynasty and lost several Infinity Warlocks. In the sect, there are only 4 Bright World Warlocks left to keep up appearances. In Great Cloud Dynasty, in addition to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, there are also countless warlock groups. From time to time, peerless geniuses emerge from these warlock groups, obtain countless fortuitous encounters, and eventually advance to the Infinity Warlock rank. Once a warlock group has an Infinity Warlock standing guard, it will become a first-rate force in Great Cloud Dynasty. Heart of Dragon Elephant has the Infinity Warlock ancestor and a Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank Great Elder guarding it. In U Province, this force is already one of the 5 overlords of U Province. A fearsome Infinity Warlock rank aura spread from the Dragon Elephant ancestor and swept towards Zhang Hongtao. Zhang Hongtao's face suddenly changed dramatically, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. By relying on his extraordinary perception, he clearly understands that the Dragon Elephant ancestor in front of him has the strength to easily kill him. What is Heart of Dragon Elephant? Screw off. Otherwise, all of you will die. With a flash of black light, Alexia, flapping her fallen angel wings and holding the fallen angel sword, appeared in the void like an invincible god. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with indifference and majesty as she stared coldly at the Dragon Elephant ancestor. An Infinity Warlock rank breath spread from her. An Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. Amazing, as expected of the Undying Mountain, to even cultivate Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels. Is this the power of the Undying Mountain?
It is indeed terrifying.
When the surrounding warlocks saw Alexia, they immediately inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. Fallen angels were the most powerful combat weapons developed by the gods. They were powerful beings transformed from fallen angels. The fallen angels of the Blazing Angel rank were terrifying war weapons that could contend against gods of the same rank and even kill gods of the same rank. When ordinary human Infinity Warlocks faced an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel, they could only flee in defeat. Berated by Alexia, the Dragon Elephant ancestor's face turned ashen, his eyes narrowed, and monstrous killing intent surged in them. Since he advanced to an Infinity Warlock, no one has ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. What big talk! A trifling Blazing Angel is just a tool of war. What qualifications does he have to communicate with us human warlocks on an equal footing? Let your master come and talk to us. Accompanied by a contemptuous voice, the earth rumbled, and a 10,000-meter-long Romandus stone tiger galloped over from afar. On the head of the Romandus stone tiger, there is a handsome male warlock dressed in a green warlock robe, exuding a wicked charm. But if you look closely, you will find that the male warlock is shrouded in endless coldness. That's the great elder of the Black Dragon Serpent ancestor. The Dragon Serpent ancestor is one of the 5 overlords of our U province. I didn't expect him to come here as well. Of course, that's a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary. On average, our Tsangji Plain may not be able to produce a peerless treasure every 1,000 years. If they can get their hands on it, it won't be impossible for them to break through to the Warlock Monarch realm in the future. When the surrounding warlocks saw the male warlock, their countenance changed at once, and they discussed in whispers. Alexia glanced at the Dragon Serpent ancestor and uttered in a cold voice and biting killing intent, "Dragon Serpent ancestor, you dare to provoke my Undying Mountain. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated by my Undying Mountain?" The Undying Mountain is really impressive. This isn't the Li Gui province, but U province. You want to exterminate a person's race. Isn't your Undying Mountain being too overbearing? A gust of wind blew, and a huge golden figure that seems to cover the entire sky appeared in the sky. A handsome man with long hair fluttering in the wind and an extraordinary temperament is standing proudly on a gold rock and looking coldly at Alexia. Heart of Gale's Gale, Venerable Lord. One of U province's 5 overlords, Gale Venerable Lord, has also appeared. Haha. A trifling blazing angel wants to resist 3 infinity warlocks. That's just courting death. With the 3 overlords here, it seems that the Undying Mountain won't be able to escape this time. With the 3 overlords taking the lead, we can still pick up some benefits from the Undying Mountain. For outsiders like the Undying Mountain to be so arrogant and overbearing in U Province, I've long since found them an eyesore. This time, let's wipe them out. The warlocks from U Province stared at the 2 powerhouses Alexia and John Hongtao with greed in their eyes. The Undying Mountain is one of the top warlock groups in the Tsangji Plain. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Normally, rogue warlocks wouldn't dare to provoke such a top warlock group. However, 3 of U Province's 5 overlords have already arrived. As long as the 3 overlords join forces, they will have a chance to break through the Undying Mountain. The rogue warlocks can also take advantage of the chaos to get some benefits from the Undying Mountain. Hand over the person who broke through the God-Man boundary. Otherwise, after the Undying Mountain is breached, no one will be spared. Amidst an extremely domineering and violent voice, a 2-meter-tall man with long, blood-red hair appeared. His upper body was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and he gave off a terrifying aura like a fiend god. He held a crimson spear in his hand as he walked through the air and appeared in this area. Blood Spear Sex Blood Spear Ancestor, one of U Province's 5 overlords.
He's here as well.
4 of the 5 overlords have come. Only 7 Color Rose Gardens people haven't come yet. The Undying Mountain is done for. Even more excited, the surrounding warlocks looked in the direction of the Undying Mountain with greed in their eyes. Let's do it! After we destroy the Undying Mountain, the 5 of us will divide the treasures equally. A cold, crisp voice full of killing intent sounded, and a peerless beauty with long hair, a scarlet rhombus crystal on the forehead, fair skin, a curvaceous figure, dressed in white muslin, and exuding a devastatingly charming charm appeared in the void while treading on a 7-color flower. 7 Color Rose Gardens Garden Master. U Province's 5 overlords are all here. With this, the Undying Mountain is done for. When U Province's 5 overlords attack together, even the 10 great sects will be destroyed. The Undying Mountain is done for. Filled with excitement, the surrounding warlocks looked greedily at the Undying Mountain like hungry wolves. In their view, with the 5 infinity warlocks joining forces, the Undying Mountain cannot resist them. Facing the siege of 5 infinity warlock rank powerhouses, if the infinity warlock rank Blazing Angel doesn't escape, only death will await her. TSK. After we destroy the Undying Mountain, the treasures should be divided equally among the 7 families. Amidst a series of creepy laughter, a man who was blind in one eye and looked like a bag of bones appeared in the void. His entire body was black, and he looked like a skeleton that had crawled out of a corpse. That's right, it should be divided equally among the 7 families. If you don't give us a share, then we'll help the Undying Mountain. A peerlessly handsome man with snow-white skin and an appearance that surpassed even Pan An's walked out of the void with a smile on his face. He was enveloped in a devilish charm from head to toe. Skeleton Demon Venerable, Wicked Playboy. These 2 infinity warlocks came as well. They are actually lurking in our U Province. When the warlocks saw the skeleton-like man and the handsome young man, their countenance changed dramatically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. The Skeleton Demon Venerable and the Wicked Playboy are both infinity warlocks of the demonic path. The Skeleton Demon Venerable likes to capture warlock powerhouses, absorb their brain matter and bone marrow, and refine them into skeletons. The Wicked Playboy, on the other hand, likes to capture a large number of handsome warlocks and use all kinds of wicked secret methods to turn them into his toys and slaves. The Skeleton Demon Venerable and the Wicked Playboy are peerless fiends who have been hunted by the Great Cloud Dynasty's demon hunting division for many years. Such a terrifying monster naturally made those warlocks somewhat fearful. Although the U Province's 5 overlord rank powerhouses are tyrannical, but they are bound by the laws of the Great Cloud Dynasty after all. As such, they won't go against conscience or go insane. The skeleton demon Venerable and the wicked playboy, on the other hand, are unscrupulous fiends. Although they are naturally far weaker than the U Province's 5 overlords, but they strike fear into the hearts of low-level warlocks. The Blood Spear ancestor frowned and said decisively, "Okay, then we'll divide it into 7 equal parts. However, if you don't contribute, then don't even think about getting a shred of it." Chapter 699. The other 4 overlords frowned and tacitly agreed with the Blood Spear ancestor's words. 4 U Province's 5 overlords to join forces to attack Undying Mountain in order to obtain a treasure that can enable them to break through the Godman boundary. They have shed all pretense of cordiality with Yongfeng's Undying Mountain. If Yongfeng's Undying Mountain escapes today, it will surely launch a fierce counterattack against U Province's 5 overlords. U Province's 5 overlords are all scheming and decisive people. After weighing the pros and cons, they immediately made a judgment and accepted the 2 Infinity Warlocks, the Skeleton Demon Venerable and the Wicked Playboy. You'll definitely regret it. Alexia took a deep look at the 7 Infinity Warlocks, then her figure fluttered, and she and Zhang Hongtao turned into 2 streams of light and flew towards Undying Mountain. In an instant, a dense rain of light shot out from Undying Mountain and barreled towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks. When the dense rain of light slammed into the 7 Infinity Warlocks, it couldn't even break through their life force field, only setting off ripples. A dense swarm of battle robots turned into a dark cloud of steel and rushed towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks. A bunch of ants. Skeleton Black Snow. The skeleton demon Venerable smiled ferociously, took out the level 9 secret treasure Myriad Skeleton Demon flag, and waved it. In an instant, boundless darkness enveloped an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, and a copious amount of black snow fell from the sky towards the 3rd-generation battle robots. In an instant, when the black snow fell on countless animals within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, they trembled slightly, and their flesh and blood melted. At the same time, they mutated and turned into 2-meter-tall bloody skeletons exuding ferocity. Skeleton Black Snow is a powerful area of effect spell that the skeleton demon Venerable mastered. Within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, even if it is a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be easily eroded by the black snow, and all their flesh and life force will be transformed into a powerful bloody skeleton. Even if it is mechanical golems, once eroded by the black snow, all their energy will be extracted, and they will be transformed into strange mechanical skeletons. Light flashed on the bodies of the 3rd-generation battle robots, and a series of protective shields suddenly appeared. The black snow that fell on the shields only set off slight ripples, unable to harm them in the slightest. The indifferent skeleton demon Venerable revealed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. The mechanical puppets of the Undying Mountain have some tricks up their sleeves. The Blood Spear ancestor said solemnly, "Skeleton Archfiend, you deal with the mechanical puppets. Let's go inside and destroy all resistance from Undying Mountain." Among the 7 Infinity Warlocks, the skeleton demon Venerable is the weakest. But he is also the best at group battles and has countless trump cards. The skeleton demon Venerable once slaughtered all the human warlocks of a grade 4 plane and transformed them into blood skeletons. If the Director General of the Demon Hunting Division had not personally attacked and almost killed the skeleton demon Venerable, he would not have been so obedient and hidden U Province for thousands of years to recuperate. "Okay, leave this place to me." The skeleton demon Venerable cackled and silently recited an incantation. With a wave of the Myriad Skeletons demon flag in his hand, countless blood skeletons flew out from the Myriad Skeletons demon flag and pounced on the battle robots. Bombarded by a rain of light, the blood skeletons were crushed one after another. However, the blood skeletons inside the Myriad Bones demon flag are practically endless. After being killed, they flew out again and fought the 3rd-generation battle robots. The figures of the other 6 Infinity Warlocks fluttered, and they flew towards the center of Undying Mountain with overbearing auras. Before long, fleets of airships carrying the experts of the 5 major forces appeared from the void and flew into Undying Mountain. The Warlocks watching from the sidelines operated secret methods and flew into Undying Mountain. A powerful force like Undying Mountain that can give birth to Infinity Warlocks can create a powerful warlock group as long as it has a bit of resources and knowledge. Many rogue cultivators develop their own warlock groups by plundering the knowledge and resources of large warlock groups that have been destroyed. When the 5 overlords of Yu Province sensed Yang Feng's aura breaking through the Godman boundary, they prepared for an all-out war. But with their absolute strength, they came first, wanting to capture Yang Feng before the medicinal power of the Sun God Empyrean Flower is completely consumed, and then refine him into a top elixir. Go to hell. In midair, the dragon elephant ancestor roared and sent a fist containing the law of power barreling forward, and a huge dragon elephant projection suddenly appeared and barreled forward. Under the crushing of the dragon elephant phantom, all the main battle robots that collided with it were instantly shaken into powder and drifted away with the wind. With just one strike, the dragon elephant ancestor destroyed thousands of third-generation battle robots. This is the terror of Infinity Warlocks. With the dragon elephant ancestor leading the way, the other 5 Infinity Warlocks followed behind him and flew into Undying Mountain. Among the 7 Infinity Warlocks, the dragon elephant ancestor has the strongest life force field, and his recovery ability is far greater than that of the other Infinity Warlocks. He is the most suitable powerhouse to open a path. The dragon elephant ancestor was like a rampaging and invincible tank. Wherever he passed, all the third-class battle robots were annihilated and couldn't harm him in the slightest. Activate the highest-level Skynet Annihilation System. Annihilation target, Infinity Warlock. An electronically synthesized mechanical voice reverberated in Undying Mountain's base. Countless nodes of the Undying Mountain suddenly opened up, and 10-meter-long cylindrical crystal pillars abruptly burst out of the ground. Underground, countless super-strong propulsion furnaces operated at full power and roared wildly. The 10-meter-long cylindrical crystal pillars suddenly shot out white threads that extended in all directions. Within a few breaths of time, a huge net covering Undying Mountain's sphere of influence suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the energy of heaven and earth around Undying Mountain. This is a magic suppression array. The faces of the warlocks within Undying Mountain's sphere of influence suddenly changed dramatically. They discovered to their horror that they can't freely manipulate the energy of heaven and earth. Some elemental warlocks fell from the sky and were instantly chopped into pieces by the third-generation battle robots. The defensive spells around the bodies of many warlocks collapsed directly, leaving only their life force fields. The boundless darkness released by the Myriad Bones demon flag collapsed as well, and the blood skeletons, who seemed to be inexhaustible and possess an undying nature, became extremely weak. Most of the large-scale spells cast by warlocks used a portion of life magic energy to pry open all kinds of energies in the world and form all kinds of formidable and unimaginably terrifying spells. As soon as the magic suppression array appeared, the energy of heaven and earth disappeared, and the warlocks can only use the life force inside them. The power of the spells dropped by more than 70% at once. Damn it! So, this is Undying Mountain. Sure enough, these major forces aren't to be trifled with. The skeleton demon Venerable's face fell, and he waved his hand, and the Myriad Bones demon flag sucked countless blood skeletons into it, and then rolled it around him. Following a series of distortions, the skeleton demon Venerable turned into a 30-meter-tall giant skeleton covered in countless sharp blades, with 2 horns on the head and a body made of thick blood-colored skulls. In the magic suppression domain, top warlocks fight by transforming into existences with tyrannical fleshly strength. When the skeleton demon Venerable transformed into the giant skeleton, his figure fluttered, and he rushed into the crowd of third-generation battle robots.
Boom. Boom.
The The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. Even though the skeleton demon Venerable can't use incredible spells, but he still destroyed a large number of third-generation battle robots by relying on his terrifying fleshly strength. The Blood Spear ancestor sensed the change in the energy of heaven and earth and sneered. Magic Suppression Domain. Is this Undying Mountain's trump card? It's just Hessa. We aren't trash like elemental warlocks. Within the Magic Suppression Domain, both friend and foe are shrouded by the Magic Suppression Domain. Even Undying Mountain's warlocks can't use powerful spells. The 5 Overlord-level powerhouses of U Province were all battle-hardened powerhouses. Each of them was incomparably tyrannical. Even if they were fighting in the anti-magic domain, they were not afraid at all. Begin the second phase of annihilation. Activate Void Lock. Along with the cold voices, countless black chains shot out from the net formed by the round crystal pillars. The black chains swept towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks who entered the Undying Mountain. Humph! Shatter! The Blood Spear ancestor snorted coldly and stabbed down with the level 9 Secret Treasure God Slayer Blood Spear, and blood-colored spear afterimages shot towards the black chains. Under the barrage of the spear afterimages, countless black chains collapsed. The Dragon Elephant Patriarch roared madly. Every time he punched, a Dragon Elephant Phantom would crush the countless black chains. The figure of the Dragon Snake ancestor fluttered, and he turned into a 30-meter-tall extraordinary life form, Letidou Dragon Winged Snake ultimate form engraved with countless runes, a dragon head, a snake body, and 6 pairs of dragon wings on the back. The Letidou Dragon Winged Snake is an extraordinary life form from Letidou Plane. The ultimate form of the Letidou Dragon Winged Snake is a blazing angel rank life form. Above the ultimate form, there is the perfect form. Each perfect form of the Letidou Dragon Winged Snake even possesses Warlock Monarch rank battle prowess. After the Dragon Serpent ancestor transformed into the ultimate form of the Dragon Winged Demonic Snake, he opened his mouth and spat out a black beam of light. Countless black chains collapsed in the beam of light. Chapter 700. The Gale Venerable Lord's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall Gale Giant covered in countless mysterious runes. Gale Giants are extraordinary life forms that can innately control the law of wind. They come and go like the wind. They are the darlings of the wind. Even though they have lost all elemental force, but they still possess fearsome fleshly bodies and formidable fighting skills. After the Gale Venerable Lord transformed into a Gale Giant, he slashed down with a Gale Blade formed from the Law of Wind, and the overlapped blade rays sliced the black chains into pieces. The 7 Color Rose Garden's Garden Master silently recited an incantation and waved her lily-white hand, and the level 9 Secret Treasure 7 Color Rose in her hand burst out with 7-colored light. Countless 7-colored rose petals suddenly flew out and formed a flower petal vortex. When the black chains collided with the flower petal vortex, they collapsed and disappeared. The Wicked Playboy is slightly weaker than the U Province's 5 overlords. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a level 8 Secret Treasure Light lightning shield suddenly appeared beside him and released countless lightning bolts that protected him. The countless black chains suddenly expanded and pounced towards the evil playboy like countless tentacles. Countless lightning bolts flickered, and the black chains collapsed one by one. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away, on a seemingly empty mountain, a resplendent beam suddenly shot out, slammed into the light lightning shield, and devoured the level 8 Secret Treasure Light lightning shield along with the Wicked Playboy. No. Along with miserable screams, the Wicked Playboy's fleshly body was devoured by the beam and disappeared. Amid strange distortions, the evil Playboy's infinity core formed a fleshly body a dozen-plus kilometers away in a breath of time. The black chains stabbed into the Wicked Playboy's fleshly body and frantically extracted his life force. The Wicked Playboy screamed miserably, "Save me! Save me!" A black sword ray descended from the sky and slashed the wicked playboy's fleshly body. Fearsome fallen angel fire enveloped the wicked playboy's soul and extinguished it. After Alexia killed the wicked playboy with a sword strike, her figure fluttered, and she hid behind the countless pitch-black chains. Blood Spear Ancestor's eyes flashed solemnly as he roared, "Retreat! This was a trap. If we fight here, we will all die. Leave this place." An extremely dazzling pillar of light shot out from another void that seemed to have nothing. It struck the Blood Spear Patriarch's body in an instant and engulfed him completely. The Blood Spear Ancestor radiated multicolored light, and all kinds of magic shields suddenly appeared and were blasted apart by the dazzling beam in an instant. The Blood Spear Ancestor intended to execute other secret techniques to escape, yet he noticed to his horror that the entire space was enveloped by the extremely strange black chains, causing him to be unable to execute those various extremely strange secret techniques to escape at all. "No!" Amidst a shrill cry, the insufferably arrogant Bloodied Spear Ancestor was struck by the extremely dazzling pillar of light, and he was completely devoured, turning into countless pieces that flew in all directions. The Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core flew out like a meteor. But it has just flown for less than 3 kilometers when a fallen angel sword containing fallen angel fire slashed the Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core and extinguished the Blood Spear Ancestor's soul. Alexia extended her hand and took away the Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core, and then her figure fluttered, and she disappeared. When the remaining U Province's 4 overlords saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. Among the U Province's 5 overlords, the Blood Spear Ancestor is the strongest existence. Like the Dragon Elephant Ancestor, he is virtually invincible in head-on battles. Yet such a fearsome existence was blasted to death, which made the 4 overlords feel a chill in their hearts. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor roared, "Undying Mountain's powerhouses, come out and fight us if you have the guts. Hiding your head and relying on secret treasures, what kind of hero are you?" A dazzling pillar of light suddenly shot out from another part of the void and barreled towards the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. "Break!" The Dragon Elephant Patriarch took a deep breath, and his body swelled up. With a roar, he punched out. The Dragon Elephant roared, and the image of a huge dragon elephant brought with it a pressure that could shatter a world as it shot toward the beam of light. Once the extraordinary life form Remoto Dragon Elephant evolves to the ultimate form, it will be a terrifying existence comparable to a blazing angel. As long as an ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant slams into a grade 9 plane, it will be able to smash it to pieces. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor has been cultivating the secret method in the direction of evolution towards the ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant. At this time, he has already cultivated the secret method to the pinnacle realm. Once he operates the secret method, he will be comparable to 90% of the power of an ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant. When the ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant Phantom slammed into the dazzling pillar of light, it roared wildly and blasted apart the dazzling pillar of light that can seriously injure an infinity warlock. Almost at the same time, another dazzling pillar of light shot out from behind, slammed into the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's back, and vaporized the Dragon Elephant Ancestor in an instant. After the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's fleshly body was vaporized, a pitch-black sword ray flashed and slashed at the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's infinity core, and fallen angel fire extinguished the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's soul. That kind of attack can be fired consecutively. The Gale Venerable Lord, 7 Color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and the Dragon Snake Ancestor felt a chill in their hearts. They have always believed that an attack that can slay an infinity warlock can only be fired once. Obviously, their conjecture is not correct. "Break!" Eyes shot with blood, the Gale Venerable Lord roared. Countless sharp blades formed from the law of wind ejected from the Gale Giant he is transformed into, and he fled towards the outside of Undying Mountain's fief. Originally, with the power of the Gale Giant, under the effect of the law of wind, He could cross tens of kilometers with each step he took. But in the sealed grounds of Undying Mountain, the black chains were everywhere. The Gale Giant only took one step forward, but the black chains were already everywhere. He felt as if the void had been frozen, and he was like a bug stuck on a spider web. Just taking a step forward was extremely difficult. At the same time, that step only covered a distance of 100 meters. In that split second, innumerable black chains strangely pierced into the body of the Gale Giant, who was intent on escaping, frantically extracting the power within his body and causing his movements to stagnate slightly. An incomparably bright beam of light shot out from the void once again. In the blink of an eye, it blasted the Gale Giant's body, shattering it inch by inch. The Gale Venerable Lord's infinity core has just appeared when the elusive Alexia slashed his soul and took it away. Shatter for me. The dragon snake ancestor's body swelled, and he belched black beams barreling towards Undying Mountain's fief. When the black beams slammed into the empty space, the invisible main artilleries capable of slaying infinity warlocks shattered and collapsed. Under the frenzied attack of the dragon snake ancestor, the main artilleries that had been fired before were all destroyed. When the dragon serpent ancestor destroyed the artillery one after another, a resplendent beam shot out from the black chains again, slammed into the dragon serpent ancestor, and blasted him into pieces. Alexia, who was hidden in the endless darkness, suddenly appeared and slashed at the dragon snake ancestor's infinity core with her sword. Caught you. 7-Color Rose Garden's Garden Master. Capture her. Only by capturing her will we have a chance at survival. From a black, a ray of light shone, and the dragon snake ancestor suddenly came back to life. He burned his blood essence and soul, unleashed the peerless secret method Seal God Snake Lock, and turned into 99 snake locks that wrapped around Alexia. Alexia frowned slightly, and countless fallen angel flames appeared on her body, frantically burning the 99 snake chains. The dragon serpent ancestor's face twisted under the burning of the fallen angel flames, but he firmly locked Alexia's movements. Infinity warlocks are proficient in countless powerful secret methods, some of which can trap and seriously injure warlock monarchs. Therefore, no one will go all out against an infinity warlock for no reason. Rose Seals. A cold ray streaked past the beautiful eyes of 7-Color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and the 7-color rose in her hand burst out with 7-colored light, formed 7 petals, and flew towards Alexia. Once hit by the 7 petals, even a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse will have their power sealed. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule. A sun suddenly rose in the area, and the ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared and belched a resplendent beam of fire that enveloped the 7 petals. Burned by the terrifying pillar of fire, the 7 petals burst into flames, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. Ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede. When the dragon snake ancestor and 7-Color Rose Garden's Garden Master saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with despair. The ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede is an extraordinary life form on the same level as blazing angels. Unless they have a monarch-grade secret treasure or formed a virtual world, ordinary infinity warlocks are not their opponents. Chapter 701. Hand over your souls. Submit to me, or you'll all die. Black Dragon Serpent and 7-Color Rose Garden will also be destroyed because of you. Yang Feng's voice echoed in the area, full of majesty and cruelty. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You want me to submit to you?
Dream on.
Even Bai Wuching can't make me submit. I can be the Dragon Serpent ancestor. Unless you're a Warlock Emperor, I can only be an Infinity Warlock. Otherwise, there's no way I'll submit to you. Let me go. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I'll set a curse on your blazing angel and have her strength decline until the glorious Dawn Warlock rank for 10,000 years. The Dragon Serpent ancestor, who was coiled around Alexia, laughed, and roared crazily. Then go to hell. Alexia showed a bewitching smile, and countless black sword rays slashed at the dragon serpent ancestor attached to her body. The dragon serpent ancestor was cut into dozens of pieces, and then blasted away by a terrifying force gushing out of Alexia. A resplendent beam shot from afar, slammed into the dragon serpent ancestor's fleshly body, and vaporized it. Alexia slashed at the dragon serpent ancestor's infinity core and extinguished his soul, and then grabbed the dragon serpent ancestor's infinity core. After killing the dragon serpent ancestor, Alexia licked her red lips, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and she locked on the seven-color rose garden's garden master. The ultimate form, six-winged sun-devouring centipede coiled up and sealed off the seven-color rose garden's garden master's retreat. There was a flash of struggle on the pretty face of the seven-color rose garden's garden master, and she finally sighed faintly. I know. I'm willing to open my soul and let you set up a restriction. Besides, the seven-color rose garden will join the undying mountain. Please take us in, young master. Don't resist. Countless black chains extended and stabbed into the seven-color rose garden's garden master and sealed most of her power. The flower master of the Rainbow Rose Garden did not resist at all. He knew very well that once he resisted, only death would await him. Open your soul. When the seven-color rose garden's garden master heard Yongfeng's order, she silently recited an incantation, and a tender and beautiful seven-color rose projection appeared behind her and released soul aura. The void distorted, and Yongfeng's true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and suspended above the soul of the seven-color rose garden's garden master. Countless black chains formed from runes stabbed into the soul of the seven-color rose garden's garden master and formed Yongfeng's brand. Annihilation mode ended. A mechanical voice echoed in the undying mountain's territory, and the countless black chains disappeared. Seven-color rose garden's garden master looked around and saw the remains of warlocks everywhere. All the warlocks who followed the five overlords into Undying Mountain's fief are dead. Skeleton Demon Sovereign.
He's also dead.
The eyes of the seven-color rose garden's garden master suddenly narrowed, and she saw a bloody skeleton as tall as a mountain lying on the ground. There is a huge hole in its head. Clearly, someone dug out its infinity core and killed it. They're all dead. All the warlocks who went in are dead. Is this the strength of Undying Mountain? Except for the seven-color rose garden's garden master, everyone else is dead. Undying Mountain dared to kill everyone. Do they want to make an enemy of all warlock groups in Yu Province? After the strange black chains disappeared, the warlocks who were spying on everything from a distance saw the mess inside Undying Mountain and the remains of warlocks everywhere, and a chill welled up in their hearts. None of Yu Province's five overlords is a match for the 10 great sects. But when the five overlords join forces, even forces like the 10 great sects will fear them. Now that the elites of Yu Province's five overlords attacked Undying Mountain, yet they couldn't even hold on for a day before being wiped out. This is simply appalling. At this moment, the bright beam that attracted countless laws of heaven and earth from Undying Mountain slowly disappeared, and junior Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from Undying Mountain. As expected of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, it allowed my soul aptitude to break through to inferior level 9, and even promoted to a Bright World Warlock. In the secret room, Yongfeng's true body slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power inside him, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. According to Yongfeng's calculations, it would take him at least 30 years to break through the glorious Sun Warlock boundary and promote to a Bright World Warlock. With the help of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, Yongfeng easily crossed 30 years and promoted to a Bright World Warlock in one fell swoop, truly standing at the top of this world. No matter which plane it is, Bright World Warlocks are top powerhouses. In Feisuo Plane, the Dark Elf Lolth, who is an intermediate divine force rank god, has become a primary god of the Dark Elves. Even in Tsangji Plane, Bright World Warlocks are first-rate powerhouses. Each of them is a great elder of a sect and wields supreme authority. Then it's time to attack. To dare attack my undying mountain, you province's warlocks are really bold. It seems that I have to purge them and let them know who the master of you province is. Killing intent streaked past Yongfeng's eyes, and his figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the secret room. Before long, a dense crowd of battle robots, huge battle stars, and interstellar carriers flew out of Undying Mountain and flew towards the nearest Heart of Dragon Elephant Warlock group. Those are Undying Mountain's golems. So many. Undying Mountain dispatched so many golems.
What do they want?
When the surrounding warlocks using various spells saw the dense crowd of golems, a chill ran down their spines, fear streaked past their eyes, and an unclear premonition welled up inside them. Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters. In a reception hall, there are 6 people sitting. These 6 people are glorious sun warlocks of Heart of Dragon Elephant. In the center of the reception hall, there is a huge crystal ball. From the crystal ball, you can see a dense crowd of battle robots rushing towards Heart of Dragon Elephant. Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master looked at the dense crowd of battle robots with a dignified look in his eyes and a bitter smile. They're here. They're so fast. An elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant sneered. Even if they come, what can they do? Heart of Dragon Elephant is a legal sect registered in Great Cloud Dynasty. If they dare to attack us, they'll be making an enemy of Great Cloud Dynasty. An elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant roared. For Undying Mountain to kill a great elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant, we should go to Great Cloud Dynasty and sue them for their evil deeds. The other 3 elders of Heart of Dragon Elephant also clamored, wanting to use Heart of Dragon Elephant's connections in Great Cloud Dynasty to teach Yongfeng a lesson. People of Heart of Dragon Elephant, listen up. Surrender to Undying Mountain unconditionally at once, or you'll die. A voice reverberated in Heart of Dragon Elephant, and the faces of Heart of Dragon Elephant's warlocks revealed looks of alarm. With a flash of light, Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master appeared outside Heart of Dragon Elephant. As soon as he came outside, he saw the dense mechanical legion in the sky. Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master said unhurriedly, I am Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master Niation, Undying Mountain's young master. Heart of Dragon Elephant is a legal sect registered in Great Cloud Dynasty and protected by Great Cloud Dynasty's laws. You kill them all. Sitting in a luxurious litter, Yongfeng interrupted coldly. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she turned into a resplendent black ray that flickered, and then appeared behind Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master. A look of horror and despair on his face, Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master's body disintegrated in an instant, and all his life force was extinguished. Accompanied by the rumbling of engines, the dense swarm of battle robots flew towards Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters like raindrops. Alexia's figure flickered, and she flickered several times inside Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters, easily slaying the remaining glorious sun warlocks. The dense swarm of battle robots poured into Heart of Dragon Elephant like a tide, and miserable screams came from inside Heart of Dragon Elephant. 7 Color Rose Garden's garden master felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, I submitted to him. Otherwise, 7 Color Rose Garden would become like this as well. Yongfeng glanced at 7 Color Rose Garden's garden master and asked flatly, What's your name? 7 Color Rose Garden's garden master replied respectfully, This subordinate's name is Zhuabing. Yongfeng uttered, Go and unify 7 Color Rose Garden. Wait for me to take over. Yes, my lord. Zhuabing responded respectfully, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards 7 Color Rose Garden. Next target, Heart of Gale. Yongfeng left 3 million battle robots and a fleet to guard Heart of Dragon Elephant, and the huge fleet continued to move in the direction of Yu Province's other overlord, Heart of Gale. Before long, the glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse inside the Heart of Gale was easily slayed by Alexia, and countless battle robots submerged the Heart of Gale. After destroying Heart of Gale, Yongfeng separated a fleet to guard it and continued to attack Blood Spear Sect. There is still a huge gap between you province's 5 overlords and the 10 great sects. That is, their underlying strength is insufficient. Their sects don't have barriers strong enough to quell infinity warlocks. This is how Yang Feng destroyed them one by one. Chapter 702. The headquarters of the demonic dragon serpent were completely surrounded by countless primary battle robots. People of the Black Devil Dragon Serpent, listen up. Immediately surrender to my undying mountain, or you will all die. Alexia's voice resounded in the headquarters of the demonic dragon serpent, filled with killing intent. How arrogant. This is the Great Cloud Dynasty. What gives you the guts to be so presumptuous here? With a cold snort, a young, burly man with short black hair and a handsome face slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. He exuded an arrogant aura and slowly walked out from the crowd. Behind the young man, the Black Devil Dragon Serpent sect master and 3 elders stared at Yang Feng sitting on the luxurious litter with resentment in their eyes. The young man with an unruly expression glanced at Yang Feng. His eyes shimmered with an unruly glint, and he said coldly, I am Baiyu, the butler of Prince Kong Manor. The demonic dragon serpent sect leader has already agreed to pledge allegiance to me, Prince Kong. They are now part of my Prince King's household. People of the Undying Mountain, get out of my way immediately. Otherwise, don't blame my Prince King's estate for being impolite. As one of the 13 Grand Princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Grand Prince Kong is an Infinity Warlock. It has a huge force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yu Province was one of Prince Kang's territories. Originally, there were still 5 warlock groups in Yu Province that could contend against Grand Prince Kong Mansion. But now that Yang Feng eliminated 4 of the 5 warlock groups and Black Devil Dragon Serpent chose to side with Grand Prince Kong, there was no one in Yu Province that Grand Prince Kong Mansion was afraid of. Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng looked at Baiyu indifferently and uttered coldly, Great Elder Black Devil Dragon Serpent just attacked our Undying Mountain. How does your Prince Kong intend to deal with this matter? Baiyu laughed coldly and said, The Black Devil Dragon Snake has already submitted to my Prince Kang's estate. Young Lord Lei Ming, you actually dared to kill it. If you don't give an explanation to our Prince Kang's residence, I will not let you off. Then I will definitely report to His Royal Highness and ask him to report you to the Imperial Court. The demonic dragon serpent sect leader's face darkened as he smiled viciously. That's right, Prince Kong likes to collect beauties from various races, and we're still lacking a blazing angel. Lei Ming, hand over the blazing angel beside you to Prince Kong. Otherwise, Prince Kong will definitely submit a memorial to the Imperial Court and ask your Undying Mountain to get lost from our Yuzhou. The warlocks inside the Black Devil Dragon Serpent stared at Yang Feng in the sky, their eyes full of ridicule. Baiyu's eyes flickered, and he stared at Yang Feng and sneered, Did you hear that? Lehman, hand over the blazing angel beside you. Otherwise, your Undying Mountain will leave you province. Interesting. With this, Thundercry is in trouble. An Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel and Undying Mountain's foundation in Yu Province. This is definitely a dilemma. No matter which side he chooses, it will be a huge loss to him. In the distance, the Warlocks cast their spells and took in the entire scene. Without powerful spells to conceal the battlefield, the Warlocks can rely on all kinds of incredible spells to see and hear the scene in the distance. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, Interesting. A bunch of ants dare to talk to me like this. What gives you the guts?
Kill them all.
Kill the people of Black Devil Dragon Serpent first. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent. Her figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Black Devil Dragon Serpent's sect master and slashed out with her sword. With a flash of resplendent black light, a look of horror on his face, Black Devil Dragon Serpent's sect master's body split into countless pieces. Engines roared, and countless battle robots poured into Black Devil Dragon Serpent's headquarters like a tide and madly slaughtered all the human warlocks they saw. Help! I don't want to die. No, don't. A copious amount of blood-dyed black devil dragon serpents' headquarters red. Countless warlocks died tragically under the attack of the battle robots. Trembling with anger, Baiyu stared at Yang Feng and roared with resentment in his eyes. Lei Ming, you've got guts. You're dead. You're dead. When I go back, I'll report everything you've done to His Highness Grand Prince. Your undying mountain is finished. There was a smile of ridicule in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered indifferently, Do you think you can go back alive?
Kill me.
The six-winged sun-devouring centipede's ultimate form flapped its wings, and like a natural disaster, it turned into a ray of sunlight and flew towards Baiyu. In an instant, it appeared in front of Baiyu and opened its bloody mouth to bite him. Baiyu's eyes shimmered with despair. No. Stop. Accompanied by Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank aura, a thunderous voice came from afar.
Crack.
Along with a crisp sound, Baiyu, the glorious Dawn Warlock rank General Supervisor of Grand Prince Kong Manor, was swallowed by the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede and chewed in big mouthfuls. A ray of black light suddenly appeared in the void, forming a tall, sturdy, and handsome man in black armor. However, his face was ashen. This young man is Major General Holy Light, the commander of Great Cloud Dynasty's 1.08 million warlock army. In Yu Province, Major General Holy Light is one of Yu Province's 3 tycoons. He represents the dignity of Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Even the 5 Infinity Warlocks have to show him some respect, not daring to offend him at will. Major General Holy Light stared at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed slowly. Young Master Lei Ming, you killed Grand Prince Kong Manor's General Supervisor. Grand Prince Kong Manor won't let this go. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Yang Feng glanced at Major General Holy Light and said flatly, Grand Prince Kong Manor's people are going too far. My undying mountain isn't a force that anyone can bully at will. Major General Holy Light, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and join my undying mountain, or die here. With a flash of black light, Alexia appeared behind Major General Holy Light. Countless rays of light shone, and the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared in front of Major General Holy Light. A dense swarm of battle robots rumbled and suddenly flew out, formed a fearsome array, and surrounded Major General Holy Light. Major General Holy Light's face flickered, and he asked coldly, Is your undying mountain rebelling? Yang Feng replied flatly, Rebelling? How is that possible? However, there are too many traitors in Imperial Court. We, the Undying Mountain, want to rid the Great Cloud Dynasty of those fiends colluding with the other races. Major General Holy Light, if you're unwilling to submit to our Undying Mountain, then you're a fiend who colluded with other races. According to Great Cloud Dynasty's law, you'll be punished with 9 familial extermination. Haha. I, Major General Holy Light, am a good man of Great Cloud Dynasty. How can I yield to you rebels? If you want my life, then come and kill me with your own abilities. Major General Holy Light smiled boldly, his eyes shone brightly, and he extended his hand, and a level 8 secret treasure Holy Light spear appeared in his hand. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared beside Great General Holy Light, leaving behind afterimages. Countless sword rays shot towards Great General Holy Light like raindrops. Major General Holy Light also operated the level 8 secret treasure Holy Light spear, and his body turned into resplendent light and fought fiercely with Alexia. Countless rays of light and darkness collided. Every time light and darkness collided, the surroundings shook and set off ripples. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Alexia is still spotless, but Major General Holy Light is already riddled with scars. There are sword wounds on his body burning with fallen angel fire. Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels are really extraordinary. I'm not your opponent, but it won't be that easy to kill me. Major General Holy Light. In the sky, Major General Holy Light waved his hand, and a huge magic beam suddenly flew out. As soon as the huge magic beam flew out, countless runes shone, and countless rays of light formed a 10,000-strong magic bean army. The magic bean monarch at the head even exudes bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. The magic bean army is one of Major General Holy Light's trump cards, Ogre Magic Beans. If the Ogre Magic Bean monarch is cultivated to the peak, it can even evolve into an Infinity Warlock rank existence. When the 10,000-strong Magic Bean army joins forces, it can contend against a slightly weaker junior Infinity Warlock. Of course, they aren't an opponent of Infinity Warlocks. But as cannon fodder, they can block an Infinity Warlock. The Magic Bean army has just appeared when a resplendent beam of light slammed into the Magic Bean army and vaporized it in an instant. Alexia slashed at Major General Holy Light with her sword. Major General Holy Light raised the Holy Light spear to block, and then sword blades formed from fallen angel force slashed at Major General Holy Light and cut open numerous wounds on him. At the same time, Major General Holy Light was seriously injured. At this moment, a dazzling sunlight shone, and the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede swallowed Major General Holy Light and chewed him up. He killed Major General Holy Light. Undying Mountain killed Major General Holy Light. They're rebelling. Damn it, it seems that U Province is going to undergo a great change. U Province? No, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty is going to undergo a great upheaval. When the spectating warlocks saw Yang Feng slay Major General Holy Light unscrupulously, a chill welled up in their hearts. Only those who want a rebel will kill people from Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court unscrupulously. Otherwise, everyone will be wary of the emissaries sent by Great Cloud Dynasty. Chapter 703. U Province, Great Cloud Dynasty's Military Command. Major General Holy Light was killed by Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. In the military command, Major General Tempest, one of U Province's 4 great generals, looked at a broken soul lamp, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Major General Tempest shouted into a cylindrical loudspeaker, "Convey my order. The army is to enter level 1 state of war at once. 1,000 kilometers away, battle stars that look like mechanical behemoths refined from steel shone brightly on their main artillery." In the next moment, huge beams of light blasted into the Great Cloud Dynasty's command headquarters in U Province. Multicolored magic shields lit up on the Great Cloud Dynasty's command headquarters. But under the dazzling beams of light, the multicolored magic shields shattered one by one, and the command headquarters was erased from the earth by the Battlestar's concentrated fire. A dense rain of light barreled towards the Great Cloud Dynasty's barracks, and the warlock towers erected in the barracks were blasted to pieces by the bombardment of the light beams. Before they could react, countless warlocks of Great Cloud Dynasty's military camp were blasted apart by the rain of light. A dense swarm of battle robots flew into the barracks like raindrops and slayed the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. What's going on? Damn it! Rebellion. Undying Mountain launched a rebellion. What do we do? The Great Cloud Dynasty's military department fell into chaos, and the warlocks scrambled around like headless flies. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's military headquarters, many powerful weapons were blasted by countless beams of light before they could be activated, and they were blown apart. Countless Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks die in battle at virtually every moment. Undying Mountain's bastards. Along with an angry roar, ripples flickered, and a 10,000-meter-long archaic dragon engraved with countless mysterious runes flew out of the void and exuded junior Infinity Warlock rank life force. This archaic dragon is Great Cloud Dynasty's military department's trump card to suppress U Province. This archaic dragon is a powerful secret treasure refined by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. It can gather the power of all warlocks. If enough warlocks are used as a power source, it can even exert pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. As soon as the Archean dragon appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a black beam of light containing the laws of corrosion and withering. The beam pierced through the void and blasted towards an interstellar aircraft carrier in the distance that was constantly releasing various fighter jets. The interstellar carrier activated a huge energy shield, forming a shield that blocked in front of the black beam. The black beam shot out by the primordial dragon instantly blasted the shield-shaped barrier, and the power of the law of corrosion erupted. The shield distorted and collapsed, completely devoured by the black pillar of light. Rumble. Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the huge star-class carrier was torn to shreds, and countless parts flew in all directions, completely disintegrating. With a flash of black light, Alexia, who was equipped with the ruler armor, blurred into motion, appeared on the head of the archaic dragon, and slashed at the head of the archaic dragon with a great sword derived from the ruler armor. The body of the archaic dragon is extremely hard. Strengthened by the spell, even an Infinity Warlock would find it very difficult to break its scales. However, Alexia operated the ruler sword with all her strength, and a huge hole was cut open on the huge scales. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of black light that entered the head of the archaic dragon. Inside the body of the archaic dragon, there is a huge space with 36 warlock towers, each of which radiates powerful light that entered the countless runes in the sky. The runes that appeared in the sky are the central runes that control the archaic dragon. It is by relying on the countless runes that warlocks can control the fearsome weapons of war, like the archaic dragon. Damn Blazing Angel, Undying Mountain's lackey. Today, this place will be your burial ground. From within the warlock pagoda came a roar brimming with resentment. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of a warlock tower. She brandished her sword, and a 100-meter-long pitch-black sword ray slashed at the warlock tower in a flash. The warlock tower's energy shield was completely broken, and the warlock tower was split in two. One after another, warlocks scrambled to fly out of the warlock pagoda in alarm. They had just flown halfway when pitch-black flames that seemed capable of devouring everything engulfed the warlocks and burned them to ashes. When the warlock tower was destroyed by Alexia's sword strike, 1/36 of the countless runes in midair collapsed, and the aura of the archaic dragon suddenly dropped to the pinnacle bright world warlock realm. So strong. So this is an Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel. Too strong. Curses. In the other 35 warlock towers, the warlocks looked at Alexia with despair in their eyes. Alexia brandished her sword, and a resplendent black sword ray instantly slashed at a warlock tower. The warlock tower that ordinary Infinity Warlocks find difficult to destroy was cut in half, and terrifying dark energy eroded the warlocks inside the warlock tower, ignited their souls, and burned them to ashes. Stop. We surrender. Stop killing. A helpless and desperate voice came from a warlock tower, and a junior bright world warlock flew out, stood in front of Alexia with an ashen face, and sighed, "I am Major General Thunderclap. We surrender. Please stop." Major General Holy Light is dead, and the two Infinity Warlocks, Major General Tempest and Major General Jade Dawn, were killed in the first round of shelling. Even if the remaining Major General Thunderclap goes all out, he is not the opponent of Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. In U Province's military department, there are still two weapons, the Archaic Giant and the Archaic Dragon Fiend. Once they exert their full power, they are comparable to Infinity Warlocks. However, due to Yongfeng's surprise attack, the warlocks of U Province's military department suffered heavy casualties. They have no chance to use these two powerful weapons. Major General Thunderclap can only choose to surrender. With Major General Thunderclap surrendering, there is no force in U Province that can compete with Yongfeng's forces. In U Province, countless warlock groups have either fled or chosen to submit to Yongfeng's Undying Mountain. When Grand Prince Kong Manor's forces in U Province heard that U Province's military department was wiped out by Yongfeng, they immediately fled. Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser province, Qi Province, in a villa. Interesting, has Undying Mountain been forced to rebel by the Bai family? It seems that the Bai family has been in that position for too long. It's starting to degenerate and corrupt. A handsome man dressed in a silver-white warlock robe and exuding a wicked aura revealed a strange smile. It's impossible for a trifling, undying mountain to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty. Let me give it a hand, and let more people see hope. A few days later, abyssal cracks leading to abyss suddenly appeared everywhere in Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser province, Qi Province, and countless abyssal fiends poured out and slaughtered humans in Qi Province. Qi Province's military department was besieged by 3 abyssal Grand Dukes, 10 abyssal fiend marquises, and countless abyssal fiends. In the end, most of the warlocks in Great Cloud Dynasty's military department were wiped out. Great Cloud Dynasty's greater province, Mirage Province, in a manner. A handsome young man also revealed a smile, and within his body, traces of a devil's aura slowly spread out. Haha. Abyssal fiends have appeared. Are they unwilling to be left out? Interesting, let's destroy this state. A few days later, Marshal Wolf stationed in Great Cloud Dynasty's Mirage Province was assassinated. Seriously injured, he fled in a sorry state. Besieged by a devilish legion, Mirage Province's garrison troops were in a stalemate. But at the most critical time, several generals in Mirage Province's garrison troops betrayed them, and the defensive line collapsed. The Mirage Province's garrison troops were wiped out by the Devilish Legion. A steady stream of Devilish Legions entered Songji Plain from Mirage Province's planar passageway and became a major force in Songji Plain. Not long after, in Great Cloud Dynasty's greater province Yu Province, one of the 8 great families, the Zhao family, invited the high-ranking officers of Yu Province's garrison troops to a banquet. During the banquet, the high-ranking officers of Yu Province's garrison troops were wiped out and quickly captured Yu Province. When the Zhao family moved, the Wang family, one of the 8 great families, also attacked Blue Province, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's greater provinces, and annexed Blue Province's garrison troops. As if triggering a domino effect, the Jiang family captured Lu Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. The Song family captured Dun Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. The Shinta family captured Shun Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. 5 of the 8 great families betrayed the Great Cloud Dynasty, seized the 5 greater provinces, and frantically expanded their forces. In the demonic realm, demonic creatures from countless planes launched a frenzied attack, riddling the demonic realm's defensive line. Yang Feng's embodiment of Duke Duchio led countless kindred powerhouses out of Godblood Plain. Through the planar passageway in Red Rock Subcontinent, they arrived at Songji Plain and seized Giant Rock Province, one of the Songji Plain's lesser provinces. In Giant Rock Province, Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock army only resisted a little before retreating towards Great Cloud Dynasty's headquarters, allowing Yang Feng to easily occupy Giant Rock Province. Chapter 704. After Yang Feng's undying mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of infinity warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's internal strife, countless powerful existences from other planes came to Great Cloud Dynasty through planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhaoning came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying comfortably there and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountains, young master Lei Ming, is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the bright world warlock realm. He is the third peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the warlock monarch rank and become a true overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above warlock monarch rank powerhouses, Holy Spirit warlocks can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate with a human warlock. Only races with Holy Spirit warlocks are qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the warlock monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Songji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Zhang with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place, "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian said, "Young master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu province on the order of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu province to the court?" Yu province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, "His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand." Yang Feng responded lazily, "I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he'll be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era, where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief." Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, "Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families." Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, "That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels." Yang Feng uttered, "It's a pity, but I'm really seriously ill and can't leave Yu province." The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly, "Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital." The Cloud Capital, will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you." Yang Feng uttered flatly. "Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me?" Bai Yuxian responded, "Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the four marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng, and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's four marshals and two grand princes, you can't win." Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. "6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong divine force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the four marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat you province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng, the two pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, Bai family, has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 grand princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong divine force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them." Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, "Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the cloud capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you?" With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently, "I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the cloud capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people." A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out." Zhang took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, "Please." Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin." Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to you province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, U Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks, which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 grand princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 705. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Li Gui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of infinity warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's internal strife, countless powerful existences from other planes came to Great Cloud Dynasty through planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhaoning came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying there comfortably and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the Godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World warlock realm. He is the 3rd peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the Godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the Godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above the Warlock Monarch rank, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Only races with Holy Spirit warlocks are qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Songji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Li Gui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Zhaoning with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place, "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yinzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian replied, "Young master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu Province on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu Province to the court?" Yu Province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great General Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face. His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the cloud capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the cloud capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand. Yang Feng responded lazily. I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf. The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the cloud capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the cloud capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he'll be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era, where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the cloud capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families. Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile. That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels. Yang Feng uttered, It's a pity, but I'm really seriously ill and can't leave you province. The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly, Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the cloud capital. The cloud capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me? Bai Yuxian responded, although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng, and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win. Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong divine force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat you province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng, the 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 grand princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong divine force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the cloud capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently, I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the cloud capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out." Zhang took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, "Please." Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin." Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, Yu Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks, which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 706. After Yang Feng's undying mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of the internal strife of Great Cloud Dynasty, countless powerful beings from other planes descended to Great Cloud Dynasty via planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Zhang came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying comfortably and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the Godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World Warlock realm. He is the 3rd peerless genius in Songji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the Godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the Godman boundary doesn't die, They will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above the Warlock Monarch rank, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Only a race with a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit Warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Tsangji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 Great Warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligue province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Jianing with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, Bai Yuxian greets young Master Lei Ming. Yang Feng casually pointed at a place. Sit. Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian said, Young Master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu Province on the order of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng said lightly, Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu Province to the court? Yu Province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great General Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand. Yang Feng responded lazily, I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf. The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he'll be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era, where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families. Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels. Yang Feng uttered, It's a pity, but I'm really seriously ill and can't leave Yu Province. The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly, Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital. The Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you. Yang Feng uttered flatly, Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me? Bai Yuxian responded, Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the 4 marshals marshal on. Marshal who? Marshal Feng and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win. Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong divine force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat you province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng, the 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, Bai family, has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 grand princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong divine force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade. Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the cloud capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently. I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the cloud capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, In that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out. Zhang took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, Please. Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly since everyone has stepped onto the stage. Then let's go. Then let's officially begin. Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to you province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, U Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 grand princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 707. Watching Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Jing escape, Yang Feng mused. They escaped so fast. How clever. If they were a bit slower, they would have been left behind. It's really difficult to hunt Infinity Warlocks. This time, Yang Feng mobilized all the experts he could muster at present and took out all the 4th-generation battle robots to participate in the war. If the 2 Infinity Warlocks Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Jung were to fight Yang Feng here, Yang Feng would be able to exhaust them to death with countless mechanical Cs. After Yu Province fell into Yang Feng's hands, countless resources of Yu Province fell into his hands as well. Originally, Yang Feng could only manufacture 1 Blazing Sun Battlestar a year. But after Yu Province fell into his hands, Yang Feng can manufacture a Blazing Sun Battlestar in 3 months, increasing his productivity by more than 4 times. In the face of this terrifying productivity, even if the 3rd-generation battle robots are exhausted, Yang Feng can replenish them in a short time. Grand Prince Kong and the others escaped. Grand Prince Jung and the others abandoned us. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. When the Warlocks saw Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Jing escape, their morale plummeted at once, and they shouted. Even more Warlock warriors cast secret methods and fled into the distance. No Warlock was willing to stay in a war where they were sure to lose. A defeated army was like a landslide, that was how it was. Yang Feng looked at the fleeing Warlocks and said with a faint smile, "What a pity. If you had persisted in resisting, I would have lost some more robots." 20 interstellar carriers suddenly appeared, and countless fighters flew towards the Warlocks at a frightening speed. Miniaturized antimatter annihilation beams fired from the machine guns of the fighters, ran through the Warlocks, and tore them to pieces. The miniature antimatter annihilation cannons are so powerful that even an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can't resist them without using defensive spells. Ordinary Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock rank warriors can't resist them at all. As soon as the 20 interstellar carriers appeared, they crushed the resistance of the remaining human Warlocks. After the remaining human Warlocks saw the terror of the interstellar carriers, they chose to surrender. The fierce battle lasted for another 3 hours, before Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion annihilated all the Warlocks who resisted in the Clear Heart City. At this time, in a huge palace, there are 10 weapons refined by the Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. The 10 war weapons were the Scarlet Flame Phoenix, the Mando Stone Wolf, the Dark Corpse Hive, the Wind Giant, the Chaos Demon Spider, the Rift Dragon Whale, the Ancient Stone Giant, the 6-headed Gold Dragon, the Primordial Saint Dragon, and the Duke Ancient Devil. Yang Feng looked at the 10 weapons and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Are these the weapons developed by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division? It is indeed extraordinary. The 10 weapons are all refined from the corpses of Infinity Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. They all have spatial spells inside them and have Warlock towers built inside them. As long as there are enough human Warlocks, they can display Infinity Warlock rank fighting strength. If Yang Feng hadn't launched a sneak attack with Yu Yan's help, killed the 3 marshals, and annihilated a large number of Warlocks operating these weapons. In a head-on battle, even if Yang Feng won, he would lose countless battle robots. If he wasn't careful, the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses he recruited would die. Of course, the Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court doesn't have many Infinity Warlocks. That's because many Infinity Warlocks have been appointed by the Imperial Court to suppress other races in different areas. The Great Cloud Dynasty has been fighting other races for more than 10,000 years. Who knows how many Infinity Warlocks are in the Imperial Court's hands? This is the Imperial Court's underlying strength. Among the 10 great sects and 8 great families, there are a few forces that only have 1 Infinity Warlock guarding them. But in fact, they all have Infinity Warlock rank weapons like the Scarlet Flame Phoenix and the Mando Stone Wolf in their sections. At the same time, they also have their own forces in other planes. It is because of this that they are called the 10 great sects and 8 great families. Their underlying strength isn't something the trifling Yu province's 5 great overlords can compare to. Moreover, in addition to the powerhouses on the surface, the 10 great sects and 8 great families also have many powerhouses traveling in the astral boundary. As far as I know, the Battle Demon sect has 2 Infinity Warlocks traveling in the astral boundary. Reportedly, there is another Infinity Warlock who became a strong divine force rank god in another plane. Standing beside Yangfeng, Yuyan looked at the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she uttered unhurriedly. The 12 Infinity Warlock rank weapons are existences that have followed the 4 marshals in battle for countless years. When Yuyan saw the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, her emotions became complicated. After all, it was she who brought Yangfeng and his party into the Clear Heart City and killed the 3 marshals. Yangfeng uttered, "Yuyan, all of this is my order. You are just acting according to orders. I am your lord, so I will bear all responsibility." Yuyan smiled sweetly, looking extremely beautiful. I understand. Indeed, you are the one behind the scenes. I was just a subordinate who was forced to follow orders. Therefore, it's all your fault. Yangfeng smiled and shook his head. His gaze fell on the 10 weapons, and countless strategies revolved in his mind. After the main force of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the Clear Heart City was annihilated, the Bright Moon Province no longer has the power to resist Yangfeng's army. Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion crushed the warlock groups in the Bright Moon Province one after another and chose to submit to Yangfeng's army. The Bright Moon Province was originally the territory of the Bright Moon School of the 10 Great Sects. In the Bright Moon Province, apart from the Bright Moon School and its vassals, there are no other large warlock groups. Yangfeng smoothly conquered the entire Bright Moon Province and sent countless battle robots to transform the Bright Moon Province. The annihilation of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army in the Bright Moon Province immediately shocked the entire Eastern world. In particular, Martial Tiger, Martial Wind, and Martial Dragon were slain by Yangfeng, and Martial Yuyan submitted to Yangfeng, which shocked the world even more. In the Tsangji Plain, the Great Cloud Dynasty has the 8 marshals who command the 8 strongest legions and suppress countless powerhouses. But after the battle in the Bright Moon Province, of the 8 marshals, only the Martial Eagle, the Martial Wolf, and the Martial Thunder remain. Moreover, the Martial Wolf is seriously injured. On the surface, the only legions that the Great Cloud Dynasty can mobilize are the Martial Eagle, the Martial Thunder, and the 12 Grand Princes. 1 Grand Prince died. The deterrent power of the Great Cloud Dynasty has dropped to its lowest point since the establishment of the state. The countless dark forces that are afraid of the Great Cloud Dynasty's formidable power and don't dare to show their heads became restless. The Cloud Capital, in the Royal Palace. Sitting on the throne, Bai Wuqing, expressionless and full of dignity, looked down at the ministers of the Great Cloud Dynasty from above. Yuyan betrayed the Great Cloud Dynasty, led the Undying Mountain into the Clear Heart City, and ambushed the Martial Tiger, Martial Dragon, and Martial Wind. Without a leader, the Clear Heart City was taken advantage of by the Undying Mountain. The traitor Lei Ming has led his army to capture the Bright Moon Province. A warlock knelt in front of the audience hall and reported the situation of the battle. In the imperial court, all the ministers stood motionless, like clay puppets. They could all feel the impending storm. Bai Wuqing said coldly, "Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng fled in the face of battle. Their crimes are unforgivable. They are to be stripped of their Grand Prince titles, demoted to commoners, and forfeited of their salaries for 100 years. A eunuch hurriedly drafted a decree. Bai Wuqing looked down and said indifferently, "Dear ministers, since the Undying Mountain dared to provoke the dignity of the Great Cloud Dynasty and publicly killed 3 of our marshals, that is a heinous crime. Do you have a good plan to break the Undying Mountain?" The ministers all lowered their heads and remained silent. Bai Wuqing is indeed wise, decisive, and has a clear sense of reward and punishment. But at the same time, he likes to monopolize the state, is obstinate and self-opinionated, and doesn't tolerate opposition. Moreover, with his Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, his computing power is comparable to that of a level 5 optical computer. He can easily process all the memorials coming from all over the country. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Bai Wuqing monopolizes the state, and the rest of the officials only have to follow his orders. This has fostered the yes-man nature of the officials, who only know how to follow orders. Bai Wuqing's eyes shimmered sharply, and he uttered slowly, "In that case, I will personally lead the army and wipe out the damned rebels in one fell swoop." At this moment, an old man with white hair and a beard frowned slightly and urged, "Your Majesty, you can't." Bai Wuqing said coldly, "Grand Tutor, why not?" The Grand Tutor urged, "Your Majesty, at this time, kindred, abyssal fiends, archdevils, and freaks from the demonic realm have appeared in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Any one of those other races requires the Great Cloud Dynasty to go all out to resist them. Your Majesty, you are invaluable. You can't be moved lightly. The destiny of the Great Cloud Dynasty is tied to you. If anything happens to you, the Great Cloud Dynasty will be in danger." Although Bai Wuqing is somewhat obstinate and self-opinionated, but he is a rare genius of the Bai family and the publicly recognized son of heaven in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once he dies, the Great Cloud Dynasty will immediately fall apart. The descendants of the Bai family will most likely fight amongst themselves first. Bai Wuqing asked lightly, "Grand Tutor, what do you think?" The Grand Tutor replied, "We can ask for help from the Western world's 3 dynasties. Kindred, abyssal fiends, archdevils, and freaks from the demonic realm are all enemies of the human race. According to the ancient oath, once those other races set foot on the Zhangji plain, we must join forces to suppress them. If we ask for help, they won't ignore us." Chapter 708. Bai Wuqing was silent for a while, and then nodded slightly. The Zhangji Plains human warlocks are fighting among themselves endlessly. However, when faced with invading other races, they will still unite. Because if the human warlocks don't unite, then in this era without the protection of the Warlock Emperor, it will be difficult for them to contend against the invading other races. The Grand Tutor said, "As for the Undying Mountain, their momentum is already set. We can send an emissary and ask them to surrender. If their leader is still a little rational, he won't refuse our summons. The top priority is to prevent the Undying Mountain from joining forces with the other rebels. Otherwise, it will only be more difficult to exterminate them in the future." Bai Wuqing asked, "What if they attack the prefectures outside of Bright Moon Province?" The Grand Tutor responded with a solemn expression, "In that case, I am willing to be the vanguard and fight them. I will not allow them to step outside of Bright Moon Province." Bai Wuqing frowned and sank into his thoughts. All of a sudden, a eunuch's eyebrows twitched, and he took a few steps forward and whispered, "Your Majesty, there is urgent information." Bai Wuqing said coldly, "Pass me the information." The eunuch extended his hand, and a golden memorial appeared in his hand. Then, he respectfully handed it over to Bai Wuqing. When Bai Wuqing saw the information, his face darkened, and he said indifferently, "Do as you say, Grand Tutor." What the hell happened? What is written in the memorial? The court officials are very curious about the contents of the memorial Bai Wuqing obtained, but they all remained silent. After the court session, the Great Cloud Dynasty's high-ranking officials used their intelligence network and quickly got the news. The freaks in the demonic realm have broken through the blockade of the Great Cloud Dynasty and broken through the 3rd floor of the underground world. Marshal Mu of the demonic realms for Infinity Warlocks suppressing the demonic realm was seriously injured by a pinnacle Infinity Warlock of the human devil insects. In the demonic realm, The four marshals can only resist the attack of the freak allied forces through the second floor's barrier and various warlock towers. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty has many powerhouses, but there are too many places that need to be guarded. If the attack against Yangfeng fails again and 2 or more Infinity Warlocks are killed, then the entire Great Cloud Dynasty may collapse like dominoes. Bai Wuqing is recognized by the Bai family as the most outstanding emperor. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to compromise with Yangfeng. Several days later, Bright Moon Province, Undying Mountain Headquarters. As soon as Bai Yuxian entered Undying Mountain's headquarters, she saw Yangfeng sitting on a huge recliner, basking in the sun and watching the Cloud Province's 5 fairies and other dancers dance. Yangfeng said lazily, "Bai Yuxian, you're here. What is His Majesty's decree this time?" Sitting next to Yangfeng, Bai Yuxian said without hesitation, "Lei Ming, His Majesty hopes that you can return to Yu Province and return Bright Moon Province to the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court can bestow upon you the title of King of Yu State. You will guard Yu State for generations to come and live with the country." Yangfeng smiled and flicked his finger, and a piece of paper flew towards Bai Yuxian. "I never have the habit of spitting out what I've eaten. The Bright Moon Province is my spoils of war. If you want the Bright Moon Province, that's fine. Give me these materials. I can withdraw from Bright Moon Province at once." Bai Yuxian took the piece of paper and glanced at it, and then frowned at once. The various materials written on those papers were all extremely precious treasures. Bai Yuxian had never even heard of the names of many of these treasures. The materials written on the paper are the key materials for the Shizu stronghold to evolve to level 5 and level 6. Although Yangfeng has plundered everywhere, but he still lacks 3 kinds of key materials for the Shizu stronghold to evolve to level 5. After all, the environment in which the Shizu exist is different from that of the Warlock civilization. Yangfeng has obtained a lot of materials for the level 6 stronghold, but he still hasn't collected all the materials for the level 5 stronghold. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, "With Great Cloud Dynasty's power, we can collect these materials within 100 years. As long as you withdraw from Bright Moon Province, I guarantee that I will give you these materials within 100 years. Now is Great Cloud Dynasty's weakest time. If it can take control of Bright Moon Province, 100 years will be enough for Great Cloud Dynasty to plunder a large amount of resources from Bright Moon Province." Yangfeng uttered with a faint smile, "In this case, let's talk about it after I get the materials." Bai Yuxian uttered, "The Imperial Court intends to confer you the title of Grand Duke of the North. However, you have to beg for forgiveness. Your force cannot go beyond Bright Moon Province, and you have to go to Cloud Capital to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty." Yangfeng responded with a smile, "Beg for forgiveness, and my force cannot go beyond Bright Moon Province. However, I am seriously ill and cannot go to Cloud Capital to have an audience with His Majesty. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." Bai Yuxian sighed slightly and uttered, "Okay, I'll take a step back. You can send an emissary to Cloud Capital to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty on your behalf." Yangfeng is a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary and is also the leader of a huge force like Undying Mountain. Naturally, he cannot easily go to a dangerous place like Cloud Capital. If Yangfeng is stupid enough to enter Cloud Capital directly, Bai Yuxian can guess that Bai Wuqing will make a prompt decision and use all the power of Cloud Capital to suppress Yangfeng, even if it means falling out with Undying Mountain. Yangfeng also took a step back. "Okay, I can send an emissary to Cloud Capital." Shortly after, Undying Mountain's letter of apology arrived in Cloud Capital, and His Majesty the Great Cloud Dynasty pardoned Undying Mountain's crimes. Undying Mountain became a part of Great Cloud Dynasty again. The 5 great families who have already betrayed Great Cloud Dynasty quickly united and formed a 5-family alliance, uniting the power of the 5 families. Great Cloud Dynasty sent the Minister of Rights to the Western world's 3 dynasties to ask for assistance. After careful consideration, The warlocks of the Western world's 3 dynasties agreed to send experts to join forces with Great Cloud Dynasty to fight against abyssal fiends, kindred, and other races. While many forces are waging war in the origin world, Yangfeng's undying mountain is quietly accumulating its strength without making any movements. Feisua Plain. In the divine country of Yangfeng's avatar, there are only some ordinary petitioners living a happy and worry-free life. In the center of the divine country, there is a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. At the top of the mountain, there is an exquisite temple. This temple is where Yangfeng's avatar resides. In a secret room in the temple, a top-grade warp gate flashed, and Yangfeng's true body appeared in the temple. As soon as Yangfeng appeared, he looked at his avatar and said with a helpless smile, "My current situation is really bad. Except for a few evil gods, are there no gods willing to establish contact with me?" Although this god avatar of Feisua Plain ignited his divine fire with great difficulty, raised his divine country, and became a feeble divine force rank true god. But he is still rejected by the gods of Feisua Pantheon. None of the gods of the 4 empires took the initiative to make friends with Yangfeng's god avatar. Only some evil gods with unclear intentions expressed interest in Yangfeng's avatar. Yangfeng doesn't dare to make friends with evil gods with unclear intentions. If he is careless, his feeble divine force rank avatar will be killed by them. Most of the evil gods belong to the chaotic evil camp. Many of them go crazy in battle and kill without distinguishing between friend and foe. In their daily interactions, they often plot against each other, kill each other, annex each other, and play tricks. Feeble divine force rank gods are at the bottom of the hierarchy. When interacting with evil gods, if you are careless, you will be devoured by them. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly. Then let's start the plan. Red Earth Wasteland. After years of development, the entire Red Earth Wasteland has been purified and turned into a plain full of vitality. At the same time, the first Half-Blood Beastman Empire was established in the Red Earth Wasteland, and the first emperor of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire was Catherine. Above the royal palace of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire, sitting on the throne, Catherine, looking heroic, quietly listened to the reports of the many Half-Blood Beastman ministers. At this time, Catherine, who was just an ordinary Lionman Half-Blood Beastman girl when she met Yangfeng for the first time, had already matured into a peerless beauty brimming with feminine charm, blonde hair and blue eyes, gorgeous and heroic. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the imperial palace, and a powerful fluctuation of divine force filled the imperial palace. My Lord Ian. This is the power of my Lord Ian. When the ministers inside the royal palace sensed the fluctuations of divine force, they became excited, prostrated on the ground, and recited prayers respectfully. Yangfeng willed, and a line of information was transmitted to Catherine's mind. My Lord has issued a divine decree to let us prepare to launch a holy war. Let us use our flesh and blood to become the swords in my Lord's hands, spread the glory and faith of my Lord, and behead all enemies that stand in my Lord's way. Catherine drew the legend-rank sword of radiance and raised it high. Her body radiated countless resplendent holy light, and she shouted as if she was a legendary hero. Holy war! Holy war! Use our flesh and blood to become the swords in my Lord's hands, spread the glory and faith of my Lord, and behead all enemies that stand in my Lord's way. The eyes of the Half-Blood Beastman ministers revealed excitement and fanaticism, and they roared loudly. Since Yangfeng rescued many Half-Blood Beastmen from the Beastman Empire, most of the Half-Blood Beastman ministers have become Yangfeng's fanatics. Regarding his words as divine decrees, they were willing to do anything. Chapter 709. The Feisua Plains underground world was the habitat of many dark races. In the underground world, There were undead, liches, kindred, dark elves, dark dwarves, arcanists, dark giants, fiends, devils, ogres, as well as all kinds of extraordinary life forms suitable for living in the underground world. Countless heretics and scum who committed heinous crimes in the surface world would go to the underground world to find a way to survive. The surface world was the sphere of influence of the gods of the lawful alignment, while the underground world was the base of the gods of the evil and chaotic alignment. Numerous religions of evil gods were located in the underground world. Practically every day, many life forms would die tragically in the underground world. There were countless passages leading to the underground world in the surface world. In the Red Earth wasteland, there was a huge rift called the Rift Canyon, which led to the underground world. So this is the spiral staircase leading to the underground world.
Interesting.
Riding a level for extraordinary life form Dark Leopard, Yongfeng walked along the spiral staircase, looked at the surroundings, and exclaimed in admiration. Behind Yongfeng, there was a team of half-blood beastman infantry dressed in black battle suits, carrying Gauss rifles and wearing holographic scanning helmets that stretched as far as the eye could see. Beside Yongfeng, the Empress Carolina of Tyrannid Subcontinent's 6 major forces, Rose Garden, who used to be aloof like a queen, said lightly, "Is it really okay for your true body to come here in person? The planar tide here has yet to recede. Even if it's you can only display the power of a demigod in this origin world." The corners of Yongfeng's mouth rose slightly. "If you want to get something, you have to take some risks. Besides, our opponent is an expert with a karma god armament. Even if I come with an avatar or projection, he can still use the karma god armament to seriously injure me. Besides, don't I have you to accompany me?" Although Carolina chose to submit to Yongfeng, but she was always aloof and unwilling to get too close to him. However, with Yongfeng's help, Cordelia, who is also Yongfeng's favorite concubine, has already advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, surpassing her. At the time, Eunice, who only had a level 1 Warlock cultivation base, had already promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, which made her even more restless. Carolina, who had always been proud and arrogant, took the initiative to approach Yongfeng, become one of his subordinates, and come with him to the Feisua Plain. After seeing the prosperous warlock civilization of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Carolina's arrogance has been well concealed. She has a higher goal, that is, to promote to an Infinity Warlock. And only Yongfeng could help her realize this wish. Gleistar, the former pope of the Feisua Plains Dark Elves, hugged Yongfeng, blew gently into his ear, and said with a coquettish look, "That's right, Master. With me around, the Dark Elves of the underground world can be easily dealt with." Carolina looked jealously at Gleistar and whispered, "Slut." The arrogant Carolina couldn't learn Gleistar's method of seducing men, so she could only vent her dissatisfaction in her heart. "Who is that?" "He is the oracle appointed by my lord spokesperson in the secular world. I heard that he was the one who brought the equipment. How enviable, there are so many beautiful women around him." "Yeah, those beautiful women are only slightly inferior to His Majesty." Through the holographic helmets, the countless half-blood beastman warriors in the team clearly saw the beautiful women around Yongfeng in the underground world shrouded in endless darkness, and they revealed looks of envy. The spiral staircase was tens of thousands of meters long. After Yongfeng and his party passed through the muddy spiral staircase filled with caves, they finally arrived at the underground world.
Who are you?
"This is the territory of the Kobold Lord. Hand over your women and ironware, or die." As soon as they entered the underground world, more than 200 kobolds in ragged clothes, armed with worn-out swords, shovels, and wooden sticks, immediately surrounded them, stared at Yongfeng and his party, and roared fiercely. Speechless, Yongfeng looked at the kobolds swaggering in front of him and said, "Don't these kobolds have any intelligence? We have so many people here." Gleistar said with a charming smile, "They don't recognize the new equipment that you gave your subordinates. Master, the fighting strength of heavily armed warriors and unarmed ordinary people cannot be mentioned in the same breath. That's why they made the wrong judgment. This dark elf. Hand over this dark elf, or else I'll hack you to death. A 2-meter-tall, two-headed kobold with 2 dog heads, sturdy muscles, exuding a ruthless aura, and a 2.5-meter-long huge machete in his hand walked out, his 4 dog eyes filled with greed as he stared at Glystar. When the other kobolds saw Glystar, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes brimming with greed. Dark elves were one of the races most adept at charm. As the former pope of the Dark Elves, Glystar's every move carried endless charm. Naturally, she wasn't an existence that the low-ranking kobolds could resist. Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "They can be used to temper the fighting strength of the troops. Angie, take some people and kill them all."
Yes.
"Great Sir Divine Emissary." A concise and capable voice came from the rear, and a half-blood beast man-female warrior, wearing a black skin-tight battlesuit that accentuated her sexy figure and a holographic scanning helmet barked, "Attack!" 300 half-blood beast man-female warriors with curvaceous figures took out Gauss rifles and fired wildly at the 200-plus kobolds. Beams of light the size of thumbs shot out, bombarding the bodies of the 200-plus kobolds. As long as the light beams hit the 200-odd kobolds, a fist-sized hole would appear in their bodies. "I'll kill you!" The 2-headed kobold at once issued a furious roar, exuding a terrifying aura comparable to that of a Sky Knight, level 1 warlock. He had just taken a step forward, when 7 or 8 fist-sized bloody holes appeared on his body. His 2 heads also exploded, and he fell to the ground. Before long, the 200-plus kobolds were all killed, while Yang Feng's subordinates suffered 0 casualties. What an amazing weapon! It's really amazing. As expected of a weapon bestowed by the Divine Emissary, it's so powerful. When the half-blood beast-man warriors saw this scene, their blood boiled, and they were brimming with excitement. For warriors, there was nothing more important than a powerful weapon. If it was before, then even if the half-blood beast-man warriors could wipe out the 200-plus kobolds, they would still have to pay a certain price, and some might even die. But in front of the Gauss rifles, the kobolds couldn't withstand a single blow, which filled the half-blood beast men with excitement. A line of information flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he revealed a smile. He looked at the endless darkness of the underground world and said lightly, "The Kobold Lord? In that case, is that gathering place the kobolds' force? Since it's on the way, let's destroy it." With a wave of Carolina's lily-white hand, extraordinary plant seeds of Earth's sunflowers suddenly flew out and landed on both sides of the path. As soon as the Earth's sunflowers landed on the ground, they grew rapidly, absorbed the negative energy of the underground world, and soon bloomed into sun-like flowers. Earth's sunflowers were extraordinary plants found in the underground world of a peculiar plane. They could absorb the negative energy of the underground world to grow and emit sunlight. Earth sunflowers were the most commonly used flowers of the Tsangji plane to change the environment of the underground world. Of course, in the demonic realm of the Tsangji plane's underground world, the dark races would destroy the Earth sunflowers as soon as they saw them. Darkness brought a lot of convenience and strengthening to the dark races. Although the Earth sunflowers had no power, but they created an environment full of sunlight, which would greatly weaken the strength of the dark races. Moreover, the Earth sunflowers had a mystical characteristic, that was, they could attract countless extraordinary demonic insects with phototaxis to gather around them. If ordinary freaks wanted to destroy them, they might have to pay with their lives. In the underground world, the most terrifying enemies were the various poisonous insects that could appear and disappear unpredictably. Without special insect repellents, even if it was a legend-rank powerhouse who came to the underground world, they would be eaten by those poisonous insects if they were the slightest bit careless. An expedition by an army of mortals to the underground world was a nightmare of despair. In the history of the Feisuo Plain, there was once a human emperor who sent an army of 1 million to attack the underground world in an attempt to conquer the dark races. Before the expeditionary army could fight the dark elves and other dark races, it collapsed due to plague, poisonous insects, and logistical problems. Of the 1 million-strong army, only 200,000 remnants escaped from the underground world. After that war, the underground world became the tacit sphere of influence of the Feisua Plains dark races, and no human empires were foolish enough to send an expedition to the underground world. After Yang Feng's half-blood beast-man army left the spiral staircase, they walked for about 20 kilometers. When they passed by a mushroom forest, suddenly, buzzing sounds came from the mushroom forest, and a dense swarm of black poisonous insects rushed towards Yang Feng and company. Yang Feng ordered Nina go. Yes, Sir Divine Emissary. A half-blood beast-man general dressed in a black battle suit with a large box on her back stepped forward and ordered, "Begin the attack." The boxes on the backs of the 300 half-blood beastmen opened, revealing loudspeakers. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.